Welcome in, everybody, to the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. This is MTG Arena. It is standard. It is going to be a wonderful time. My name's Brasky, and I'm joined by Inextrad Nick Price, fresh off a solid participation in the Kaldheim Championship, and now we are here talking with a little bit. Now we are here talking with getting ready for round number 2 of the TGS Signature Series. And Nick, I got to say, we looked at some of the pieces of this meta, and just a little bit aggressive, just a teensy bit aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I learned, that my testing team learned after, as you put it, my solid participation in the Kaldheim Championships is that mono red aggro still great. We're seeing it today. There's 50 mono red decks. It's by far the most played deck in the format. And when these other decks are trying to play 3-color mana bases with pathways, playing tap lands, playing Omen of the Sea, setup spells like that, mono red can just cut through all of that and Ember Cleave for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, where aggro goes, control is soon to follow, which brings us to what our feature match will be here in round number 2 between Cicero Pequeño Denez Jr. and Diogo Travosos, which is basically Cicero is going to be on 4-color control, and then Diogo is rolling with a Mardu Fury deck. Now, if you had mentioned Mardu Fury maybe a week ago, people would say, what? But this is a deck that's been popping up recently, basically as recently as yesterday.
Yeah, both of these decks are, I think, relatively new, or at least not as commonly seen as the other deck. So this Mardu deck is the winning deck from yesterday's Insight Esports tournament. Samsoni won, a streamer and popular sacrifice player. So what Samsoni has done with this deck is take a black-red kind of sacrifice grindy mid-range deck and turn it into a Fury deck. So they kind of combined the strengths of Rakdos with the strengths of the Naya Fury deck, just smashed them together, added some Dranith Magistrates to hate on Soldai, and well, they absolutely crushed the creature decks that they faced yesterday. So this deck seems to be well positioned to respond to the resurgence of mono red.
Absolutely. That's something you kind of see that I've seen a lot in Standard is people just kind of taking the engines of certain decks and then kind of trying different things with them. I think we saw that with kind of Teamer taking turns. We've seen it with a few other decks as well. And now we see it right here with this Mardu Fury deck. And on the opposite side, you have Cicero, and Cicero's rolling with 4-color control. Now, is there anything sitting here besides just taking a look and just going, yeah, it's 4 colors with Doom Foretold? Is there any other pieces to this deck that stand out to you as interesting for the metagame that they're going to run into?
Well, I am interested in seeing. I think this is pretty standard at this point, but I do like seeing main deck negates. Even against the creature decks like Adventures, you're always going to have targets for negate. And I guess we skipping a little bit ahead to this matchup. Like this matchup looks so rough for the Mardu Fury deck because game one, Cicero not Cicero. Sorry, Diogo has a bunch of Claim the Firstborns, Akroan Wars that just don't line up well against the cards of 4-color control. So we're gonna probably look to see a favorite game 1 for 4-color, and then we're gonna see how Mardu Fury can transform post board.
Yeah, we're going to see which of these decks is going to kind of come out ahead here because it's early in round number 2. Both of these decks 1-0. Interestingly enough, I think both of these decks didn't play play against mono red aggro in round number 1, and already we kind of see some of the ways or things are breaking down. We have mono red aggro with almost 50 decks in the field. Teamer Adventures with Obosh is sitting there in a lot. Sultai Control, Dimir Rogues, Rakdos Sacrifice, and the one thing that I will point out as well is there's always just a handful of cycling decks in there as well. And cycling it just seems like one of those decks that you pick it, and depending on how the meta shakes up as well, you either are going to go straight through undefeated, or you might have a really rough time of it. Are there any decks that stand out to you about this metagame right now that say, hey, with mono red being really, really prevalent, there might be something that could sneak past and be the right metagame call?
Well, I have a soft spot for the Naya Toski deck. It's the deck that I chose to register for the Kaldheim Champs. It didn't do that. To see who's brought it. So I think we have the gameplay over here.
We do have the gameplay. We are jumping right into it right now between Cicero and Diogo. I see as well we have a couple of spots sit there between our feature matches that we're looking at right now. And I think we've changed things up a little bit. Yeah, we have changed things up just slightly. So what we are doing right now, I think we had some technical difficulties, and we're actually switching over to Ronald Miller and Omar Lopez Cabrera. So this is going to be Teamer Adventures, the Bosch build, if I'm not mistaken, up against Sultai Control with Yorion. So the match that we discussed earlier, we ran into some technical difficulties, and now we're going to be jumping into Ronald Miller and Omar Lopez Cabrera. And this one, a totally different matchup, but really two decks that everyone should be familiar with in Sultai Control and Teamer Adventures.
Yeah, so one thing I do want to mention about this Sultai deck is that in the current meta, you can either play the Sultai Ultimatum version, or you can just play a version that leans more heavily towards Gargaroths and creature threats. So the deck that Freddy is playing right now is the Sultai Control without Emergent Ultimatum. So they're going to be looking to play a kind of longer game, because the strength of Sultai Ultimatum is that you have that I win button. So they're going to have to really grind things out against this Obosh deck that can really transition well between aggressive, controlling, and mid-range strategies.
And early Bone Crusher Giant comes down. Immediately is going to be answered by a Heartless Act, but not before 2 damage to the face of Freddy right there. And coming back to it, Asika's Chariot now into the hand of Freddy, going to play one of these pathways. And I got to say, completing the pathway cycle with Kaldheim really has let a lot of these 3-color decks and a lot of these other archetypes really shine forward now that they have a little bit more consistent mana bases, as we see a huge Elder Gargaroth come down. And that's a 6/6 that needs to be dealt with immediately.
Yeah, I mean, the pathways made it so that the mana in the format isn't great. It's pretty medium, but all color pairs and wedges and shards have access to the same medium mana. As we see this Goldspan Dragon just completely bricked by the 6/6 reach Elder Gargaroth.
Yeah, it's tough sledding for a dragon when you have a gigantic Elder Gargaroth just sitting there looking at you. And boy, so one thing that we've seen with a lot of these standard cards as well is like, yeah, I'm going to play this gigantic 6/6 that also has a wall of text. So what do you want to do? Do you want to make a green beast creature token? You want to gain 3 life? You want to draw a card? And this time around, Pretty decides the go wide strategy is the way to go, because, well, they're not lacking card draw. They have plenty of removal. They're just going to go wide and see if they can close out this game number 1.
Yeah, I would have snap drawn a card there, but that wouldn't necessarily have been right. So I accept making a beast, especially when you're following it up with the Asika's Chariot.
And now, when you're on the side of their opponent right now, as we take a look at what we want to do with this, it's an interesting place right now. So if you're Omar with that Teamer Adventures, and they say, you know what, let's just scoop it up right here.
We're going to go. It's an interesting place. The sideboarding screen.
So if you are looking at this matchup, especially if you are Omar with that Teamer Adventures deck, what are you looking to do to help kind of shore up any weaknesses you might have against Sultai Control?
Yeah, well, so it's interesting because against an ultimatum deck, you're going to want to have more counter spells, and I think the same is probably true against a deck without ultimatum, but you're just going to have to make sure that you can interact a little bit earlier. Like I said, one of the main strengths of playing control over ultimatum in Sultai is you can play more Polukranos in the main deck, you can play more Elder Gargaroth in the main deck, you can play Shark Typhoon in the main deck. So really, the control version without ultimatum can actually win almost as fast as the ultimatum version, and you don't have to worry about having a bunch of dead cards in your deck, or 7 drops that just get stuck in your hand when you draw them. You have these like really powerful standard threats, and we can see that Preddy is bringing in Lovestruck Beast, which is just another awesome option to have against another deck that's just playing a bunch of mid-sized creatures.
Yeah, Lovestruck Beast, another card from Throne of Eldraine, which, even though we are on the twilight of Kaldheim, Throne of Eldraine still having its presence felt in a lot of different ways throughout all of Standard. That set had a lot of very, very powerful, very flexible cards that have now made their way, and it seems to just about every single main archetype of Standard right now.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone has been following the kind of Twitter discourse, like I've heard multiple streamers and community members kind of call for Throne of Eldraine to get a surprise rotation with the release of Strixhaven. So I don't know how you feel about that.
I am someone that sits there and says, you know what, I love me Throne of Eldraine. I think it's doing some fun things. I am very interested in to see how Strixhaven's going to have that impact on the standard format, because you never know. I mean, if you had told me when Kaldheim come out that all of a sudden we'd see this reemergence of a bunch of Throne of Eldraine cards to go with the Kaldheim cards, I'd say, well, I would believe it, but I didn't think it would be as prevalent as we see it now. So whenever a new set comes out that way, I always think, well, there's a chance that we could see maybe Throne of Eldraine take a back seat, more Strixhaven, more Kaldheim show up there. And we're seeing show up right here on the side of Preddy. You know, we got a couple of the pathways sitting down there, a forest. A Maze Mind Tome always helps you with like card selection or just extra draw. And this time around, it looks like they're going to drop down a forest. Play out the tome, not the Omen of the Sea on this one. And this just seems like gives you some flexibility and helps you kind of figure out what cards you want as this matchup continues on against the Teamer deck.
Yeah, I think it was kind of interesting. Preddy was spoiled for choice, really. Like, they could have done any number of things, including play a Dark Boar pathway and hold up Heartless Act. But I do like getting down the cards that help you set up other cards. I don't think it's super threatening for the Teamer deck on turn 3. Like, so I think it's nice to put down the tome, use that to gain an advantage while you hold up removal and counter spells.
Now it looks like we're going to see an Edgewall Innkeeper come down here. That wonderful 1/1 that can draw a bunch of cards. But of course, plenty of answers on the side of Preddy, including that Heartless Act. But first, Maze Mind Tome, going to add a counter, draw a card, and come back. So that's a nice move there. Just keep getting yourself some card selection. Wolf Willow Haven now into the hand for Preddy. And that gives them, they just seem like they have a bevy of answers. They can just choose whatever they want to at this point. You want to take out the Innkeeper? Yeah, we'll take out of that. You want to hold up something else? You can do that too. Extinction Event also sitting in hand. So if things get completely out of hand, we're going to wipe the board with the worst stuff that's there. As you said, this looks like a pretty tough matchup for this Teamer deck.
Yeah, Preddy in this game has been able to set it up and get it to a place where basically anything he does is good. He can play the Wolf Willow Haven, play a blue land, hold up Omen of the Sea or Heartless Act. So that's coupled with Teamer not having a great start. This was a pretty good spot to counter the Wolf Willow Haven, because now you get like a turn to play your 5-drop. But when you have that Innkeeper, you really want to follow it up with an adventure to draw a card. So it's going to be interesting to see how this hand develops.
Yeah, no adventures in the hand right now for the Teamer deck. But, at the same time, that was some good sequencing there by Preddy by, playing the Wolf Willow Haven before you play out the land. So you don't know whether or not you kind of don't give your opponent that information beforehand. Now we're going to foretell Saw It Coming, which is going to sit down there. Hopefully Preddy does see it coming. In the meantime, Omen of the Sea is a possibility. They could Heartless Act this Edgewall Innkeeper. So right now, Preddy's probably just saying, they're probably asking themselves, or at least telling themselves, wow, they don't have an adventure right now.
Yeah, I mean, normally Edgewall Innkeeper is kill on sight, but given how this game has played out for Cabrera, I like Preddy's decision to kind of not deal with it yet, and try to set up more. So they have the choice here to play the Gargaroth. We'll see if that's what he decides to do. And yep, I also like playing a 5-mana 6/6, even if it's not going to work out.
That's a big stompy boy with Vigilance, Trample, everything else that you want to go along with it. Fabled Passage is going to get cracked, find itself some blue to see if they can see it coming. Instead, Mystical Dispute going to come down. And, to the credit of the Teamer deck right here, they've answered a couple of big threats here, but still plenty in hand on the side of Preddy. So it just seems like a matter of time. There's going to be something that needs to happen, and quickly, like a Goldspan Dragon, to help generate some treasures and some more ramp.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I said that I like playing the Gargaroth, but that sequence left Preddy open to kind of a blowout, because I think what Preddy wanted to do is play the Gargaroth, have it countered, and then be able to play Extinction Event on odd. But now Cabrera has a Saw It coming up. So okay, yeah, this is like the compromise play to make sure that you don't get blown out too hard by Saw It coming. Yeah, and you can still play the Extinction Event after. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, not too bad. We see Saw It Coming is probably going to come out here. Heartless Act is going to sit down there and try to take out the Goldspan Dragon. Instead, it will get countered. But, of course, the Dry Disruption is sitting down there. They're going to let it sit there, let it happen. And now Darkborn Pathway is going to come down, and Binding of the Old Gods will now come down and take out that target permanent as well. So, again, just a wealth of answers of anything Pretty wanted to do. Instead, they're going to sit back, still have that kind of Dry Disruption, that modal double-faced card that can counter something unless the other person pays one. You still have Extinction Event, you have Behold the Multiverse, you have Omen of the Sea, and not to mention that Maze Mind Tome is at the very least going to let you scry, unless you want to hold back some card draw as well. And down comes Obosh to help increase some damage that might come out there as well.
I think what this match has really shown off for Preddy is their kind of deep understanding of how the matchup plays out. You see that Preddy made some plays that may not, playing the Gargaroth into a counter spell, letting the Goldspan Dragon attack and make a treasure. Like, all of that was with the knowledge that Preddy could untap and then deal with all of Cabrera's threats. So I love how Preddy has played out this game.
And not much left on the side besides to play out a Kazandu Mammoth, play it down, and right now it's just a 3-3. Hopefully you can get yourself a Great Henge soon after this, but we'll see what happens down there. So 5-5 Omen of the Sea might get flashed out at this point, which looks like it will happen. So they're going to be able to scry 2, then draw a card, and after that, well, Writing was on the wall for Omar, and he's off it and goes down 2-0 to Preddy on that one as Sultai Control takes down Teamer Adventures. We talked a little bit about that matchup there of just, it just seemed like it was so favored on the side of Sultai Control. Was just something for Omar that they ran into a really bad matchup and there was nothing they can do? Or was there some other pieces in that match that you thought maybe could have swung and given them a chance in this matchup?
I think the biggest decision Cabrera had that game was whether to mulligan the first hand. When you have a hand that starts with Innkeeper but no adventure and you have a bunch of counter spells, the counter spells are always going to be good against Sultai, but the strength of Teamer is playing threats that Sultai has to deal with and also having the counters up, not to counter the big spells, but to defend your threats. So, Cabrera had a couple of nice things going, had the Goldspan Dragon, had the Innkeeper, had the counter spells, but just no 3-drop adventure to apply pressure and make your counter spells amazing.
Absolutely. And Preddy took advantage of it and took the victory in round number 2-0 right here on the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. The TGS Signature Series, of course, is presented by Daily Hive. And if you're wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, well, Daily Hive has you covered. Make sure to check them out at dailyhive.com. And as we have checked out that awesome match right there, we might have a chance to look at a few other matches that might be coming up a little bit later on today. But in the meantime, we saw Sultai Control, we saw Teamer Adventures, we've seen this Mardu Fury deck that's sitting down there as well, Nick. I'm interested in your thoughts of what else might be out there as we jump into a new matchup with looks like a Yorion control deck sitting on that side, and we can see what else we're playing up against. It looks like this might be our Mardu and Yorion 4-color control matchup.
Yeah, so it looks like we ended up here. Okay, so what do we have? CPDJ has a decent opening hand. I think they mulliganed. So it's really going to be up to them to make sure that I Am the Walrus does not overrun them with Woe Striders and Rankles.
Mm-hmm. So, of course, Yogo is rolling with that Mardu Fury deck. I'm excited to see this deck do its thing as we see Kroxa, one of the big Titans, the remaining Titan after Uro was kind of banished from Standard. We still have Kroxa sitting down there constantly making people discard cards and escaping its fate to disrupt the side of CPDJ. And now a couple of early spots here with the mana base with CPDJ, and a Woe Strider now drops down with a second Woe Strider in hand. A decent start right now for the Mardu deck.
Yeah, and we're seeing kind of my issue with Yorion decks is where you kind of just lose to yourself. Like you draw a bunch of lands, you don't really have the correct answers to line up with your opponent's threats, and I Am the Walrus doesn't have to do much more than just cast a 3 or 4 drop every turn.
Now, is this something when you look at the control decks like this, a lot of folks would say that unless you're playing like Sultai Ultimatum or you're playing something that has a big, huge finisher, that control really is not in the best spot right now. Yet we see a good amount of these 4-color control decks rolling around here, a lot of these Doom Foretold style decks down here. Is that just simply those players making a meta call that they would run into a lot of aggro matchups, maybe not taking into account what this Mardu Fury deck could do against it?
Yeah, I think that if you're deciding on what deck you're going to play today, you don't necessarily have the Mardu Fury deck on your radar, and I feel like the 4-color deck does have a good matchup against that in game 1, but it's really a matter of whether Diogo can adjust post board, and it looks like they have a good setup where they can go Woe Strider into Showdown, and that really pressures the ability of Cicero to keep up with the threats. And look at this. So instead of holding up Negate, Cicero felt pressured to put Yorion into the hand so that they'd have a blocker next turn, which lets Diogo play the Showdown. And this game is really not going well for the 4-color control deck.
Yeah, a lot of punching into the face. Down to 8 life is CPTJ, and they have now a whole bunch of lands. They have a Yorion and a Soul Shatter. It seems like they need to find something quicker. It's always kind of a feels bad when you see a 4/5 Yorion come down and it doesn't have anything to blink. Playing a 4/5 that really, it's 5 mana, it really costs 8 mana in a lot of different ways is not something that you usually want to be doing, but they do drop it down because they just need to stay alive here in game number 1. Actually, no, I believe this is game number 2 because CPDJ did have a victory in game number 1.
Yeah. I think I want to point out that Diogo kept in an Acroan War post board, which I kind of thought would be one of the worst cards in the matchup, but it's doing the job here and getting in for lethal.
And that's going to do it. And so CPDJ will go down. We will go to game number 3. So there's already been a little bit of sideboarding between these two players right now. And so we look at the Mardu Fury deck, we look what they have in their sideboard, and you are getting an eye in to CPDJ and their 4-color control deck. When you look at what's sitting in the sideboard here, is there anything that you want to jump out of here, but there really wasn't any changes? You're just jumping right in saying, hey, let's just run it back and try to do it again.
It looked like Cicero trimmed on Shark Typhoons. I could be wrong, but it does make sense that that doesn't line up well against the big attackers. Though I guess we'll see how this game plays out. Okay. This is a much more reasonable opening hand.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Omen of the Sun going to gain you life. Heartless Act is always nice to see as an answer. And of course, Binding of the Old Gods, the new saga from Kaldheim, going to be able to destroy a permanent as well. So get some of your colors fixed up with a Triome on turn number 1. Get yourself some pathways, plains, and swamps. This is a much better setup to try and go up against this Mardu deck, even though there's also a Croxus sitting on the side of his opponent. And what do you think is going to be the early spots here? Is there anything that you're concerned with as a Mardu player? Or are you just going to say, you know what, I'm going to throw out some questions. You have to have answers.
Yeah, I mean, this deck, I think against creature decks, it's more built as a control deck. You can use Claim and Village Rites to clear the board. You can use Bone Crusher Giant. But when you're up against the Yorion all removal deck, you really have to take a more aggressive stance.
And there's Crooks, a Titan of Death's Hunger, going to force the discard. And now, well, we have a wealth of Yorions. What would we call a grouping of Yorions? Do we call them a wealth of Yorions? Is it kind of like a herd of Yorions? What are we doing with that?
Well, so is it like a pot of Yorions because it's a Sky Noodle?
I would do it. Maybe perhaps it's Sky Noodle. Yeah, I got that. Maybe I would call it a blink of Yorions, perhaps. That makes it really
sense.
classy.
A blink of Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, right. I think blink is like much classier than a pot of Yorion.
Yes, plenty of companion biology as we jump here in the TGS Signature Series. A Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp is going to be used right now, and then we're going to see what else is going to happen on the side of CPDJ as they let this turn pass out. They're going to play out, looks like another one of the pathways, and continue just to build up mana, build up resources, trying to find some way to eventually answer what will soon be some pretty impressive things on the Mardu side.
I mean, this is kind of the problem that I alluded to earlier with Yorion last game. Diogo had a bunch of threats, and Cicero just didn't have the answers for them. And now, well, before Cicero drew the Archon, they didn't have counter spells to deal with Diogo's Showdown of the Skalds, Goldspan Dragon. So the answers didn't necessarily line up, and we're going to see this Acroan War kind of get in a lot of damage by stealing the Archon.
Yeah, it's a big play right here with the Acroan War. Takes the Archon of Sun's Grace. That's a huge move right there. And now CPDJ sitting down there looking at Binding of the Old Gods is going to need to take care of that Acroan War just to get the Archon of Sun's Grace back on its side, and then hopefully find a way to kind of get that second Binding of the Old Gods down, perhaps, so that they could start to generate some value off of that. Meanwhile, the Mardu deck has, Woe Striders. It's got Dragons. It's got the Showdown of the Skalds, which comes down right now, and that's going to generate some card advantage. Going to look at all the resources on the side of this Mardu deck. This is impressive for a deck that we did not see almost at all last week.
Yeah, I mean, Samsoni and whoever worked on that deck really, I think, hit something with this deck, because it deals with the creature decks in game 1, and it looks like it can pivot to enough of an aggressive or assertive mid-range deck to to really pressure Sultai and 4 colors life totals post board.
Now comes down the Sky Noodle, and we see a whole bunch of triggers as we blink just about everything under the sun. We make sure the triggers are sorted correctly. We have Binding of the Old Gods. We got some omens. Look at all those tokens generated thanks to Archon of Sun's Grace, and now Showdown of the Skulls. Well, it's going to put some counters on things, but that Mardu Fury deck doesn't have anything sitting there. That's a huge, huge turn for CPTJ right here, and perhaps one that could close out this game.
Yep, we're in a spot where Diogo needs multiple removal spells to deal with what Cicero has managed to play out, and it doesn't look like it's going to be easy to dig themselves out of this hole. Like, Diogo's hand was well set up to present a bunch of threats and then back that up with Showdown, but now that Cicero was able to kind of turn the tables and like play a Yorion and get a bunch of 2/2 life linking tokens, I think it's going to be so difficult now for Diogo to catch up.
And of course, when you have these sagas come down, I always think that sagas are legendary in some way, shape, or form, that when you play a saga, you got to destroy the other saga. No, we're just binding the old gods over and over again. We're just reading twice at the same time. There's so many sagas going on. There's so many Sky Noodles, so many tokens, so many answers on the side of this 4-color control deck. And now we're just sitting on the side of the Mardu deck. It's got Unleashed Fury, it's got a Croxa, it's got a Skyclave Shade. Perhaps this is just a turn that we drop down a Goldspan Dragon, generate us some treasures, and hope we can hang on.
Yeah, I mean, would you say that the saga is so nice that you have to bind them twice?
Ooh, I like you. I like that. That's some good pieces right there. And now Binding of the Old Gods is going to look, and we sit there, we're going to search the library for a forest card. That's going to drop down. Probably another Triumph. Let's throw that back down onto the battlefield tapped. Then we go to the other version of the Binding of the Old Gods. Let that complete. And now we have Pathways. We have another Yorion that's sitting down there as well. We have a Heartless Act that could deal with the Goldspan Dragon. Instead, we are swinging out and going to put the pressure on the Mardu deck.
Oh, yeah. I just love jamming with everything here. I'm trying to figure out like the life total of our opponent.
Instead, it's just going to be huge punches in the face and destruction lethal on the side right there. And the Yorion control deck takes the victory 2-1 over Mardu Fury. So we saw CPDJ take that victory 2-1, and we saw 4-color control show itself up and take care of that Mardu deck. And so, is that something where would that be a typical result? Do you think that 4-color control deck has that advantage over Mardu, or is this something where maybe the Mardu didn't get the right draws at that point? Is there things that Mardu deck can do to help shore up those matchups?
I think that it's going to be so hard to build a deck with game against the adventure decks and the control decks. So I think that match played out as I'd expected, where Mardu's cards just didn't line up well against the 4-color decks in game 1. In game 2, the Yorion deck basically lost to itself. Mulligan had a bunch of lands in hand, and then game 3 was able to work its way out of a sticky position to just win the game with an Archon and Yorion. So I think that's how I'd expect it to go.
Yeah, but I think as well, let's talk about this Mardu deck just a little bit before we go to commercial break, of the fact that, we're almost at the end of Kaldheim's cycle before Strixhaven comes out, and yet we're still seeing new decks kind of pop up here and there. It seems like every other week, where we see something else show up that takes the engine to something else, makes some adjustments, and really shifts how it can compete and kind of shakes up standard a little bit. Now, there still is, of course, a bunch of aggro sitting out there, because a lot of people like to play aggro, especially in these types of tournament settings. But what does it say to you about the fact that there are still deck archetypes to be discovered here in Kaldheim, even though we're towards the end of its life cycle?
I mean, it's the classic standard is getting stale, so you get 2 archetypes and you just mash them together. And I think that that's pretty ideal for this type of meta, because the way standard works now is you just have pockets of, like you said, like extremely powerful engines, and you have the good enough mana base to just build around those engines in any combination of 2 or 3 colors you want. So I think that if this is how we're going to see, if Strixhaven is going to introduce more powerful engines into the format, we're going to see more like wild mashups and decks that are specifically targeted to win a weekend tournament.
Absolutely. There's always going to be some wild mashups. There's always going to be things that we're going to be hearing about and say, wow, that's pretty awesome. And if you haven't also heard about one of the other sponsors of the TGS Signature Series, and that is Monster Cat. And if you haven't heard about Monster Cat Gold, well, If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great streaming service for $5 a month where you can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use the music in your live streams and videos with no fear of DMCA claims or strikes. And they've got tons of additional perks too, including early listening access to new music, Monster Cat shop discounts, and exclusive community features. We want you to check it out at MonsterCat. Thank you for sponsoring the TGS Signature Series. And we are so thankful that you are here with us today. And we are going to be back with round number 3 in just a little bit. So stick with us as we continue on to some standard hijinks. Welcome back, everybody, to the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. We got a $2,000 prize pool on the line here for some standard with MTG Arena. We've just saw some really cool matchups in round number 2, including an awesome Mardu Fury deck. And now we're going to get ready to jump into round number 3 with a couple of decks. This first matchup that we'll probably take a look at is probably going against Skulski Kot and Sunbird 17, which is going to be Mono Red Aggro versus Dimir Rogues, which, Nick, are two very well-established archetypes, two very well-established decks in this meta. Although which one is favored over the other, a little bit lopsided in this matchup, but that doesn't mean that the Dimir Rogues can't pull some surprises on this.
Yeah, so I would have thought that Dimir might have been okay against Mono Red. It has a nice combination of early blockers, removal spells, and then into the story to get back into the game. But the way the data has panned out, like over the past few weeks, we have accounts like Twitter accounts like MTG Data and MTG Meta IO. They show that this is such a lopsided match in favor of Mono Red. So it's going to be interesting to see if Lydia Aldrich can turn the tables. I know that she is a very accomplished Rogues player. She's been playing this for a while. We saw her play this deck in the VML, the Venus and Mercury League. So she definitely knows her way around the Thieves Guild Enforcer.
Yeah, when you look at the deck right now on the side of Sunbird 17, Lydia Aldrich, you see some pieces there. Yeah, as you said, they are a very experienced player with this Rogues deck. And how much does that kind of shift that win-loss record, that percentages that you look at that might say that, Mono Red is 60 or 70% against this deck? In the hands of a really good player, though, how much is that going to shift that kind of matchup win rate percentage to give Lydia that much better of a chance against Mono Red aggro?
So those modern players at your LGS who've spent like the last 6 years playing Merfolk or something, on a much smaller scale. That is what Rogues players are like in the standard meta. Even though it's only been out for a couple of sets, knowing the matchups for Rogues and just getting the reps in is the best way to increase your win rate with the deck. It's a very hard deck to play, which is why you don't see it often at the top of the metagame share, but it's just such a powerful deck. It just can win like through a lot of hate and pressure. So it's going to be great seeing how Lydia, who's experienced with the deck, will be able to navigate this pretty tough matchup.
Meanwhile, on the side of Skulski Kot, they're rolling in with Mono Red Aggro, of course, which is almost 50 decks in this tournament today are Mono Red Aggro. And we look down and we see a lot of the things that you would expect to see. You see Torbrand, you see 1 Goldspan Dragon in there, 4 Robbers of the Rich, 4 Bone Crusher Giants, and of course, the Embercleave sitting there as well as a way to finish this things out as well. Is there anything in this deck that kind of surprises you, either in the sideboard or the main deck, in terms of adjustments they made with this deck, depending on what they were going to see in this matchup and tournament?
Well, instead of going with something more standard like the full 4 Torbrand, we're seeing a couple of spicy one-ofs here in the form of Goldspan Dragon and Phoenix of Ash. Now, I'm not sure what motivated them to choose this particular split, but I do know that having the 1 Phoenix of Ash is already going to do a lot against Rogues in a matchup that's already pretty favored for Eugene K here.
Is it something, though, that, yes, Phoenix of Ash is sitting there. It can escape, and Rogues is really going to help it find what it needs, like give it escape fodder in a lot of different ways. Is that just making a good matchup better, or is there some other reason why you would make those adjustments to a deck?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Torban is such a powerful card, and it's so integral to the combo win potential of Mono Red with with Anax and Embercleave or just any creature Embercleave and Torban, that I'm interested in finding out whether Phoenix of Ash serves Eugene K well over the course of this tournament, but I'm not sure that I would have chosen to play it in the main deck over just another Torbrand.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see how it plays out as we'll get started here with round number 3 in just a second. And I look at some of the pieces of that Mono Red aggro deck that's sitting there as well. Is this, when I look at some of those pieces that are in that deck, I love the fact that we're seeing some cards from some of the oldest sets in Standard now kind of show their face a little bit. Things like the Akroan War, and you see a lot of those pieces from Theros Beyond Death that now sit there as well. It's nice to kind of see that even though mono red aggro has always been around, not necessarily the cards that we see in this have always been around. We're kind of seeing those new cards or old cards pop up in new ways with a lot of these types of archetypes.
I do think that play design over the past few sets has done a really good job of putting just enough cards, red cards in the set to make mono red better without taking it over the top and making it too overbearing. I think even though I hate playing against mono red, any format where you can just pick mono red up and do well is a format that I think is healthy.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. And the same thing with the Dimir Rogues deck. You kind of look at all the pieces that go in there. That's a deck that, you want to say, like, some people get really annoyed playing it. That's a deck that's like true to my heart. I love the Dimir colorway, and I would play that Rogues deck in a heartbeat. And it's just kind of interesting to see a deck that can mill, but mill's not necessarily the win condition. It can be, but it's nice to see that somehow it kind of made its way to be towards the top of the Standard meta. And we'll get a chance here with Lydia Aldrich, Sunbird 17 in this matchup to see what they can do with it. The question I have with it is it really just about kind of really planning out all of your turns so far in advance that you can kind of consider just exactly what answers you might need at which point? It's one of those things where if you try to just play the regular Dimir Rogues way, you're going to lose. That the mono red aggro is going to do its thing. It's going to take you out really, really quick. Or is it something where you have to say, okay, if I do this on turn 1, I have to think about what's going to happen on turn 2, which means 3, I'm doing this, and 4, I might be able to pull this off. Is that how you kind of work this matchup? Or are you simply just trying to say, this is what my deck does, I'm going to do what's presented to me and try to win this game?
So I think one of the kind of big picture advantages that Mono Red has over Dimir Rogues is that when you're playing Rogues, you need to always be aware whether you're going for the kill win or the mill win. And that's going to depend on your hand, on what your opponent is doing. But the strength of the Mono Red deck is it just doesn't give you time to transition between those plans. Against other matchups, I'll be able to play a Thieves Guild Enforcer into Soaring Thought Thief, try to go for the kill win, and then the board gets gummed up. So I'll transition to Ruin Crabs and into the stories. But Mono Red just does not give you that time. You have to, yeah, you gotta block. You don't even have time to play into the stories. So you're kind of just stuck with these mediocre creatures and somewhat efficient removal spells, and you kind of need to just cobble a win together through your opponent's threats.
Of course, we might have to also shift over to our backup match, which we can talk about as well, between RPG Geeks and A Dynamite. A Dynamite sits at the top of the standings right now with Mono White Aggro and RPG Geeks and Mono Green Food. And now we're going to take a look at what we have set up right here in looks like what is going to be our featured match with Sunbird 17 with that Dimir Rogues deck. An early mulligan looked like on the side of them. Meanwhile, lots of lands on the side of the Mono Red deck. That looks a little bit better, though.
Anax was about to be going for a long hike, but the Mono Red player sent the hand back to find a much better 6. So it's going to be interesting. We're seeing it here. Like, how much does the Mono Red player value the Phoenix of Ash here?
And it looks like they value it a whole heck of a lot on the side of Kot. So now Kot going to sit down there. It's got that Fireblade Charger on 1. It's got Bone Crusher Giant on 2. Frostbite sitting there in Phoenix of Ash. That's a nice solid curve for the Mono Red deck. Meanwhile, on the side of the Dimir Rogues deck, it's got Thieves Guild Enforcer. It's got an Eliminate and a Negate. So might be able to, that's going to be a big question, I think, perhaps on turn 2, is that we see this Rogue come down to match up with the 1/1. It's going to mill a little bit. But now when it comes to turn 2, do you hold up Negate? Do you hold up Eliminate? You have Heartless Act as well. Lots of answers for this Dimir Rogues deck early on. They might be able to just run this Mono Red deck out of gas here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, from the Rogue side, I'll be wishing that we don't see the Phoenix of Ash. So it's going to disappoint Lydia to see that it's actually in the opening hand of a Skolsky Kot, even though, you'd probably be able to find it through milling. I do like that Lydia is going to be able to answer threats pretty much at her leisure until she finds an Into the Story, because she has 2 removal spells and 1 negate. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. So we see the Fireblade Charger come down. We're going to scry 1 with the Temple of Deceit as well, which is a nice move to play out there as well. So we'll kind of see what we're going to be doing on that round of things. Meanwhile, with Kot, they got Frostbite, they got a Bone Crusher Giant. It's just up to them what they want to play when they want to play it to put some pressure on.
Yeah, so Lydia is feeling comfortable enough to attack, and that's great because it means that she's trying to enact her game plan while also keeping up the removal spells and the negate. So it's going to be up to Skolsky Kot whether they want to fire off the Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah, we'll
So I
see.
guess
I
that
mean,
depends on what exactly will be. Okay, the Thieves Guild Enforcer, yeah.
mhm.
Oh, interesting. Not even going for it.
Yeah, they kind of held up there right there just to kind of, it's kind of playing a game of chicken a little bit. It's like I'm holding up mana, you're holding up mana, you think I'm holding it up for a Bone Crusher Giant. Maybe I'm not going to play it now. Maybe I faked the Bone Crusher Giant. And now we have 3 mana sitting down there, the Faceless Haven coming down. So we could see Annex come down. We could see that Phoenix of Ash, or maybe even hold it up for, is there any reason to look for something like a Bone Crusher Giant Frostbite turn, like maybe fake with the Frostbite and then play the Bone Crusher? Instead, we're going to see that Phoenix Ash come out.
The issue with Skolsky Kot's line here is that it's so much better for Lydia when both players are keeping their mana up and not casting spells. So I would have liked to see some sort of spell cast on the end step, whether it was the Stomp on the Thieves Guild Enforcer or a Frostbite. As it stands, Skolsky Kot still has access to both of those spells, and it didn't end up looking so bad. But I would have liked to see a little bit more mana efficiency there.
Mm-hmm. And now just, Faceless Haven going to be sitting on the side of Skolsky Cotton. Now we have Rimrock Knight. We have Annex. We have Frostbite. We have Bone Crusher Giant. This is what you want to see if you're a mono red deck. You don't lands at a minimum and resources at a premium. That's what we have on the side of mono red. Meanwhile, the Rogues deck still some answers: Heartless Axe, Negates, Drown in the Locks, and then Luris to get back any rogues that might have died going on there as well. So still kind of playing things out. It's 18-17. We're already, if you'd asked me that if we were on turn 4 with this, that these life totals would be a lot lower in a lot of different ways, but instead we're going to see the Rimrock Knights come down, and you see this mono red aggro deck kind of biding its time to figure out a way that it's going to match up against this Rogues deck.
Yes, I mean, Skolsky Kot has been kind of consistently playing this game a little bit conservatively, and I think that's fine. Like we saw that Sunbird 17's hand looked good with 1-for-1 removal spells, but the thing is, Lydia has a negate and a drown in the lock left in the tank, whereas Skolsky Kot has 2 Faceless Havens, a Phoenix of Ash in the graveyard, an Anax ready, a Bone Crusher Giant ready to come into play after stomping the Thieves Guild Enforcer. So it's going to be really tough unless Sunbird can find not just the into the story, but the ways to get enough cards in the library to cast it for a discount.
And we're going to see the Bone Crusher Giant come out, try to stomp out something on the side of Sunbird, but Sunbird going to answer it with a negate and take it out there. And that's kind of a big play right there. Not only do you take out the stomp, but you do take out the Bone Crusher Giant with it because you're playing the adventure part of the card. If that gets countered, the whole card will go to the graveyard. And now Phoenix Ash jumping back out. It has enough to escape, so it's going to try and escape out here and come back down. But instead, Drown in the Lock might be the one that comes out here to cancel this casting of the Phoenix.
And yeah, again, and we saw that heads up play from Skolsky Kot. They could have played the Anax, but recognized that Lydia hadn't yet cast around the lock. So what Skolsky Kot did was to make sure that they escaped Phoenix of Ash at the earliest opportunity, so that Lydia's Drown in the Lock would be dead and would not be able to kill the Phoenix of Ash.
That's right. That's the thing about escape is that it exiles cards out of graveyards and really ends up hurting your ability to cast Drown in the Lock and the things you want it to. And now you need to be able to now mill cards back into your opponent's graveyard. So now Drown in the Lock could take care of something like a Phoenix of Ash. And now that's what we're going to see right here. Drown in the Lock's going to come back out. It's going to try and just destroy that Phoenix Ash and say, hey, you got to let it escape again, which it'll have the opportunity to because this Rogue's deck is going to continue to put cards in the graveyard for Kot. So this Phoenix Ash not going to be dealt with very easily. It's not good. It's still just sitting down there and going to be putting on the pressure. And already you can see why this mono red aggro deck can just be a huge thorn in the side of the Dimir Rogues.
Yeah, and I do like that we kind of set up the conversation about the Phoenix of Ash, and now it's just completely wrecking Sunbird in game 1. The thing is, I don't think that you need the Phoenix of Ash necessarily to win game 1 against Rogues, but it's just such a strong way to make sure that Rogues can't cast the discounted into the story, can't keep up with the board of mono red, and it just looks like this game is pretty much over.
Yeah, it looks like this game one is going to be pretty tough to deal with on the side, as we see now. Annex is going to come down here, and the only thing on the side of Sunbird is that Thieves Guild Enforcer and that Soaring Thought Thief. Now more lands into the hand, sitting at 5. There's nothing to say. We're going to scoop it here in game number 1, and we are going to go to the sideboards. And so now look at the sideboards of this mono red deck and the Dimir Rogues deck. What are the changes that we're going to be looking at from both these players?
So the thing is, and this is yet another advantage that Mono Red has over Dimir Rogues, the sideboard is not actually that great for this matchup. I mean, Mono Red is going to be able to bring in 3 Oxagonas, up to 3 Oxagonas, and what does Rogues have to answer that? They have Cling to Dust, which is just not a really good answer, because in your hand, it's not a removal spell that will deal with the board. So it's kind of like it takes up a card in your hand without action. It's gonna be fine to gain 3 life once in a while, but like that's just not what you want against Mono Red.
And so there's, we go back around and see if Sunbird can kind of pull it around here in game number 2. Of course, they are going to go first on this matchup as well. So we'll kind of see the decks on this side. Temple of Deceit, Swamps, a couple of 1-drops. That's a toss on that side.
Okay.
Lots of Mountains of Fervent Champion, a toss on that side. So 2 mulligans early. No, actually, Temple of Deceit is kept, and they both kept it as well. I thought we saw a couple of quick mulligans, and I was very, very surprised for a second. But no, things keep the same as we see with Fervent Champion come down on the side of the mono red deck, and of course Rogue's now doing its thing as well. So we'll flip back over and we'll try to help you describe what we'll see on the side of the Rogues deck with an early Rune Crab, which is not bad with an 0-3. That Landfalls is going to come down, help protect against a Fervent Champion, but still Frostbites, Sun-Covered Mountains. We have Annex and a Rimrock Knight. Lots of different ways to deal with this 0-3.
Yeah, I kind of like this hand more from Lydia. This is the type of hand you need to beat Mono Red. You basically need as many 1-drops as possible, and then you have the Crippling Fear. So Sunbird is really gonna want to draw some lands here before Skolsky Kot can play out the Rimrock Knight and the Annex and just be able to attack with the Faceless Haven. This is the kind of age-old decision in this matchup. It's like, do you block the 1/1 with your 0-3?
Knowing that it can, get pumped by a Rimrock Knight. It can, there's other ways in which that 0-3 can be dealt with. And no, they hang back and said, no, we're going to let you develop board. But instead, I'm going to play out some Rogues, and then I'm going to play some more Rune Crabs. And they're just trying to put up a huge wall of blockers just to give them time to deal with what is on the board of this mono red deck.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing against Temur, for example, and your opponent attacks with the Edgewall Innkeeper, it might be okay to block because there's pretty much only Bone Crusher Giant. But in the mono red deck, Rune Crab is an enchantment, unless you really need to chump 3 damage, because there's Frostbite, there's Stomp, there's Rimrock Knight. You just can't afford to block if you're trying to win with a mill.
Now you got 3 Faceless Havens into the hand of Kot. It does have a Frostbite, does have a Fireblade Charger. Now this is kind of a little bit of a formidable wall on the side of Sunbird as well. What's the move here for the mono red? Just start swinging out and then find ways to buff or take care of things as we might need?
Yeah, I think the hand is pretty well set up for that. I mean, Lydia can't just not block with the Ruin Crabs forever. So eventually you're going to be able to get a favorable trade, and you can use your Frostbite in the meantime to deal with the 3-2 if it becomes too big of a problem. But I do like that Lydia has access to 2 Thieves Guild Enforcer here, so she's going to be able to put up some good blocks, especially if she draws a land to wipe the board.
Now let's not forget about that crippling fear is just that board wipe you were speaking of, which will be a huge help at some point because they can choose a creature type, and creatures of that type are going to get -3/-3 until the end of the turn. And so Annex goes away and is going to make a couple of tokens. And now here comes the race on this side.
I like getting aggressive here. Yes, I mean when you're playing Rogues, like I said, it's always important to recognize like what your role is and how you're going to win. And Lydia just saw the opportunity to attack for 6 by killing the Annex.
Is that kind of what that needs to happen right here? Lydia's like, I have my pieces here. Does Lydia think they can win a race right now? Is that what they're going to do, knowing that if they get that one more land, that crippling fear is going to seal out this game number 2? Is that kind of what they need to do in this matchup and just say, you know what, I need to outrace mono red aggro with a Dimir Rogues deck, which right now seems like they might actually win that race.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So I think I don't know if everyone saw in sideboarding. I'm pretty sure Sunbird took out into the stories. So in game 2, especially with this board, what you're trying to do is you're trying to win with your 3-2s while chump blocking with the 0-3s because the crabs are going to die anyway to the eventual crippling fear.
So now we see the chump block of these crabs going to deal with a couple of 1/1s, and of course, Frostbite might be useful to sit in this spot, but taking down to 8 is now Lydia. And so it's going to see, is it Annex? Is it Frostblade Charger? Are we going to see a Frostbite to take out something like maybe one of these rogues? This is a really interesting matchup that, the rogues is hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but they do need to draw some land if they want to keep going in this, as we see another Annex come down, which is going to generate some tokens if it goes away.
We have the land. Oh, we still haven't drawn the land for the Crippling Fear. So, okay, so we're gonna run the same play. We're gonna kill the Anax, attack for 6, and then we're gonna have lethal the next turn unless Skolsky Cot leaves back a blocker or two. But does this work? So Faceless Haven.
Robber the Rich now in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, Lydia's hanging on. Like, she's still alive after this turn. Like, I don't think there's anything that Skolsky Cod can do to push through lethal here.
So we can go Robber the Rich. There's Fireblade Charger. Is there anything that we can do with the Frost as well to see what it does? But of course, Faceless Haven can easily become a 4/3 Vigilance creature. Is that going to be enough here?
Yeah, so, I mean, these crabs are finally going to come in handy. Okay, so we're going to kill one crab. Oh, yes. Okay, so Frostbite is able to kill a crab outright and get in for lethal. That's unfortunate.
That's just how powerful this mono red deck can be, especially when you buff Rimrock Knight. Faceless Haven becomes itself a 4/3 that's going to deal a lot of damage. And just like that, that is why we call that matchup unfavored. We saw the mono red deck really well piloted by Kot, taking out Sunbird and the Demir Rogues right there. So a 2-0, and that's what we've kind of seen so far. Is there's been a lot of 2-0s, a lot of 0-2s. That's just kind of the world of having a lot of aggro in a tournament can do. And I got to say, I really appreciated how Lydia tried to navigate that, but they just couldn't find the lands that they needed to swing that match their way.
Yeah, you're not as the Rogues player, you're not always that concerned when you're stuck on 3 lands. Like, you can make a lot of plays with just 3 mana. The issue was, as we said, that the mono red deck applied too much pressure on the Rogues deck to be able to operate on 3 mana. Like, she really needed to draw that 4th land for the Crippling Fear.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that we kind of saw with that mono red deck as well is we saw the role that Faceless Haven plays in that mono red deck, and that's something that you notice is that sometimes mono red decks are just all burn, right? We're just going to go over the top with a bunch of spells and burn out your face. This one is really, really creature based with a lot of recursion. That's why Annex comes down and it's going to throw at you, but it doesn't care if it dies because it's just going to generate more tokens and go wide. It's okay if you take out some of my minions because guess what? My lands can be 4/3s. That's just kind of what you see from this mono red aggro deck, which is why games can go pretty long. We can see normally if you tell me that like we're in turn 6, turn 7, turn 8, turn 9, that this mono red deck has no chance, and instead it just has a lot of staying power. It has escape, it has minion, it has minion based damage, it has over the top damage. That's why it's such a powerful deck that people like to play in these tournaments.
Yeah, and you can see the nod towards creature combat by the inclusion of Frostbite over something like Shock or Lightning Strike. It's a spell that can't hit life total, but it just will almost always be dealing 3 damage and like getting rid of a blocker and enabling you to swing in for just a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, it's going to do a lot of damage, and we saw it do a lot of damage here in the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. Of course, TGS, this game is put on by Canada's leader in esports, the Gaming Stadium, which is TGS. And you are looking for the next big thing in competitive gaming. If you are, well, look no further. The team at the Gaming Stadium are leaders in online esports tournaments and events, and you can check them out at tgs.gg. And we are going to check out another game here in round number 3, it looks like. And this matchup's going to be between a few other folks. It looks like we might look at Dumenstein and Victor Seau, which will be Jeskai Cycling against Teamer Adventures. And as we talked about a little bit, here comes the cycling deck is now probably going to make an appearance here. And the cycling deck has seen a bunch of different iterations. We've seen, a Boros version. Now we see a Jeskai version. We've seen a lot of different pieces with it. Talk a little bit about this Jeskai deck, which now that it has, instead of Boros, you can splash blue. It gives you things like Improbable Alliance, gives you Startling Development, Frost Veil, Ambush, and Boon of the Wishgiver. Now jump into it. All of those one generic mana, cycle something out. The one thing about this deck, of maybe the reason why it's always kind of has a little bit of a footprint in a tournament, is specifically because of its consistency. What do you think the role of Jeskai Cycling plays in this tournament meta?
So Jeskai Cycling is kind of like the Dredge deck of Standard right now, in that it's a very, very powerful deck, but it it's kind of a glass cannon in that once your sideboards are packed with your opponent's sideboards are packed with things like Glass Casket and Soul Guide Lantern, it gets a lot more difficult to win games post board. So if you're bringing Jeskai Cycling, you're hoping that people are just forgetting that this deck exists or are not respecting it enough that you're going to be able to win some post board games after Zenith flaring them out in game one.
And that's the thing as well, is that Zenith Flare really provides you with some flexibility as well, depending on the matchup. It can either sit there and be your big finisher against the control deck where you can hit somebody for 20 life out of nowhere, or it can be your flexible spot that you can use early against something like mono red aggro that not only takes out the biggest threat on the board, but also gains you life at the exact same time. The Zenith Flare, really a key card in that deck as well. And meanwhile, look at the Teamer Adventures deck, kind of a Teamer mid-range deck on the side of Victor Moreno. This one, obviously, we see a lot of the things that we know that are well near and dear to our hearts. Edgewall Innkeepers, Brazen Borrowers, Love-Struck Beasts, and of course, the new card Goldspan Dragon is there. But we also have Alrund's Epiphany. We have the thing, it's that good old Teamer turns. We're going to start taking turns. We have Great Henge. It just seems like it's kind of like Teamer Adventures with a lot of really good stuff. Is that just kind of what this deck is, or is there more nuance to it as well?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen versions of the Teamer mid-range deck without Obosh to be able to play cards like this Disdainful Stroke in the main. We've also seen I've also seen some lists that have Obosh to start with, and then you just sideboard in the Disdainful Strokes when that's better than the prospect of casting Obosh. But this is very much just the good stuff mid-range deck of the format. It feels like there are a lot of good stuff mid-range decks because of the adventures, but this is kind of the deck that takes the adventure mechanic to the extreme with Great Henge, with Alrund's Epiphany. You're just casting Innkeepers, drawing cards off your Innkeepers and adventure creatures, attacking with the Goldspan Dragon, taking an extra turn. Like it's fun. It's good stuff. I enjoy playing some Teamer.
Yeah, you talk about good stuff decks as well. Is there too much just good stuff decks out there in standard right now as opposed to things like cycling? Cycling is like a complete archetype. It's designed to do one thing and goes through. Whereas we're seeing a lot of decks that's like, yeah, of course I'll put this card in. Yeah, of course I'll put this card in as well. Is there a little bit too much good stuff in there as well, where they're just kind of jack of all trades decks? Or do you wish that we saw something a little bit more like the Jeskai cycling archetypes in the standard meta right now?
Yeah, I love kind of a balance, and the thing about why this standard meta can get maybe a little bit stale at times is that the good stuff deck used to be in years past, the best mythics from every set released, but now a good stuff deck in standard is essentially the 20 adventure cards from one set. As we see this typical Teamer mid-range hand of double stomp, spike field hazard. So, we're just setting this game up. It's going to be really important to see how Doomenstein prioritizes cycling their 2/2s, or if they're trying to cast them and get value off them, which is pretty bad against potential stomps.
And early on, missing, they could have played that pathway for some red mana. Instead, they held it up and played down the white mana. That's the interesting thing about a cycling deck, is you really have to look at all of your decisions from top to bottom. You really have to look at what do I cycle, when do I cycle it, and what mana am I using, and what mana do I need to be looking for? There's a lot of nuance to a cycling deck in that way. And the same way that this Teamer Adventures deck really has to kind of think, 2 turns ahead as well. And now we're going to see one of the key cards for this cycling deck, the Iron Crag Pyromancer, which is whenever you draw your second card each turn, you're going to be dealing 3 damage to any target, somebody's face, somebody's minions, a planeswalker perhaps. It does not matter. The Iron Crag Pyromancer is certainly a big 0-4 as well. So Stomp's not going to take it out either. Like, you need to use 2 Stomps on it to destroy that thing. So it's going to stick around for a while. And as long as the cycling shows up, it can deal damage over the course of a game that can really, really, really take out your opponent.
So if Victor here has access to 2 red sources, it's going to be fairly advantageous to go stomp Spikefield Hazard, but it doesn't look like that's what they're going to do. So we're going to get to see the cycling deck untap with its most powerful card, I guess, barring Zenith Flare.
And now Boon of the Wishgiver going to cycle up as well. That's going to give us an Iron Crag Pyromancer trigger. Ooh. Look at 4 Zenith Flares onto the side of Doomenstein. So just like that, we have a Triumph down, and starting next turn, barring the counter spells that we do see a few on the side of this Teamer deck, like, it's just going to be flare, 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 just burn your face out. Or they can still hold back and do some more cycling, get some more kind of fire on the side of those flares. And we see Shredded Sails come down. That's going to cycle. We're going to see if Bone Crusher Giant, are we going to see double Bone Crusher Giant to take out this Pyromancer? We might do it here. So this Zenith Flare is going to get some damage in.
I think so, and the thing is, it's like that's not the Ironcrag Pyromancer is not what this game is going to be about because of the four Zenith flares in hand. So I think Doomenstein will be happy to see that go to the graveyard
And
and
now you
have
get
mana
another
spent to
land.
counter it. Yeah, okay.
So we're going to cycle Drainus Stinger perhaps and then throw some Zenith Flares. No, they hold it up right here.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you kind of want to play around counter spells, so I have no qualms with just cycling the Stinger and launching the first of four Zenith Flares. You expect that maybe one of them is going to get countered because you need to be aware of the possibility that the Foretold card is a Saw It Coming, and you also know that Miscast is in the deck. So I did not really see a great reason to not fire off a Zenith Flare on your turn.
And there's the Kazandu Mammoth is going to come down. Of course, when landfall hits it, it's going to get that +2/+2 on its side and drain a Stinger. Now going to start to cycle. And now you got to start thinking about things like Flourishing Fox. Zenith Flare come out, going to hit for 6. Is it going to go face or is it going to go on the side of the Mammoth? We'll see what we have here. But a miscast going to thwart some plans for now. But I just wonder if Victor Moreno is going to be very surprised to see just how many Zenith Flares are in the hand of Doomenstein.
Come on, Doomenstein, just fire it off now. Let's go.
Let's see it flared up. We're going to see some flares. We're going to see some pathways come down. We'll see. We'll kind of take a look, deciding which colors we want to go with. Here comes another flare. It's going to be 8 damage flying towards the face of their opponent. Now they gain 4 life, and now down to 9 life is Victor Moreno, just like that. And they're trying to, now they're on the back foot. They got to say, all right, we got to stay alive. Maybe Kazandu Mammoth can do something, but no, 28 life is your opponent. That's the beauty of Zenith Flares, that not only is it hitting your opponent's face, but you're gaining life at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Victor is going to be like, oh, I'll 5 you, and then Doomenstein's going to untap and be like, okay, take 9, you're dead. Oh, okay, so we did have enough mana to cast the Epiphany. I mean, this still isn't enough by any means.
Not enough just yet, but we do see a Love-Struck Beast. We have Bone Crusher Giant. We might see what else is coming down on this side. Another Kazandu Mammoth is going to get buffed up again. Still just might not be enough. You've seen 2 Zenith Flares. They can't possibly have a third. It's insane that they would have a 4th in their hand. That's just what Doomenstein has right now. And they're going to just expend resources trying to get themselves enough to put enough pressure on the cycling deck. But the cycling deck has plenty of burn in their hand as well.
Yeah, so all we have to do here is cycle 1 card and Zenith Flare for the win.
Zenith Flare for the win. Here it comes. 9 damage to the face. Gonna punch down and win this game and take down Victor Moreno right there. It was a hugely impressive spot by seeing that many Zenith Flare-ins. And now we go to the sideboard side of things. And looking at the Teamer mid-range and the cycling decks, there's some things you can do against Teamer mid-range. I'm interested to see where does cycling go? Do they take more of a controlling matchup with their sideboarding? Do they try to get more aggressive with it? What do you do here?
So you, as the cycling player, you're going to have to accept that post board your Zenith Flares are going to get worse, depending on whether your opponent has some form of graveyard hate. And you will see people firing off Zenith Flares on creatures more often post board because you tend to bring in other ways to win. Though from what I saw, it looks like Doomenstein sideboarded with a very light touch, so they might still be relying on the Zenith Flare plan post board.
The old light touch sideboard is what we might see on the side here. Meanwhile, the Teamer mid-range deck still trying to think about what it wants to bring in here. Of course, in its sideboard, it's got things like Ox of Agonis, Cloithus, God of Destiny, Elder Gargaroth. It's got Mystical Disputes and Miscast, which will probably be good things to have as well. What are you looking at on here? If you're looking at, do you just board in things like your Saw It Comings? Do you need things like Demon Bolt for some reason to deal with those 0-4s if you think they're sticking around? What's the sideboard plan of the Teamer deck?
So I like bringing in the whichever chunkier threat I have in the sideboard. Usually that's just going to be Gargaroth. I think Gargaroth lines up so well against the cycling deck, and it can just kind of go unanswered and win the game for Teamer without you having to do much else. So I like going with Gargaroth plus counter spells if that's what your sideboard configuration allows you to do.
We got Triumph Pathway, Startling Development, 1 land. We do mulligan that spot, but now 2 lands with a lot of cyclers.
Was that a multi-5? Okay,
just a mold of 6. All right. Just a mold of 6 on that one, but not bad. You got your Triumph to fix your colors on turn 1. You got a Pathway. You got a lot of those cheap cycling decks as well. Another Frostveil Ambush into the hand, so you're going to be on the back foot a little bit. But meanwhile, on the side of the Teamer deck, a bunch of Bone Crusher Giants. You got the Kazandu Mammoths. You got your Pathways online as well. Some good choices here from both sides here. I'm going to be interested to see. It's really going to be whether or not I think this cycling deck can cycle into its other land drops, because right now they're sitting at 2 and they need to cycle into more.
Yeah, I like this. I like this play by Doomenstein. It shows like awareness of the matchup as well. Like you're basically never going to play a 2-drop, a 2-2 in this situation, because like if it gets stomped, you just lose so much value. And yeah, not playing the 2-2 forced Victor into just stomping face, which I think is fine because they have another one rolled up.
Now we're going to see, of course, Frostvale Ambush sitting down there. There's 2 more Frostvale Ambush into hand. Frostvale Ambush is like Zenith Flares in this game right now. And so Doom, the Giant comes down, the 4-3. It's going to start really putting some pressure on. And now Frostvale is going to come out. Still no land. Here comes Ambush. It needs to find a land. Does it find one? There it is. The pathway comes down. They really needed that land. And yet still, they need to continue on with this pace. And the Valiant Rescuer is going to be pretty important here to at least generate some tokens, go wide, and stop some of the pressure from the Teamer deck.
It would be able to do a lot of good work if Victor just didn't have the second stop. As it is, we're gonna have to be satisfied with 1 token and another, a redraw. I'm trying to think. So at this point, this does like kind of illustrate how Zenith Flares tend to be better used against creatures post board, because Teamer is able to set up with things like Soul Seer to deal with the creature threats. They might have access to more miscasts or counter spells in general, so they're able to put more pressure on you, especially if they're on the play.
So a startling development comes down. There's the first Zenith Flare onto the side of Doomenstein, but still no lands. They might miss that 4th land drop, so they need to be able to find some pieces in which to keep their board going, keep things rolling the way they need to. And now this Bone Crusher Giant going to be blocked early, but it's going to need more answers here if we don't have the mana on the side of Doomenstein, which we will find out here next turn. There's another pathway off the top, so still sticking with getting those lands each turn.
I'm not okay. So I imagine that Victor has a blue man up, so Doomenstein is not willing to fire off the Zenith Flare on the Bone Crusher Giant, even though I think that I would be looking to do that to save myself some life.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes here from some of the spots. So here comes the Bone Crusher Giant. It's going to go in for some damage, and this time Doomenstein's going to let it happen so that 2/2 Drainage Stinger can stick back down, because the more we cycle with that Drainage Stinger, the more we just kind of slowly kind of do pings to our opponent. So maybe something like a Zenith Flare could go over the top. Meanwhile, Kazandu Mammoth comes down, and that's going to start buffing things till the end of turn. So now some 2 formidable pieces right there on the side of the Teamer deck. Now Go for Blood is going to cycle and just kind of do its thing. We still need to find some land drops, and we still need to find answers for this board.
So I think that does seem like the plan, to drain with the Drainage Stinger and then get in for a big Zenith Flare. But I almost would have rather just cycled the Stinger, because Doomenstein is not going to be able to attack with it. They're not going to be able to block. Like, they didn't block with it last turn. So what is it really doing in play, if not just dealing like 1 or 2 points of damage a turn, which is far outpaced by the massive chunks of 9 that Victor can currently come in for.
And now a bunch of answers. Yeah. Now a bunch of answers on the counter side of things with Miscast, and now a Mystical Dispute. Now Brazen Borrower can bounce that Drainage Stinger right back if it needs to.
Oh, we're gonna see you might see a startling development here, and by that I mean not for Victor, but for Doomenstein.
Oh yes. Cycle starts up, still pinging things down. Startling development comes in. Until the end of turn, they're going to make something a 4/4. But nope, just keep cycling.
Okay. They're cycling it. Okay, so I just don't know how Doomenstein plans to win with this plan. I mean, obviously casting the startling development on the Drainage Stinger would not have worked out either, but I just don't see how else you're getting out of this game.
Is this a matter of just you're really trying to pin? Because look at this. I mean, if you keep cycling, keep running things down, all of a sudden your opponent gets within that single shot range, but you're also cycling to maybe find some of those blue spells so you can counter a counter to make sure that your Zenith Flare goes off.
Yeah, that's probably just the plan. And it's just, it might have looked better if Doomenstein had not just drawn 3 straight lands off cycles.
Improbable Alliance. This could be really solid here as well. This might get this will bait out a counterspell, because if not, this Improbable Alliance is going to create some of those token fodders to help block out what might be coming on the other side of the Teamer deck. Instead, it stays up and it's going to keep going, but no more cyclers on the side of Doomenstein. So, this 11 damage Zenith Flare is going to have to be used defensively. Otherwise, you're going to be staring at some pretty heavy hits here.
Yeah, so if Victor has 3 blue mana up, which it doesn't look like they did, they could have played Brazen Borrower, keeping Miscast up, and then attacked for lethal. But as it stands, they're going to be satisfied to just attack for 9 and keep up 2 counter spells and the additional interaction in the form of Brazen Borrower.
So now at 1 life, Dumenstein's going to need to cycle and hopefully find a way to kind of maneuver this Xenoflare around a counterspell. Boon of the Wishgiver, going to put on the cycling spot that's going to generate a token. We'll see what they pull up here, but it looks like right now this teamer deck's going to take this game number 2, a second Improbable Alliance now, and that doesn't have any cycling to go with it.
Not going to do it.
Does it have a way to activate?
That's the risk you run when you bring cycling to the tournament. Not only are you vulnerable to sideboard Soul Guide Lanterns, but you can also just draw cards in the wrong order. That is liable to happen.
So second Improbable Alliance comes down, but no more cyclers on the side of Dumenstein. It looks like that's all she wrote here for game number 2. And barring something insane happening, we will probably end up in a game number 3.
Yep, there's several ways to do this. I assume that the tapping mana on this turn meant that Victor also can keep up the counter spell for the Xenoflare, so there really is no way out here.
Nope, it does not look like it right here. And so the Xenoflare is sitting down. We're going to wait for the attacks to come in. We'll see the Xenoflare try to be played defensively, or probably just played straight to the face and gain a bunch of life. But of course, we see those counter spells on the side of the teamer deck. Going to do quick work of this Xenoflare and do quick work of game number 2 here in this matchup of the TGS Signature Series. So we go to game number 3 between these spots. And now that you're switching around who's on the play and who's on the draw, are there any other minor adjustments you'd sit there as well? I believe that might have been the end of the match as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think we're back to where we are. So we're going to continue on with that matchup. But I think from what I saw in that spot, that was probably game number 3. So that was probably the win right there for the teamer deck up against the Just Guys Study. Okay, no, it was game 2. I've just been told. We are coming back to that one. So we're making some minor adjustments there, and we're going to go to another kind of sideboarding between those spots. And we see already we're jumping back in on the side. So we didn't really get to see if there was any other minor adjustments to that sideboard guide, but now we see this cycling deck. And again, 1 mana, a lot of 1 mana cyclers. Do you take the risk and hold on to this one?
So cycling was one of the decks I seriously considered playing at the Kaldheim Champs, and I do think that you're supposed to keep 1 land hands most of the time, especially when you have a Fox in them. So just to answer your question earlier about how might you change things being on the play, the challenge with cycling is that you have access to some powerful sideboard cards like Glass Casket, your own Soul Guide Lanterns, and the challenge is determining how much do you want to dilute your cycling game plan to be able to answer what your opponent has going on. So on the draw, I think you're more pressured to bring in cards like Glass Casket, but on the play you can just have a hand like this where you go Fox into cycle, even though unfortunately we didn't see the second land drawn here.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was already a 1 mulligan on that side, so you kept a 1 lane hand. Is that a risky keep right there, or is it just what you need to do to try and win this thing?
I mean, this match has been just the archetypical cycling journey. You know, you draw 4 Xenoflares to win game 1 by a landslide. Game 2, your deck just doesn't function. In game 3, you have to sweat to draw the second land. But now that Dumenstein has, I think they're in a decent spot. So, okay, Demon Bolt. That is some technology for sure.
That's absolutely true. So we see Shredded Sails now into the hand for Dumenstein. Victor is looking at their mana base. They now are sitting at 3 mana, and this Bolt's going to come down, and it's a nice move here because you're thinking, all you have is Stomps. It's got 3 life. You can't do anything, and boom, Soul Seer comes down and deals with one of those spots as well. So great to see.
Dumenstein has okay. I was gonna say that Dumenstein maybe had a decision to make, because if you're worried about Demon Bolt from your opponent's deck, you're gonna want to keep up Startling Development to cast. But as it is, because they didn't do it that way, Victor's gonna be able to Demon Bolt the Fox without it getting out of range, and also play Clothis at the same time.
Which is just so close.
I mean, I don't know that it was necessarily the right play to hold up Startling Development, because then you might be vulnerable to a Stomp. But I guess you could cycle. Yeah, it's just a matter of knowing what you're supposed to play around.
Now Cloythus, God of Destiny, comes down. Improbable Alliance now down on the side of Doomstein. So both Flourishing Foxes have been dealt with, but now Improbable Alliance down. That's going to generate some tokens and consistently now making our land drops as we now see another pathway come down as well. But they might actually go with the Triumph. They're not really worried about cycling this time around. They want to keep that cycling fodder for those double draws so that Improbable Alliance can continue to make those evasive 1-1 flyers that can do a lot of damage themselves. They might not be a Flourishing Fox, but they are just nice pingers to have as well.
Yeah, and this third Flourishing Fox is gonna turn into a 1/1 fairy and a redraw, and which is also one of the strengths of this deck. So okay. I like that Victor has kind of identified that the way they're gonna win this game is with Clothis, and stomping a 1/1 fairy may not seem like a lot, but when you just have the extra mana, I do like preventing as much damage as you can.
Let's talk about the fact that Cloythus, God of Destiny, in the sideboard of this deck really is a pain in the butt for the cycling deck. And the fact it's not only dealing 2 damage, it's healing 2 life. It's 2 damage lifelink on the side of Cloythus, and that's just going to continue to kind of keep things at bay, so that maybe that Zenith Flare for 9 that would have been lethal now can't do it because they're consistently just gaining 2 life each time.
And one of my personal achievements that I haven't been able to get done, but I have seen on the opposite in the other side of the board, is to just attack with an animated Clothis for lethal, which is very within the range of possibility for the Teamer deck because of the double colored card, double pip cards like Obosh, Great Henge, and stuff like that.
Yeah, truly an amazing card to have, which, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of this Teamer deck, I think only had 2 copies of Cloythus in the sideboard. And really, it does everything you want to against the cycling deck. It's going to, mess up their graveyard. It's going to mess up their life, life total. It's going to do all of these wonderful things. Shredded Sail's now going to be cycled for Improbable Alliance to continue to try and make some pieces there. But now Frostveil Ambush is going to get cycled. Improbable Alliance now triggers. And we'll see what else
we're getting something going.
We got Go for Blood, which is going to help make some more tokeny things there.
Okay, yeah, both players looking to be a little bit out of gas, so it's going to be up to who draws better from now on. I think Ironcrag Pyromancer is just going to be an insane draw, and I do like the discipline to not play the Pyromancer and open it up to a removal spell.
Yeah, nice move right there, especially because you didn't have anything to immediately activate it with more cycling, because the Triumph was going to be 3 mana to cycle anyway. But we will see, it looks like perhaps an Obosh. We'll see some more mana come down. But, we look here, Cloythus is down. Here comes Obosh. And now only lands on the side of the Teamer deck. So they need to start finding some gas themselves.
Yep, so I like the jump here. And then the question is going to be whether Doomstein going to cycle the Triome. And okay, yeah. They seem to know their way around the deck, having decided pretty quickly that they were going to cycle the Triome.
Oh, no more cycling, no. So do you activate the Alliance right now? I know it costs a lot of mana, but do you activate it to draw and discard and hold on to that Pyromancer?
I think you're priced into it. I mean, that's why I was like, I was kind of urging Doomstein to think about cycling the Triome, because this can always happen, and having the sure cycler in hand is like a pretty strong thing to have access to.
Now we'll see what gets cycled out of here. It's a Zenith.
Okay.
Now in my hand.
Well, that's definitely going to hit an Obosh next turn.
So Improbable Alliance still triggers. It was a bit of an inefficient trigger, a 5 mana 1/1 doesn't seem like the best rate for use of your mana, but you'll take anything you can get, especially when this God of Destiny is going to consistently start pinging things down and start giving you life.
Yeah, and this is how kind of the cycling deck grinds games out, especially against Teamer. You set up some chumps, you make tokens every turn with Improbable Alliance, use Zenith Flare on creatures, and then hopefully you win either with like the accumulation of bolts with Ironcrag Pyromancer triggers, or you just draw enough Zenith Flares to get across for lethal. Though Victor is definitely making it hard by going wide here.
Yeah, we see the Lovestruck Beast come down with a 1/1, so it will be active unless the 1/1 is dealt with. We're going to have a pathway come down. We have the Pyromancer is going to show its face as well. So that comes down. Here comes Startling Development. It's going to cycle itself around. This is going to be a pretty sick turn. Yeah. We're going to see that move. Look at all the stuff that's going to happen on this side.
Okay. All right.
So Ironcrag Pyromancer takes out the 1/1 to deactivate the beast, and now we see Zenith Flare come down and heal and deal with Obosh. And so that was a pretty big turn right there, but still, the God of Destiny still kind of dwindling things down, harming the sides of the cycling deck as well. It's going to be still pinging face, doing some stuff. It's running out of gas though, but it still has some cycles to try and find its way out of it.
Yeah, so right now I think that the cycling deck is a little bit ahead because they have access to the repeatable effects, and Victor is only able to drain for 2 every turn. Um, the great thing is that Doomenstein is going to be able to make 1 to 2 fairies every turn for chump blockers, so we're going to need something from Victor to kind of break the stalemate, aside from the Clothis.
And so there's Clothis again. It's both of these sides. Look at just how this match is going to go. And only a miscast on the side of the Teamer deck. It needs to find one of its big, heavy hitters, but it can cycle itself because of these Triomes. So we see the Ketria Triome go through, and what goes into the hand of Victor, it's going to be a Lovestruck Beast.
Okay, so we're gonna this is good for Victor because it's gonna ensure that Lovestruck Beast the Lovestruck Beast in play is gonna be able to attack. So it's up to Doomenstein whether they feel the need to. Oh, that was perfect. Drawing a cycler there was incredible.
Big hit.
Because that means we get to kill the 1/1, making the 5/5 unable to attack. We make another fairy, and we're finally kind of clawing out of that damage deficit that Clothis has gotten the cycling deck into.
And now we have another Improbable Alliance into the hand for Doomenstein and a cycler, so we can start doing some double tokens if we wanted to, and that's exactly what it looks like we're going to be doing here.
I love it. I love this grindy plan from the cycling deck. So by playing cards like Ironcrag Pyromancer, you lose access to Lurrus in the sideboard, but I think that that's worth it when the 3-drop you're playing can just take over a game like that.
Yeah, there's fun stuff happening on that side of things. But of course, we lost the feed there real quick. We'll be getting that back in just a little bit once we have that rolling. But we saw what that cycling deck was doing, as we see right there. Clothis is still doing its thing, but those double Improbable Alliances, that is going to make this huge, huge wide board, which is really awesome to see. And meanwhile, the Teamer deck's still not drawing what it needs to. All it has is a miscast and a couple of inactive 5/5s. The Riverglide pathway with these Improbable Alliances, they're going to be able to continue to draw and find what they need.
Yeah, we're even at that spot where just drawing like 5 straight lands isn't going to be that bad because we're getting triggers off any draw anyway. So like any draw, like drawing any card is basically good. Like we want Zenith Flares, we want more Improbable Alliance, we'd be happy with more Pyromancers. Like I don't see how Victor can come back from this barring like 2 or 3 straight Alrund's Epiphanies.
Yeah, what a turn of events here as we see the cycling deck. For a while, it's like, is it going to be out of gas? But no, these Improbable Alliances do great. Now a Zenith Flare comes back down, so they're going to be able to activate one of these Improbable Alliances and find what it needs.
I'm not a huge fan. Well, we're kind of just nitpicking at this point. But if you were going for a Zenith, I hope that like Doomenstein does not go for the Zenith Flare here because it would turn on the miscast on Victor's side. Oh, that was a heads up play.
Smart move. Very smart move. So this is going to activate everything.
They were very aware of the possibility that a counterspell could be stuck in Victor's hand, and just getting rid of the Zenith Flare means that you can continue churning through your deck and getting triggers without having to worry about one of your spells being countered.
Very smart move, and now we're going to see a bunch of pingers come down too. Is this lethal right here, or is it just going to take us down to 1, or actually going to use a defensive Bone Crusher Giant to take out one of these 1/1s to keep us going?
It's functionally lethal because Victor's going to go down to 2 here, and whether Doomenstein decides to cycle next turn and try to go for a double cycler or just untap and win from there, I think that there's just nothing Victor can do here.
Yeah, Clothis
okay, so we're going to... Not even... Is this...
Cycle into cycle. Okay, there it is.
Well, when you're definitely going to draw another cycler off your first cycler, then the play is easy to make.
Nice. Cycle happens. The Pyromancers shoot down Victor Saya and the Teamer mid-range deck, and Jeskai cycling pulls out the victory 2-1. Really, really interesting match that we saw right there, Nick, between that cycling deck and that mid-range deck. And as we talked about, that's you said yourself that you were really heavily considering playing cycling in the Kaldheim Championship, and we saw just what it could do right there. For a while, I was watching that and just being like, well, how does this cycling deck win? Clothis is out there. It's harming their graveyard. It's dealing damage and healing. How is it can possibly pull itself out? But it has a lot of tools to either play the control, play the aggressive, go wide, play defensive. It can do a lot of different things, especially when it's piloted as well as it was right there.
That was really kind of a cycling story in three parts. That's what you are gonna have to expect if you pick up cycling. You're gonna win some games easily because you drew a bunch of Zenith flares. You're gonna lose to just not drawing the right cards, and then you're gonna be able to have these awesome games where you just look so far behind. But with you're gonna be able to MacGyver a win with an improbable alliance and then some cycling lands. So I definitely recommend picking the deck up if you haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, you can always figure out a way in which you just want to like take over a game. It's kind of like a puzzle that needs to be solved, right? You just kind of put around and saying like, what pieces do I have in which to find the deck, which is really important in a lot of these matchups. You need to be able to identify: am I the aggressor? Am I the control deck? How am I going to win? And what is my opponent going to do to try and like prevent me from winning that game? And you saw just in the fact of things like, you know what? Normally when you see Zenith Flare, your eyes light up, and we're like, great. There's my win condition. I'm going to throw it at my face. And right there, what we saw is, nope, we're going to put the Zenith Flare away. It's probably not going to happen. And they probably have a counterspell. There was a lot of good reads that happened so they could actually know how exactly am I going to win this match. It's not through Zenith Flares. It's through minion damage and Ironcrag Pyromancers.
For sure. Like, even though the primary game plan is to just cycle all your spells, the fact that you have access to pretty decent mana means that every cycle you make, you should really be thinking about, am I going to be able to cast one of these spells per game? That's why when you just have a hand full of cycling cards, you need to make sure you're cycling your worst card first. Would I rather cycle this Go for Blood first and keep the Startling development for my Flourishing Fox later, or do I want to, cycle this Boon of the Wishgiver because I know that the game's not going to go long enough for me to draw 4 cards? Because if you're at that point where you're able to cast the spells that you would otherwise be cycling, that either means that you're pretty desperate, which means the effect would help you get back into the game, or that you're so far ahead that just casting the spells gets you more value than whatever they would trigger by cycling them.
Absolutely. So we saw and even though we've have a lot of mono red aggro going on, we're seeing a lot of really cool matchups and archetypes here in the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. And when we come back, which should be very soon, we'll get to see round 4 and a whole nother round of feature matches coming up. So make sure to stick with us. The cycles are rolling, the adventures are being taken, and aggro is trying to smash its way to victory. This is the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. My name is Brasky. I'm joined by Inextrad Nick Price. And Nick, we've seen some great matchups so far here in the first few rounds, and now we're getting up to round number 4, and we'll get a chance to see even more of the cool decks that we've been seeing. Obviously there's a lot of aggro that's sitting out there, but we still have yet to see things like, Sultai Ultimatum, which we get to see right now, and a really cool Teamer Adventures deck up right now between Bob Molly and La Critura Bebe. Of course, Bob Molly is Guillermo Jose Payano, and on the other side, Fabrizio Anteri on that Teamer deck as well. And you're telling me and showing me some things about this Teamer deck. For instance, that Coma, pretty important piece, as well as some pieces like Luca as well.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how there's different kinds of Naya decks. There's Teamer Obosh, there's Teamer Nobosh, and there's also this Teamer deck that plays the Adventure package, but also has the package of Luca, Coppercoat Outcast, and Coma, Cosmos Serpent. So what you're able to do with that package is Luca can +1 and exile 3 cards and cast those creatures for as long as you have a Luca in play, or can just exile a Bone Crusher and just turn it into a Coma, and that's just yet another powerful engine that you can use to go over the top of your opponent.
Seems like a pretty decent thing to jump into. It's like, oh yeah, this Bone Crusher Giant, everyone knows about that. All of a sudden, oh yeah, big Cosmos Serpent. It's going to be staring you down in the face. Meanwhile, on the side of Bob Molly, rolling with the Sultai Ultimatum deck right here. And so we see the island is going to come down, and the Wolf Willow Haven. I mean, this is what Sultai wants to do, unless they maybe want to hold up Omen of the Sea. No, they're kind of deciding what they want to do. But this is kind of Sultai's bread and butter, right? We're going to sit there, control the game early, ramp into our big stuff, and hopefully find that ultimatum, which will then get us that victory.
Yeah, so I think one thing that you do need to worry about when you're playing against an adventures deck is that when you play your Wolf Willow Haven, if you don't follow it up with a land, your opponent could bounce it with Borrower, and then you'd be like kind of in the hole in terms of mana. But I think Anteri had better things to do with his mana than to bounce a Wolf Willow Haven, so that worked out fine for Bob Molly.
Yep, and so we see some options here on the side of the Yorion deck. They have some places, they can go with Cultivate, which I think think is a nice move here. Just continue on the ramp plan and give yourself some opportunities to hold up things like, that Omen, maybe use that Eliminate, maybe use the Heartless Act, depending on what the needs are right now. What do you think if you're going to hold up some mana here? Actually, I don't think they have it right now at this point. But, with all the answers that you see right there, even things like Shadow's Verdict, at what point is it really just about weighing the value of your opponent's board to decide, or their opponent's pieces to decide, this is the thing I need to answer, or do I hold up some of my answers for something that might be more important? Is that kind of the key in this matchup? What does the Sultai deck need to do to compete against something like this huge Coma that might be coming out here sooner rather than later?
So the game plan of Sultai Ultimatum is pretty much like your deck is made up of, I guess, like 3 rough categories: removal, ramp, and your win con package. So I do like setting it up so that you're ramping as much as you can. So by the time your opponent has built out a considerable board, as long as they haven't played anything you need to answer right away, you can cast 2 removal spells per turn, and that's how you get ahead before you cast your ultimatum. That's what Bob Molly did this game. They cast Wolfwillow Haven, they cast Cultivate. They kind of ignored what was going on Antari's side of the board until now. They can use Elspeth Nightmare and still hold up Heartless Act or Eliminate to deal with whatever Antari plays next, hopefully.
And you could even just put Yorion into hand right now. That might be the move as well, because you have 3 mana up. You don't think you're going to see anything really, really threatening that you need to answer right away. So might as well just use that mana efficiently, put Yorion into your hand, and get ready to use it as you might see fit to bounce what you need to bounce. And now the Wolfwillow Haven goes back to the hand of Bob Molly to help reduce some of that ramp. And now we see some pathways. Coma sitting down there. Lovestruck Beast could come down as well. A few options here, but still trying to weigh what is the best move for this teamer deck.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting decision, because like bouncing the Wolfwillow Haven was nice, but you also gave up the ability to just play a Brazen Borrower and attack for 3. So it could be that Antari is just worried about something like Shadow's Verdict, and that's why they chose to use their cards more, get more use out of their cards rather than just trying to be aggressive.
Now you have information on the side of the Sultai Ultimatum thanks to that Elspeth's Nightmare, and they know, it's only creatures in a pathway, but those 2 creatures that they saw, a couple of them were Comas, and so now they get to really weigh what their options is. Now you know what your opponent has. How does that change how the Sultai deck plays out this turn?
Well, I mean, it is great to have the info about what your opponent has. The downside, well, I guess what's unfortunate for Bob Molly is that their hand doesn't line up very well against the double Coma. So they'll know that the coast is clear for them to be able to fire off a Shadow's Verdict here, but without an ultimatum, Coma is gonna be able to take over the board.
And there goes Shadow's Verdict clearing the board yet again. And now on the side of the teamer deck, they now have another Brazen Borrower into their hand, so they can still continue bounce things as they want. They can sit there and roll with the pathway and maybe just play out both sides of a Lovestruck Beast, which might be the right play to play here. And, you can see what they got going for themselves. They're at 6 mana. They still need to find that 7th piece for Coma. But chances are we're going to see Coma come sooner rather than later, so maybe just empty out the hand and still present some good threats to see what this Sultai deck can do.
Yeah, ideally when you have kind of an unstoppable threat like Coma, what you want to be able to do is you want to pressure. Oh, okay.
Ooh,
well,
that's an ultimatum.
I was gonna say you want to pressure your opponent enough to not be able to set up future turns, but this deck has the advantage of just always being able to draw the I win button. So we're gonna see what pile Bob Molly decides to put together here. It seems like something like Alrund's Epiphany, Vorinclex, and Kiora Best Sea God could do the trick, though they might go a different way with this.
Yeah, it's usually 2 of the 3, and then there's a couple of, you can kind of flex that 3rd pick. So there's the really nice looking Vorinclex there. You might also go with Valky, God of Lies, which could be put in there as well. And then maybe this next one. So I think maybe Kiora Best the Sea God goes with this. I think that's probably the way to go. Maybe they go with another Elspeth's Nightmare, or even an Elder Gargaroth. Nope, they will go with the Kiora Best, the Sea God. So look at those 3 huge and powerful spells. One of them will stay out, the other 2 will come to fruition and start really doing some damage. So what do you pick here, knowing that you have these 3 crazy things? Kiora Best, the Sea God, and Valky, God of Lies are the 2 choices.
You really have to put back Alrund's Epiphany, because the extra turn is just going to be able to give Bob Molly so much mana. The interesting thing is that Okay, see, I think that this was a heads-up play. Like, this is something that I wanted to highlight. When you're choosing the order of your spells to cast off Ultimatum, you really want to cast Tibalt last, because if you cast Tibalt and then you cast something with a trigger like Kiora Best Sea God, your opponent is going to be able to do something like bounce the Tibalt before you're able to activate it. So this is just something to watch out for. And what I was saying was that these choices are good because both of them are able to deal with the Coma in different ways. So Kiora Best Sea God can gain control of a Coma eventually, and Tibalt can just exile it.
And now there's Luca, the Copper Coat Outcast, which usually pulls out some comas. But those comas are already sitting down there, and the comas are not even coming out because they didn't draw a land. So now you got a couple of Brazen Borrowers that can no longer bounce things. A really tricky situation for this teamer deck.
Yeah, I like this deck a lot because if you remember the time in Standard when the Jeskai Luca deck when Yorion wasn't when Yorion still had the the ability to cast it right away. Like Luca didn't have a plus ability; it was basically only to polymorph. But here you have more options. Though it looks like
They saw the writing on the wall,
Yeah.
saw the lands they did not have and the serpents that were in hand, and said, you know what, let's pick it up and let's go to a game number 2. And now we go to the sideboards of each of these spots. So we can see already some of the things like Fire Prophecy getting taken out. We see some other spots. Maybe these Shark Typhoons have a place as well. And then we look on the side of the Sultai. What's the situation over here? Are we kind of looking to bring in more comas, less than? What are we looking maybe for some duresses to mess up our opponents? What's the move here?
From the Sultai side, I'm kind of interested in getting rid of some of the removal that doesn't line up so well, and that could be Elspeth's Nightmare in this case. And I am interested in bringing in Mystical Disputes because um, you need to be able to counter your opponent's 5-mana Luca. You need to be able to protect your own ultimatums from your opponent's counter spells. So looks like we're getting a good view of how Bob Molly is siding here.
Yeah, they're really trying to make a decision here of how they really want to approach this, which is interesting. They're kind of down to that one card. They might take some things out and put some things in. You look at those Mystical Disputes, they haven't boarded any of those in right now. So is that something, or maybe they're deciding that they want to go a different route? If you were not going to bring in Mystical Disputes, what is the route to go with?
Yeah, I think the hesitancy to bring in Mystical Dispute could be because Coma is just uncounterable, so you're gonna need something else to deal with that. I do like the Gargaroth also. I do like having access to the Gargaroth in this matchup, so it looks like we went with another light sideboarding touch. Not really much to transform the deck into post board.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. And now we see on the sides of both of these players, the Sultai picks up what they want. They like what they see. I think as well, you got some lanes. You got a Wolf Willow Haven. You got a Balagad Recovery to get some recursion there. And an Alrund's Epiphany now into hand. So we see the early spots. And already we see like Edgewall Innkeepers. We see some Foretells. Lots of resources on the sides of both of these players. This is going to be a good match right here, knowing that no one's really devoid of resources right now. I'm going to be interested to see which deck is going to pull out the victory here.
Yep, I mean Timur here has like a pretty ideal start. Turn one Princess token, turn 2 maybe bounce the Wolf Willow Haven, and then you can decide whether you want to run out the borrower or like wait until you have the Innkeeper. But there's just a lot of options, and that's kind of the hallmark of the adventure package right now in Standard. Between pathways, adventures, and these foretell cards, you just really need to take some time to think about how you're going to sequence your turn.
And right away, it's still holding things up to see if they want to bounce something instead. Clearwater Pathway looks like the option that's going to be played out right here, given some blue mana to the Sultai deck. And this might be a turn where they don't want to make any moves, so might as well just put Yorion in the hand, knowing that it can just stay there because you might need it to, I don't know, blink something like, the Binding of the Old Gods is always a good thing to come through. And now behold the multiverse. Everyone loves it in Limited, and now we get to see its power in Standard as we get to put 2 cards to the bottom of the deck and find what else we want to bring out as well.
Yep, I mean the decision to put Yorion in your hand is a good one because it's a way to spend your mana without turning on your opponent's counter spells. But Anteri was able to kind of offset that by having the Behold the Multiverse on Foretell. So even if Bob Molly was able to use their mana without activating any of Anteri's cards, Anteri was able to respond by filtering their draw and getting some card advantage without having to untap and waste the mana.
And there's the Innkeeper that comes down, leaving up enough mana to do some bouncing or maybe even do some mystical disputing. And now we're going to see Binding of the Old Gods get flashed out. Are we going to see this one countered? I don't think we will.
Yeah, I like letting this go because your Innkeeper, you have another Innkeeper in hand, and B, you're going to be able to draw a card off of it. So this binding is very minimal. Like it's affected the board minimally, and you're going to be able to transition more into this tempo plan where you're holding up the Mystical Dispute, you're holding up another Borrower. You know that your opponent is likely holding just a bunch of expensive spells because they put Yorion into their hand. Oh, you see that? Like, are we playing the 5/5? Nope, we are holding up Interaction instead.
Now, Binding of the Old Gods is going to ramp us next and put out some pieces there. We have another swamp, so a good amount of mana there. And the Yorion Sky Nomad comes out. Is it going to see that Mystical Dispute? That is exactly what is probably coming out on the side. And there it goes. Yorion does not get the blink, but it does use up a counter spell. Meanwhile, Brazen Borrower is going to trigger Edgewell Innkeeper. And now we get to see why this Adventures deck is so powerful.
Yeah.
It's drawing cards, it's got pressure, it's doing what it wants to do, and already down to 5 life on the side of Sultai.
I like the sequencing here, making sure you attack first before you possibly play the Luca and turn it into a Coma. Is that what's going to happen? Are we going to see it? I want to see some polymorphing. There, yeah, we are going to see it.
Luca comes down, a Brazen Borrower goes away, and a gigantic Serpent takes its place. It's going to make up some coils. It's going to prevent counters. It's going to do so many things. And that's why it's one of the best cards in Kaldheim.
I mean, Coma answering the question right now of who is the bigger noodle.
Do you want the Sky Noodle or do you want the big Cosmos Noodle?
Do you perhaps want the Tagliatelle Grande, or like the Linguini's not going to cut it?
I always think the Linguini cuts it, but this time around it just happens to be the Space Noodle that's probably going to take over right now. Omen of the Sea comes down, trying to find some sort of answer for what it needs. Pathways are not what we want. We need something else to help us keep rolling and going. And Binding of the Old Gods can certainly do some stuff, but if this comes down and prevents something else happening, can we still do Alaron's Epiphany?
So right now, it was a really heads-up play to tap the land. Like that's something that you may miss if you're not super familiar with Coma. But Coma can also sacrifice a Serpent to tap down a land on the upkeep. And yeah, so you're gonna be able to binding something. So the Coma's gonna go away, but that's still gonna be lethal for Anteri.
Yeah, just they had a good amount of answers, but not for all of the questions posed by that Teamer deck. And smashing of the face will happen, and an even up 1-1 here in this matchup. And really, really fun stuff to see from that Adventures deck. But now it gets to play on the draw, and now we get to see, again, that Sultai deck says, no changes. I'm at where I'm at. I don't need to change anything. Let's roll back into it. Now on the Teamer deck, now the fact that you're going to be playing on the draw, is there some other shift that you make with this deck?
I think that counter spells like this Baneful Stroke might get better, but since you already have them in, I'm not sure exactly what you'd want to change. It doesn't look like there's much to bring in. I don't necessarily think that a Wilt would be that impactful. Like I could see it bring it in on the draw so that you cut your opponent off of Wolf Willow Haven mana, but that's not exactly where you want to be in this matchup. You want to be casting adventures every turn, impacting the board while also having creatures to cast off of the adventure spell. So yeah, it's going to be, I think, the same thing.
Yeah, they say let's just run it back and let's jump back into game number 3 here in round number 4 of the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. And early on, we see a couple of pathways, some good mana, Jari Disruption and Kiora Best the Sea God and Binding of the Old Gods. Alaron's Epiphany, is heavy spells there. This might be a toss here for the Sultai deck.
I mean, the hand I think is decent, but you just hate to see your ultimatum targets in your opening hand. It's not that like this matchup isn't exactly a fast one, so I think you can rely on getting to 7 mana, but you just would prefer to have more interaction early on.
Yeah, and that's truly not what it has right now. And then, of course, Alaron's Epiphany. I mean, you could foretell it right now. You might as well just need to make use of your mana. It's a very slow start for the Sultai deck, but it might have time to get there. Of course, an Edgewell Innkeeper and a Brazen Borrower might think differently in terms of things it can draw itself into.
Yeah, and without the mana up for Jwari Disruption, Anteri doesn't have to worry about playing the Innkeeper here. I think it's probably fine to just leave it. Though I think there was some argument to playing the Innkeeper, so you could draw a card off Borrower the following turn. I guess you couldn't unless you drew a blue source. So yeah, I think this is the play.
Yeah, both just biding their times. Yorion again goes back into hand. We haven't seen it make a huge impact on the game just yet, but meanwhile, resources are being had. They're both sides sizing the other up, trying to figure out what they want to do here. And again, we're just foretelling. We're putting things into our hand. But the more time you give a Sultai deck, usually the worse off it is. So it's only a matter of time before Team Adventures really has to weigh its resources, making sure to keep up enough answers to some potential huge swings.
Yeah, and you saw that Anteri decided to, instead of keeping up Disdainful Stroke and Borrower, to just foretell the Behold the Multiverse. I love plays like that because it means that you know what your opponent could be casting next turn, and you're aware that it's just not something to be worried about. And as you see, like, to not waste mana, Bob Molly was forced to kind of cast an Elspeth Nightmare only for the duress effect. It's going to help. I mean, discarding a Disdainful Stroke really helps pave the way for some big spells later on, but it's just not a great use of your mana to spend three mana to discard one card.
It's true, but at the very least, you do gain that information of knowing exactly what's in your opponent's hand right now. And that information is really valuable for when you might want to make some of your big plays and turns. You know that you need to put things out like, I don't know, maybe a Yorion that could eventually take out another Disdainful Stroke. And now you know all the counter spells are out of your opponent's hands, so that perhaps that Binding the Old Gods or maybe even a Kiora Best the Sea God maybe doesn't have that answer. And a Luca into the hand now for the Team Adventures deck.
Okay. So we didn't play the Luca. We weren't interested in card advantage. So I guess we're just trying to draw a card off Borrower and then also cast Behold the Multiverse. So you want to restock your hand, look for counter spells to be able to deal with the 7 drops that your opponent is likely to have next turn. Except you're gonna have to find the counter spell now.
Yep, that's going to be a thing that needs to be had. So we might Behold the Multiverse, see what we can find to answer an Alrund's Epiphany that has been foretold. So it's going to take an extra turn unless we find a counterspell right here. It looks like they are shuffling both to the bottom of the deck. What comes off the top? Brazen Borrower. Okay. Those are not answers, and another turn going to be had by the Sultai deck.
Yeah, it's not so bad because, I mean, Anteri doesn't know this, but Bob Molly doesn't have the untapped land to cast a 7-drop, but yeah, you want to wait until, I mean, it's the same thing, but you definitely want to wait until the binding targets something. Yeah.
So now the adventure card comes out, Brazen Borrower, the 3/1 flyer comes down. Of course, it's kind of being met by a couple of 1/1 flyers as well. I don't think they need to attack. They're just going to hold back as that spot. And so we're going to see red mana come down. We're going to see Luca show up.
The negate is going to ruin Anteri's day here.
Negate pulled off the top. It was just pulled off the top. You're going to be able to untap,
slam the Kiora Best the Sea God.
And now Extinction Event into the hand. Now you can ramp yourself even more. Man, that was a heck of a couple of series of events there. What a group of turns right there for the Sultai deck, just maneuvering around some of the big plays that the Teamer Adventure deck wants to do. And that might be enough to seal this up unless Teamer can figure another way out to swing this game back over to their side.
It really highlights how individually powerful all of the Sultai Ultimatum's cards are, like the deck's cards are, because you know, we started with Anteri having 2 Disdainful Strokes. One of them was taken by the Nightmare, one of them traded for a Yorion, but then Bob Molly just had so much gas in the tank to be able to play the Binding, negate the Luca, and then slam the Kiora Best Sea God, which is just extremely hard to interact with.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now you have this big 8/8 hexproof that needs to be dealt with. And now Bone Crusher Giant, Clothis God of Destiny. You know, the clock is ticking, the pressure is on, but there's still things that you can try and do and pull off here if you're the Teamer Adventures deck. But you can't, you know, if you overextend yourself too much, then an Extinction Event's just still going to wipe you out completely anyway.
Yeah, so even without the Extinction Event, Bob Molly's going to be able to tap down whatever Anteri has with a second chapter of Kiora Bests, and then they're also going to be able to just steal the best permanent. So it's like Anteri finds himself between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah, what do you do if you're the Teamer deck? What's your way around this thing?
You draw exactly like 3-drop into Luca after the Kiora Best Sea God steals another 3-drop, and then you get your Coma and hope that's enough. That seems to be it.
Yeah, that might be the way this deck has to roll. Wolf Willow Haven now into the hand of the Sultai deck. Kira Best the Sea God going to sit there and tap what it wants to. It's going to be able to do a bunch of other things as well. Pressure is going to be added on. The clock is ticking. Answers are being ahead. And this teamer is running out of things to do if it's going to try and find a way to win here in round number 4.
Yeah, we're going to need either a Coma or a Luca here, I think. And that's going to be the way that Anteri needs to get back into this game.
Yeah, both of these players are 3-0, so they really want to keep the pace of sticking into that top 8, and this is a huge game for specifically that. If you can sit there and be sitting at 4-0 through the first half of this entire Swiss, like, you're going to be feeling really good. Meanwhile, Brazen Bar were doing what it can to hold off the pressure, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough.
Yep, and even if Anteri had found the Coma there, he would have had to worry about the QR Best Sea God stealing it. So it's just so rough to find a way to dodge both the 8/8 attacker and the next 2 chapters of the QR Bests. So yeah. Okay, that's we're still alive, but the Gargaroth. So we're gonna steal the 3/1. We're gonna attack for 1 million. Shark Typhoon's gonna prevent 8 of that damage. And then we're back
or
finding a Coma.
Do you hold back, take yourself to 1, so you maybe can Shark Typhoon back out and do some other things? But no, it just needs to protect right here.
Yeah, fortunately, if you do draw the Luca, in the next 1 or 2 draw steps, you have access to playing Brazen Bar and then getting Coma from there. But we are getting to the point with that Gargaroth that even with the Coma, it's looking very difficult.
Yeah, it just looks like there's not much else.
So
it's just a bunch of lanes in hand. Not much else the Teamer Adventures deck can do besides maybe just hit and escape and go into concede unless it thinks there's some other way to try and get itself out of this to protect for 1 more round. Maybe? Question mark.
I think that definitely you're gonna try and see what you draw here, but the trample from the Gargaroth is just so brutal. I guess, okay, so Love Struck Beast is exactly what you needed to maybe not die. But the thing is, you need to be able to play the Love Struck Beast token to block the 8/8. You need the 5/5 to block the Gargaroth along with the 2/2, and you need the Borrower maybe to get in the way of the 3/1. It just looks like there isn't enough mana for all of that.
Yeah, there just might not be enough chances to do all that you need to do to keep alive on this one. And the Teamer Adventures deck really on the back foot here. It looks like it doesn't have much else to do, but besides try and do whatever it can to stay alive here in round number 4.
Yep.
So there's
we also have just the Shadow's Verdict to clear all the blockers and attack with the Gargaroth for the win.
Yep, nothing else to be done on that side of things. We see the pathway. We're kind of taking stock. There's 2 mana open on your opponent's side. So do you have to sit there and say, okay, what if they have the counter? Like, do we go for do we go for it here or not?
So I think you have to go for it because, well, if you go for it, you're gonna get your lethal attack wrecked by another Brazen Borrower bouncing the Gargaroth. Even a negate isn't so bad because you get a negate out of their hand, and you make it so that they have to chomp down to 1 life. So I like going for it, and then if they have negate, it's the same thing. It's the same as if you didn't cast it. So, I mean, we're really just finding out what is the most lethal line here.
Yeah, we know, we can see what's on our side. It's like all you have to do is play that, but it's so tense when you just see the amount of mana and the cards in hand. On your opponent, you have to ask yourself, am I going to roll with it? Is that what we're going to do? Instead, they're going to draw a card off of Elder Gargaroth, eliminate now into the hand. That's a great
another way. So, yeah. So without the priority stop, we'll know that Bob Molly just won. But I like kind of taking that compromise play and just attacking and seeing what you draw off the Gargaroth. So, yeah, congrats to Bob Molly. They are they 4-0 now?
They are 4-0. They were both 3-0. So now they go to 4-0 on that side of things as Bob Molly. And so they take 4-0. We saw Sultai do its thing and take down Teamer Adventures. And we continue on with our round 4 coverage here of the TGS Signature Series presented by the Daily Hive. And of course, we have to remember some of our other sponsors on this one because I don't know about you, Nick, but that kind of match took it out of me. I need to get some energy going a little bit more, which is why I'm super thankful for our other sponsor, Red Bull. And of course, Red Bull article, Campus Clutch is inviting students from more than 50 countries to represent their country, leading to a world final later in the year. And Canadian qualifiers are going to take place on March 27th, on April 10th, and April 24th. And more info and registration can be found at redbull.ca/Campus Clutch. And it's giving folks some wings, perhaps wings that you would find on a Sky Noodle, as we continue to see what matchups and archetypes are going to do best here as we continue on in round 4's coverage. I'm going to take a look and see what other matches we might have down in the pipeline here. I think what we might have is a spot between the GOAT on Rakdos mid-range, and we might have that up against a Teamer Adventures deck as well. That might be the next deck the next match that we come into, which Rakdos mid-range, another deck that we haven't seen yet today.
What am I looking at here? Is this this is a Rakdos mid-range deck that can also cast Tybalt. So it's basically Grixis, Rasky. Isn't that the case?
Oh man, if anyone knows me, knows how much I love me some Grixis, and if I'm gonna see a little bit of Grixis spice, I'm just so dang happy.
Yeah, I mean if y'all don't know, Brasky is one of the big proponents of Grixis decks in our team Discord. So I'm sure this is a great development for him to be tricked into watching a Grixis deck.
Comes down. It's going to enter the battlefield to make the opponents discard cards. There's going to be a lot of discarding, a lot of spice happening on these spots.
Yeah, let me read you some 4-ofs from Caden Taylor's Rakdos mid-range deck here. So we have 4 Elderfang Disciple, we have 4 Village Rites, we have 4 Acquisitions Expert, and we have 4 Kroxa. Oh, and by the way, 4 Inscription of Ruin. Brasky, do you remember what Inscription of Ruin does?
Inscription of Ruin, you'll have to remind me, my friend.
Yeah, so it's a 3-mana sorcery from Zendikar.
Oh, those are the kicker ruins from Zendikar, right? Right? Yeah.
Yep. Mind Rot. This return target feature card with converted mana cost 2 or less from their graveyard to the battlefield, or eliminate. So this is it's called Rakdos midrange, but this is actually like a much spicier, like Grixis discard deck.
I love it. Everything about this deck is just making me happy right now. Of like, there's all this aggro, and look at all these other matchups. You know what? You can't play those cards if you have no cards in hand to play, and that's what I appreciate about the GOAT rolling with this deck matchup right here. Really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, I think it's pretty brave to name yourself after the creature that gets sacrificed most, the Woe Strider. So it shows a commitment to the archetype, really.
Fabled Passage, hoping to fix out some mana and just get things rolling as they need to on the side of this deck on the Teamer Adventure side of things. Of course, the GOAT kind of look what else it needs to do on this. We kind of it's interesting to see what they want to pull off here, especially when you're looking at what Luca is trying to do as well. You know, get the adventures rolling. A Lovestruck Beast can attack, but at least it's a 5/5 that can stick out there as well.
Yep, I mean, for those of you who don't know, Luca Paros is a very, very strong Brazilian player. They're also a streamer, so this is like the real test for whether the Grixis homebrew can make it to 4-0. I mean, this deck is going to have to get through a very, very strong player in Luca Paros on a very strong deck in Teamer Adventures.
So now we see the Acquisitions Expert sitting down there. We see the Channeler comes down as well. So we don't get a chance to really see the cards because we're only viewing a single perspective here from a stream. So a Great Henge, pretty great card. Really nice to play out this early when you have a 5/5 on board that cheapens it so much.
Yep, I mean, we do want to. Yeah, I think it is worth mentioning that the GOAT is on Rakdos midrange and Luca Paros is on Teamer Obosh. So we're watching from the GOAT's perspective on Grixis or Rakdos midrange. So yeah, Teamer midrange doing Teamer midrange things with a Great Henge. It's going to be pretty hard to find a way to get out from under this card advantage engine. But okay, Acquisitions Expert is certainly a way to do that.
Yeah, we'll get those matchups or those deck names cleared up in just a little bit. But meanwhile, we see the Acquisitions Expert come down. I love that. Yeah, reveal a number of cards in their hand. You can choose one, discard it. It's a really cool card that I'm kind of cool. It's nice to see all of this discard and really interesting deck show its face, and not to mention old school swamps as well. I mean, the flex is real.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type. These are the style choices that I would expect out of an 8-rack player in Modern, maybe.
It almost feels like you almost feel like you're at home on your old Magic Online pieces. It's like, oh yeah, look at all these old lands. We're looking at the cool stuff that's happening here. Meanwhile, the Great Henge still going to be doing work for the Teamer Adventures deck on the side of Luca. It's going to put Obosh into the hand. It has other options that it can throw out as well. And who do you think's in the lead here right now between these spots? Is it still going to be Hand Disruption and other things? Mire Triton now comes into the hand for the Rakdos deck.
So. It's gonna come down to how many times the goat here is gonna be able to escape Kroxa, because the first escape is gonna be dealt with by a Brazen Borrower, so that they might not want to fire that off right now. It might make sense to just continue trying to cast spells with the Magmatic Channeler and then kind of chump in the meantime. 22 is a safe life total. So I would kind of say that Luca Peralta is ahead just by virtue of having a Great Henge in play.
And now we see the escape of Croxus. So the 6/6 Elder Giant is going to drop itself down and going to need to find an answer pretty soon as well. I mean, a Great Henge is nice, but Great Henge isn't as good when it's, you're constantly having to discard different cards. Your life total is being threatened, and there's just a big wide board on the side of this Rakdos deck. So it's going to have to. It's going to have to find these adventures. It's going to have to find an end to the adventure, and that adventure better have a good ending.
It's kind of scary when your opponent has 3 cards in hand and they discard their companion to Kroxa. So I'm not sure if that means that this is just an Alrund's Epiphany in hand, or if we're just going to see more cards drawn off of the Great Henge. So it's a dragon. Is that it? Okay, that makes sense.
Goldspan Dragon comes down. It's going to be doing some ramp. It's going to be flying around. It's going to be drawing cards. It's going to be gaining points thanks to the Great Henge. So still things to do. And another Edgewall Innkeeper. So there's some refill for you as well.
Yeah. So without the ability to just get a bunch of cards into the goat's graveyard for another Kroxa escape, it's going to be really hard to outpace the card advantage that the Great Henge affords you. And just the fact that you're also taking 5 in the air means that you're being pulled in a couple of different directions. You want to be able to escape Kroxa, but you also need the removal to kill basically everything on Luca Peralta's board.
And now here comes the full control on Kroxa. As it shows up, it's going to jump into the stack. It's going to see what else you want to do here. Again, both these players are 3-0, trying to keep the pace of going undefeated here through round number 4. Village Rites now comes down. This is a really cool move. So now you're going to be able to sack Kroxa after it comes down. So now you get to draw cards off it, even though it's going to sacrifice itself. And now you get additional card advantage, and your opponent still has to discard things.
Yep. When you're playing let's say junky cards like Acquisitions Expert and Mire Triton, you need to be able to get value out of every single one of your cards. So, knowing about being able to Village Rites a Kroxa in response to its sacrifice trigger is just one of the ways that you can gain edges playing Rakdos.
And now Mire Triton going to try and get some damage in as well. Nothing to
what do
really
you think
do anything with this.
What do you think of Mire Triton, Brasky? Do you admire Triton?
When it comes to the Mire Triton itself, I mean, I wish I had the Triton, but I would rather hold on to something, maybe a Bident. I would be more of a Bident person than I am a Triton person. But, I can understand and I appreciate the Mire Triton, but it's just not as good as, say something like a huge Elder God.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now we see the tap. So we're going to do some Exiles. Blood Chief's Thirst now over there.
I mean, that's fine. We're going to kill one Edgewall Innkeeper, but we're going to draw at least 2 extra cards next turn between the Great Henge and the Innkeeper on casting the Brazen Borrower. Or, yeah, we can just cast it this turn and draw 3 cards.
Yep, card draw to be had between all of these Innkeepers. We're going to pull things into our hands. What do you think about the fact that, Great Henge buffs your Innkeepers so you can't activate your Lovestruck Beast to attack? Such a non-bow. Why do we even run Great Henge? We should probably just take that card out, right?
Yeah, just throw the whole deck in the trash. It just doesn't work well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's the one that we needed for the Lovestruck Beast. Now we continue to just add a whole bunch of mana. Now we're going to draw a whole bunch of more cards. We're getting so many more tokens, and the Great Henge doing its thing. Look at the refill of the Teamer Adventures deck, just like that. It was down to 0 cards because of all the discard effects, and now we just see it refill like it's nothing.
No, Rasky, it's fine. It's fine. We have 2 1/2s and a Mire Triton in play.
You know, it's so fine. It's so fine that we decide, you know what? Don't even need this game. We're going to jump in. We're going to do it all again. So now we get to see the sideboard plan of what happened there. They get to take a look at their opponent's board, kind of look at what they want to roll in here. And we see some of the pieces on the sideboard of this Rakdos list. You got things like Extinction Event. You got Disdainful Strokes, Soul Guide Lanterns, Timret, Chosen from Death.
Awesome. Disdainful Stroke in your Rakdos deck. I love it.
There's nothing like running a couple of blue Disdainful Strokes in a Rakdos deck. I am trying to will this Grixis deck to a win over Teamer Adventures, but right now we're just kind of seeing what else they can throw in here. The Crux is not bad. Valky, God of Lies, can do some things. What else are we looking to kind of jump in here to help take care of whatever else might be on the side of this Teamer Adventures deck? You got to be able to answer some of those big threats.
Yeah, so your removal spells are going to be decent enough at dealing with Innkeeper and your 5/5s, but you really need something out of your sideboard that helps you either deal with your card advantage engines from your opponent or gain card advantage on your own. And I don't really see anything that the GOAT can bring in that would be incredibly impactful in this matchup.
Unless they played an incredibly impactful GOAT. Is that a card? We can put that in there.
I'm trying to think of an incredibly impactful GOAT from Magic card history.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see one in Strixhaven coming up in the spoilers too. We have no incredibly impactful GOATs, and if that's the case, then the GOAT is going to be on the back foot against the Teamer Adventures deck, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they can try to pull something off here as they wait for their opponent to continue the sideboard plan. You know, here's the thing: if you're running Teamer Adventures and knowing the sideboard of that Adventures deck with its usual things, you know, Scorching Dragonfires, the Ox of Agonis, the Mystical Disputes, and Clothis, God of Destiny, things of that nature, this is a matchup you probably didn't prepare for. So how is it just going back to the basics and saying, what is my opponent trying to do? What are they going to do in response to me? How can I kind of answer that as well?
Given that the Rakdos style of deck, the Croxa style of deck, is really it exists in standard pretty much just to kill rogues. I think you're pretty happy with your main deck's ability to deal with the 1/2s and the Mire Tritons. So I don't think you're too worried about improving your deck post board. It's really a matter of knowing what are the key interaction spots. So the Rakdos deck has a few very important threats that you need to deal with. You know, namely the Croxa, which can be dealt with a Brazen Borrower. You know, cards like the Valky Tybalt thing. You know, you have ways to deal with that. So you can pretty much try to ignore the acquisitions experts, or at least try to minimize their effect by discarding your worst card and then making sure that you have the interaction lined up for when they play an actual threat.
Now we see it looks like we'll probably most likely be a Lava Glide pathway into an acquisitions expert. It's going to reveal any number of cards in the hand equal to the number of cards in your party. Hey, remember the party mechanic? Well, it's a party right here as we see what we're going to take out on the side of our opponent, which is a Brazen Borrower.
Speaking of party, do you think that the GOAT's name is the GOAT 200,414 because their Woe Riders sacrificed the previous 200,413 GOATs?
Probably, I would say so. I'd say that their name probably continues to rise as they continue sacrificing GOATs.
Yeah, because like this deck is obviously the product of someone who's very invested in the Rakdos archetype.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, we are continuing to invest in our Rakdos-ness as we come down, drop down a Croxa. The full control is on, so we can use that Village Rites if we want to. Fabled Passage now gets cracked. I really like this. I really like this interaction though of the put the Crocs on the stack, and then soon after you can sit there and sacrifice it, get yourself even more card advantage. Because if there's anything that these Elder Giants need, it was more value.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like this interaction is another one of the really cool things you can do with the Rakdos Arcanist deck in Historic. And while that deck is not very good right now, I do think that there's certain parts of those decks that archetype that are also strong in Standard, just like this interaction.
And now here comes the God of Destiny that we saw from the sideboard.
that's the card that you just don't want to see if you're a Rakdos Kroxa deck.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a thorn in your side. Magmatic Channeler might be the play right here for as long as there's 4 more instant or sorcery cards in your graveyard. It gets buffed, but you can tap, discard, do some exile shenanigans, and you can play some more pathways to try and find ways to answer what's going on. But this is really going to be a difficult challenge up against this Teamer deck with that God of Destiny sitting down there as well.
So yeah, I mean, Clothis is gonna give Luke Caparros the time to recover from having 2 cards discarded by 2 acquisitions experts. He's gonna have the time to find the threats that he needs to close out the game, because Clothis is currently gaining as much life as the goat is able to deal.
So now it's sitting at 20 life, and Edgewall Innkeeper getting ready to draw some cards if it needs to as well. Lots of things can happen on the side of the Teamer deck, and of course, Bone Crusher Giant going to come down, immediately draw a card, be a 4/3 to help answer the board on the side of Rakdos. What's Rakdos looking for now? Is it just sitting there and like we have a couple Heartless Acts, we can answer those things, but that God of Destiny is still just going to mess us up a little bit. So we're going to exile the top 2 cards of our library and then choose one of them, and then we can play that card this turn. So it's just kind of like adding some card advantage. A Kroxa is a good thing that you can drop down if you want to, but that God of Destiny is going to, put some shenanigans. Do you get the Kroxa hopefully just kind of hoping that you can play it twice in one turn? Is that what you want to do? Or instead, Extinction Event?
You're gonna need a lot more mana for that, so I actually like dealing with both the Innkeeper and the Bone Crusher Giant with the Extinction Event here. It's a start. I think what the GOAT really needs to get back into this game is to find the copy of Farrakhan's Libation. I don't know for sure if they brought it in, but I did see it in the sideboard, and it's pretty much the only spell that can interact with the Clothis as it stands.
Yeah, Farika's Libation, of course, was from Theros Beyond Death. You choose one, and a target opponent sacrifices a creature, or they sacrifice an enchantment, which is, pretty good against things like a Great Henge, but even more so against something that is like an indestructible God of Destiny that needs to be dealt with. The only way you can do that is through sacrificing or through exiling. So we're going to have to see what else can be done on the side of this Teamer Adventures deck as it continues to be a thorn in the side of this Rakdos midrange. And eliminate now into the hand, and plenty of removal, but nothing to remove.
Yeah, and you see that like Luke Caparros didn't have much of a follow-up after the Extinction Event, but it's fine because Clothis is just going to continue to accrue advantage by gaining life and just actually killing Rakdos. Rakdos just doesn't have a good way to gain life, so if the goat can't find the Farrakhan's Libation, not only is he just not going to be able to deal damage, but they also just are going to die soon.
Yeah, not much else we can see. So still things in the hand of the Teamer deck, but it also just seems like it almost just kind of seems like it's just a matter of time before it finds the big thing that it wants to kind of switch the game over. In the meantime, it's still just pinging down, gaining life. It's not under any amount of pressure. It's still at 20 life for this entire thing. And now they just put Obosh into their hand. Pathways and Lurrus on the side here. So we might see the Magmatic Channeler activate again, discard a pathway, and see what else it can find.
Yeah, I mean, here we have the goat. They're taking a lot of game actions. They're finding cards off the top of their deck. They're casting creatures. They're attacking for damage. And Luke Caparros is just chilling behind this Clothis, putting Obosh into hand, not casting anything, and is just so far ahead right now.
Lurrus of the Dream Den. The Nightmare Kitty comes out, saw it coming. The Nightmare Kitty is going to go to the graveyard, and I think a God of Destiny is also a pretty big fan of that cat as well.
I mean, I do see a possibility where the possibility of this Obosh dying, Luke Caparros drawing just runner lands, and the goat drawing more creatures and getting it to a point where they can outpace the damage that Clothis is kind of negating. But yeah, they're gonna need some good cards off the top.
Yeah, we might. A mountain is not what we needed right now, but we can still use this channeler to find what we might need a little bit later on. Valky, God of Lies, could be something that you need.
Okay, I only see currently 6 mana, so we're not going to be able to cast the Tibalt this turn, but I like having that rolled up for next turn.
Mm-hmm. That might just be what we need to kind of get ourselves rolling out of here.
I wonder if it was possible to
Oh, you see the oops there. Maybe
Yeah,
did they miscount their lands?
yeah, like I was thinking if it was maybe just better to discard the Heartless Act since it currently didn't have any targets, but then that might just be a little bit too optimistic and hoping that you hit the Tibalt. But I mean,
That's a big hurt on that one.
it's just that if you made that play and you hit the Tibalt, I think you would just be such a favorite to win that game because you resolved the 7-mana Planeswalker.
Man, it's so close. I don't think there's any way that this thing can bounce the Valky back to try and give itself a chance to play it again. It just doesn't look like it has that capability. Another Elder Fang Disciple comes out for disruption that it isn't going to disrupt anything. So we're going to toss it away, try to find something else that we can do. If we find a Disdainful Stroke, that's not going to go into the hand. I guess now it's just trying to put on some pressure, and now we see starting to go wide, and opponent's down to 13 now. Well, we're at 9. Now the race is on.
I mean, I kind of like choosing the land there, but it could just be that the goat is just feeling the pressure of the Clothis and is not able to get the leverage they need to get back into the game. So it's tough. I mean, you just have 5 creatures in play.
7 to 15. We'll see what's going to show up on this side. Are we going to see what we got? Green, red. Is this going to be a stop to take out the Valky? That's what it is.
Kill your own Valky? Oh, okay. So, I mean, this is kind of the same outcome anyway, but you could have saved 2 damage by killing your own Valky in response to the stomp. Oh, we're just not gonna. Okay.
Oh no, Village Rites into the hand. Not bad. We get ourselves some sacrifice fodder. Do we use the Heartless Act as well? We'll find out. Let's draw first, see what we get, and then we'll make our decision.
Yep. And then you can look at 2 more cards with the Chandler.
Oh, the Shieldbreaker now comes down. That's something that would have taken care of, I don't know, huge, awesome artifacts like a Great Henge.
Kind of have the Extinction Event here. Okay, get the Shieldbreaker out of there. Really?
Interesting stuff here between the Heartless Act. You're going to go with that because you know that you're going to maybe Extinction Event a little bit later. You're going to get yourself a land. That drops back down, so now you have a good amount of land. Now you're going to Extinction Event. Hope you can find another Valky at some point to get you what you need. And now the Shieldbreaker comes down, so now you're still going wide. You're still going to at least be chipping away and making some attacks. But as you said, this God of Destiny is still just going to gain life and just negate that 2 damage that just hit you.
Yep. The silver lining here is that the Magmatic Chandler is finally a 4/4, so you can decide whether you want to dig towards the Libation or something else.
It's not a 4/4 anymore because of the God of Destiny.
Yeah, this is the best Clothis in the world.
This thing has just been doing work. We've seen it do work against Cycling, even though it did lose that match. Then we see it do work against this Rakdos mid-range. Blood Chief's Thirst into the hand. We might have to see the Chandler do some more shenanigans.
Well, I think we want to just, I don't know. You want to just kill the okay? Can we escape that?
Well, we might be able to. So I think we have the mana for it. We put that down. They're kind of looking and making sure they have their colors right before they throw this thing out there. Going to make your opponent lose 3 life if they can't do anything. But I think the writing's on the wall. They might not have what they need with this. Kazandu Mammoth sitting down there. They're just going to hang back and not do much else. They say good game. Clothis is going to take care of that Croak, so it's going to continue to just be a pain in the rear for this Adventures deck. And boy, for as much as these adventures happen, this is a story that Rakdos doesn't like to hear.
Yeah, like Clothis just single-handedly won this game, and there was really nothing that the GOAT could do to stop it, short of finding the exactly Farrak's Libation. So. And this is kind of why I'm hesitant to bring decks like Rakdos to a tournament when I'm not certain that there's going to be an abundance of Dimir Rogues. It's just because it has such a difficult matchup against everything else in the format.
And now staying alive for 1 more turn as we choose our attackers in, do another 1 damage, and now the God of Destiny is going to continue to trigger, continue to gain life, continue to ping down. It looks like we will have 1 more chance on the Rakdos side of things to pull this thing around, but there's just no way to really gain life. It's just going to continue to see the writing on the wall, but it's still hanging around just to see if it has any opportunity to somehow pull this victory out.
Yeah, it was the goat at 19, and Clothis just drained the goat down to nothing, and yeah, that's gonna do it.
Wow, how impressive was that, Nick? Of just seeing that one singular card almost completely dismantle an entire deck, just because it just you get it on the field on curve, and it just literally obliterated everything that Rakdos wanted to do there.
Kind of reminded me of Modern to an extent, where there are just these incredibly impactful sideboard cards that can swing a whole matchup. But again, that's the danger of playing something like Rakdos that's so reliant on the graveyard. You actually have several really good options for dealing with graveyard cards, like Clothis, like Cling to Dust, like Soul Guide Lantern. So I would definitely think twice before bringing Rakdos to a tournament. But it's fine because the GOAT is currently 3-1 and still in a good position to make a deep run into this tournament.
Yeah, let's not forget that was probably just a really bad matchup for that Rakdos deck. There was a reason why it was doing so well. You know, it was 3-0 before this, and you got to think that Rakdos deck, does it have a good matchup against something like, Mono Red, some of those other decks in there as well?
Yeah, so definitely the number one thing you want to see is rogues, because that matchup is pretty much unbeatable. Like, you just have everything you need to beat rogues, between like 4 to 8 escape cards in your 75, and you also have a decent game against the creature decks like Mono Red and Mono White. So for the GOAT to make it through, we're gonna have to see them play against that kind of deck.
Yeah, they're going to be hoping to find better matchups as they continue head still at 3-1 and continue to move forward. But that is where we're at for round number 4. We're going to have round number 5 coming up pretty soon here with the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. If you're wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, well, Daily Hive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. And of course, let's not forget, this is part of TGS, and today's event is put on by Canada's leader in esports, the Gaming Stadium. And if you are looking for the next big thing in competitive gaming, well, look no further. The team at the Gaming Stadium are leaders in online esports tournaments and events, and you can check out all of the action at tgs.gg. And we will be back with more action for round number 5 right after this. Welcome back into the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. As we jump back in here, we are getting ready for round number 5, and we have a couple of matches that we are going to showcase to you with a lot of those players that are up towards the top of the standings. The first one that we're going to be jumping off into is going to be caught on that mono red aggro that we saw a little bit earlier today that they were navigating really well. And then we're going to see another match of Jeskai cycling up against Tiago MDS. So we're taking a look at Kott's lineup here with the mono red aggro. And this was something a little bit earlier that we were talking about, Nick, that this is an aggro deck that can bide its time a little bit. It doesn't have to necessarily burn you out by turn 4 or 5. It can just line itself up and has enough tools to really find just that one opportunity to burst you down, or just take you out with Faceless Havens throughout the rest of the match. It's a really cool aggro deck.
Yep, I mean, this mono red deck is really capable of dealing consistent amounts of damage every turn of the game between things like Rimrock Knight, early threats like that, and then just being able to transition into a Faceless Haven plan. Just like with rogues, this deck will not give cycling enough time to set up. So, like we saw in Game 2 of the Teamer Adventures versus Cycling match, we might see the cycling player have to throw Zenith Flares at Mono Red's creatures instead of face just to survive.
Absolutely, and that's something that just is kind of the name of the game as we are going to head on over and look at the cycling deck on the Jeskai piece for Tiago MDS. And this one, still those Ironcrag Pyromancers, Flourishing Fox in there as well. And of course, the Zenith Flares, as we talked about, the big card that helps, take out some of the biggest threats on the side of the mono red aggro deck and gain us life, which is going to be all important. What's the plan here in game number 1 for this Jeskai deck? Is it about finding like an improbable alliance and then just going super wide on the board to answer any creature threats that might be coming your way?
Yeah, I think that trying to go wide and putting out a lot of blockers is going to be the best way to stall the game until you get the Zenith Flare. But that plan does run up against the challenge of having to deal with Embercleave. So 1/1 spirits are fairies. Are awesome at blocking Anax and Torbrand, but not when they have an Embercleave on them. So I foresee that we're gonna try and get Valiant Rescuer and tokens into play or Improbable Alliance, but then we're gonna have to find a way to set up Pyromancer plus burn spells to just get rid of the Embercleave creatures.
But you can't be foreseeing or even foretelling because there's no foretell cards in this deck, Nick. That's a Kaldheim thing. This is a very Ikoria focused deck. Come on, man.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. over here.
I'll give you a pass on that one if it's 4 a.m. in the Philippines, whereas I'm just sitting comfortably at 3:30 in the Central Time Zone right now, just enjoying myself. But I am going to enjoy seeing what this Jeskai cycling deck can do against this mono red aggro deck, because it's a very interesting that both of these people always think, oh, it's aggro, right? And everyone's like, oh, aggro is, it's a mindless thing. You just go face, you hit stuff and that kind of thing. That's not the case with this mono red deck. It really has a lot of micro decisions and a lot of interesting choices that need to be made. Same thing for the cycling deck. Like, there's, with each thing that you want to cycle, there's a choice of what I want to cycle, the colors I need. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a lot of micro decisions that we're going to be looking at between these two players as we jump into the game right now, between Tiago, MDS, and Kant here. Mono red aggro against Jeskai cycling right now for both players, looking to go 5-0 here in round number 5.
Yeah, and looks like 2 decent hands from both sides. I can't imagine Tiago is going to want to mulligan this.
And that they do not. So Tiago holding on to themselves with Jeskai cycling and mono red aggro for Kant. Kant is actually going to be at the top of our screen, and Tiago is going to be at the bottom of our screen for this one. But as we see early on, a Triumph to help fix our colors and some other good pieces as well. The pathway is nice there. Again, it's going to be about, always making sure we have the right colors and the good amount of mana that we need. And now Robber of the Rich on 2 is going to be exiling some pieces. And that's a pretty solid threat here that needs to be answered on the side of the mono red deck.
Yep, going 1 into 2 is going to kind of pressure Tiago into maybe playing the Dranis Stinger as a blocker, which is going to run straight into a Bone Crusher Giant. So I like the discipline to not play the 2/2 here. That's vulnerable to just every removal spell in Skolsky Kot's deck. But then that does, on the other hand, mean that you're just taking a bunch of damage. Ooh.
Oh boy, there is a Frostbite sitting down there. Did that just steal an Ironcrag? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, thankfully, there's like no way to proc it, no way to get the 3 damage. I don't think so. Yeah, I like just putting more damage on the table.
Boy, look at the pressure that's sitting on this side. And again, you're just kind of 1 mana behind. You can't do Ironcrag Pyromancer and cycle right here. So do you just pull out the Ironcrag Pyromancer to try and block a 1/1 or a 2/2 and just let yourself take 4 damage? Or are you going to throw out a Flourishing Fox? Maybe you can buff this up a little bit. I kind of like this move. This is not a bad move right here.
Yeah, not knowing that your opponent just has it all in hand, you have to make the play that gives you kind of the best chance to survive and go on to win. So just playing an 0-4 into like 4 cards from your opponent, and I don't think is a winning line. So I like the optimism on Tiago's part to play the Fox, try to make it survive with startling development, and then maybe you can get something going next turn with Ironcrag plus 1 mana cycler.
Yeah, and then just hope that they don't have an Embercleave to just punch you in the face with, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can always hope that they don't have an Embercleave.
But they always do. Instead, Soulbrain's going to come out, and that's just going to do even more damage.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 different ways, pretty much, that Skolsky could have approached this turn. And I think this is a good...
Oh, wait. No, the Ironcrag was still from the first one. I thought they stole a second one for a second. I got confused.
Yeah. Though, we could still see it.
Flourishing Fox comes down, now a 3/3, so it buffs itself up a decent amount. I believe that was Boon of the Wish Giver that got stolen out there.
4 cards later, yeah. Yeah, so this is fine. Like, this kind of worked out for Tiago in that you're able to get the 4/3 off of the board, but you're still going to take a lot of damage, and you still have to deal with the Torbrand next turn.
Mm-hmm. And so now we kind of look at what else is sitting around there. That Torbrand's not bad. The Zenith Flare is good, though.
Yeah, the Zenith Flare is exactly what you need to kill the Torbrand. And then next turn, you can go Ironcrag, 1 mana cycler, kill the Robber of the Rich with the Embercleave on it, and I don't know, like maybe I can see a way out of this for Tiago.
Well, here's the thing. So you play one of the pathways that gives you that Zenith Flare. You're probably you're going to hold on to it until the right moment where you can see where like the Ember Cleave goes on to, so you can take out what needs to be taken out that way. Or do you go pathway into Ironcrag Pyromancer, cycle once, and just hope they don't have it?
So I think that the most disciplined play here is to just pass the turn, because if you kill a Torbrand now, that gives your opponent the ability to play another Torbrand that they might have and still get in for lethal. So I mean, we see that Skolsky Kot does not have the Torbrand, but I think it's just overall better to wait until the beginning of combat.
Big play, though. That's going to take out a 2/4. That's going to enhance damage and gain you a bunch of life at the same time. And now Bone Crusher Giant now into the hand as well. Is this a play where we don't have the lands? Are we just looking to believe in the cleave here, or are we going to play out a 4/3 to continue to have some threats here? And of course, we can see what comes onto our side.
I think we're gonna try and get the Ember Cleave down like that. That's gonna be okay or not. All right.
This is interesting. I mean, we get to see like both sides. We could have done Zenith Flare on the first time. We could have done. We could have waited and held back for a little bit, and now again we see this Bone Crusher Giant come down. Now we have the opportunity to play down an Ironcrag Pyromancer and answer this 4/3.
Yep. So I think we've seen that Skolsky Kot has played a little bit carefully. Like we saw that also in the last feature, but I think this ensures that you still have the Ember Cleave as like the last spell of the game, and even though the Ironcrag Pyromancer can kill the Bone Crusher, there's still no real good block next turn.
Boy, and they could have, if they just had one more mana for maybe one more pathway, they could have cycled twice, activated the Ironcrag Pyromancer again, and taken out whatever the Ember Cleave was going on to.
Yeah, that would be pretty awesome, and certainly something that comes up when you do have enough mana.
What do we steal this time? Looks like just a land. So we still have the Ironcrag and the Boon of the Wishgiver, which Boon of the Wishgiver, not bad. If for some reason we run out of gas, we can just try and, toss that thing out there to gain some life, or to gain some cards, I should say.
Yeah, it does mean that you're going to have to kill the Robber of the Rich eventually. So what could happen here is that Skolsky Kot could play the Ember Cleave on the... Okay, I guess we're deciding where to block, but I can't imagine that the Pyromancer is jumping in front of a creature here. Not sure about this cycle either.
Let's see what we can find. Okay. There's an improbable alliance. Okay. Are we still blocking? That's the question.
Are we going to Ember Cleave the Robber to get in for 7 damage in total, or are we going to Ember Cleave the Charger so that if it dies, it deals 2 damage? Probably just put him to 1, yeah.
Puts him down to 1 life. Flourishing Fox comes down. There's Improbable Alliance. There's Valiant Rescuer. We need a way to answer this piece of the Ember Cleave here. Can we take out both pieces at once? I don't think we can, but we can still go wide. And now here's the thing. You drop down the Improbable Alliance. You cycle once, take out the 3/3. Do you leave hopefully you find another cycle piece. If you can find one more cycle piece, then you're set and good to go to deal with whatever's on the board right here.
Yeah, so doing it this way means that you're... So doing it this way means that you're locked into having to draw another 1 mana cycler. I was thinking that there was the option to just play the Valiant Rescuer and cycle, so you get the sure extra token. But doing it this way means that you just are able to kill the Charger before the Ember Cleave gets equipped to it.
Absolutely.
Oh, but you can't kill the Charger anymore because you're at 1. So how... Yeah, so I think now you just absolutely need to draw Zenith Flare. And additionally, Skolsky Kot can just win by frostbiting their own Fireblade Charger. Seems like
that's right.
Play.
So here comes the damage. The damage is going to be flying in. Ironcrag Pyromancer going to do the block.
You want to do that now so that... Okay, sure. I mean, yeah... The important thing here is that you do it before your opponent gets to untap and have Zenith Flare mana up.
Yep.
And either no matter how you do it, you're gonna win the game.
Look at this. Now you have both these moves, so you're gonna cycle. You're gonna try and take out the Charger, but this still is gonna do it, right?
Yep, let's go. Let's do the fancy play.
Fancy plays, fancy cycles,
Get
triggers
'em.
happening. It says there's the frostbite. Going to deal some damage. The charger is going to trigger, and it's going to throw it right at the face there of the Jeskai cycling deck. Really solid sequencing there to take game number 1 right there. And now we move on to the sideboard. So things like Glass Casket, Red Cap Melee is in there as well. What else are we looking to do to pull in here for the cycling deck? Because obviously we're taking out things like Improbable Alliance, things that we don't need right now. It's all about just keeping that mono red deck at bay until we can swing things over to our side, gain life, and start pressuring them.
I'm interested in keeping in like the shredded sails because it does kill the Embercleave and is also just a cycler, but I, I am torn about bringing in like maybe one negate because the mono red deck does have access in like this list has access to Rimrock Knight and things like
Stomp
Soul Seer
as
post
well.
board. Yeah. So you're gonna be able to get a use out of it, but I can see just like bringing in the removal and trying to stick as closely as possible to the Zenith Flare plan.
Sure, yeah. The Embercleave, you don't need to answer an Embercleave if the Embercleave doesn't have anything to attach to it.
Yeah, and you are on the play, so you are going to be able to have more time to enact your own game plan instead of having to worry about getting attacked a bunch.
Meanwhile, the mono red aggro side of things, we see a couple spots there. They're going to bring in a Goldspin Dragon, the Phoenix of Ash. We do see the Dragon come in, I believe. And now we're going to go over to game number 2. Can Cot continue on their absolute tear through this TGS Signature Series match, or are we going to see Jeskai Cycling continue on their run of going undefeated here in round number 5? And now we look at what we have. It's a nice setup there for the cycling deck. We're fixing our colors again, and same thing on the side of the mono red deck. It's going to be able to go turn 1 into Fervent Champion. It has plenty of things to do on turn 2 with things like Robber of the Rich, turn 3 with Annex. Really solid curve there for the mono red deck.
Yep, I mean this is kind of the opening hand you need to be able to continue your COT streak through this tournament. But Tiago does have access to their strong starting hand with a Fox plus a 1-mana cycler.
Next up, we see Starling Development's going to be cycled, and now we start building up our Flourishing Fox. And no way to kill it right now. No stomps in hand, but still plenty of things to do on curve.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that you can't grow the Fox to more than a 2/2 this turn, but it's okay. It's going to end up being okay because Cot doesn't have the removal spell, but it does mean that the Robber of the Rich is going to be able to attack. Okay.
Maybe then it could attack if it wants to, but you're not going to be stealing stuff out of the deck because it's going to be even at 5 and 5. So you might just play out Fireblade Charger here, which I can see the reasons to put in that too.
It just seems like a slightly mana inefficient turn where if your Robber gets blocked by the Fox, I think that's good for you, and most likely you're just going to be able to get into damage. So
more tap lands on the side of the cycling deck, which is all right. They do have a couple Zenith Flares in their hand, which is going to be all important as this continues on. But now we see on the side of this Fox, it's going to hold back. What does the Fox say? It says, I'm not going to attack. And now we kind of go back over to what we want on the mono red side of things. Faceless Haven comes down, and now we can see the Robber of the Rich doing its thing. But instead, we probably just buff it up with a Rimrock Knight.
Yeah. So these are some really cagey turns. Like we're seeing that like these players are choosing to play around things rather than enact their own game plan. We saw that the Fireblade Charger came down instead of a Robber. We saw that Tiago chose to not attack, but then they also didn't block with the Fox because like they were afraid of Rimrock Knight. So if that was the case, I kind of would have preferred just attacking with the Fox. But it just does seem like both of these players are kind of settling in for a longer game.
Now, what's the move right here? Is there any consideration of maybe, we're under a good amount of threat, but do we want to cycle this Triome right now because we don't have any cheap cyclers for our Iron Crag? Is that the move right here?
So because we're able to get the Flourishing Fox to a 4/4, I think it's fine to cycle the Triome and look to block the Fervent Champion or the Fireblade Charger, because that means you're still okay against Rimrock Knight's Boulder Rush. And then next turn, you can try to find the 1-mana cycler for Ironcrag Pyromancer or 2-mana cycler, and your Zenith Flares will be able to kill Anax next turn.
And now Robber the Rich comes down. I like this move too. Take care of that Robber the Rich. Get yourself some life,
like
and yeah, that's a good move.
It does mean that you are kind of locked into not blocking still, because you're going to lose your Flourishing Fox to the Rimrock Knight that I imagine you're sure your opponent has at this point.
It's an interesting place right here. Do you do that, or do you take out the Annex?
So I'm a big fan of not necessarily doubling down, but being very consistent with the plan that you've set out. If you have spent the last 2 turns like not blocking or attacking with your Fireblade Charger, I think that you really have to get the blocking with the Fox. I think you have to get the Fox in front of Anax, because that is the best block that gets around Rimrock Knight. So I think that it was the time to finally let the Fox go.
Still no cheap cyclers on the side of Tiago MDS. You're sitting there. You might have to burn that Triome now. You still have that Zenith Flare, but it's only hitting for 3. But you still might need to do it, because you never know when this huge wide board can really just become even bigger because of an Ember Cleave.
Yep. So it looks like in this spot, it's easy enough to just wait until the Ember Cleave comes down, and then kill the thing that gets cleaved. But Anax, I might like just putting an Anax here if caught feels strongly that Tiago might have a Zenith Flare in hand.
Mm-hmm. A very tense moment here, but a lot of good moves here on the side of the mono red aggro deck, as we've seen Kant earlier play this deck very, very well. Meanwhile, Tiago just hoping to find the right cyclers to get their engine going. I talked about the consistency of this deck, and really, this has been an inconsistent game number 2 for the Jeskai cycling deck.
Ooh, I don't like going for this right now. I mean, we are seeing really that mono red is able to keep decks like Rogues and Cycling off balance. Like, both those decks have a lot of early plays, but at the same time, they're really trying to set up for this unbeatable end game. So if mono red can just keep them on the back foot enough, then you're gonna have to use your Zenith Flares on creatures. You're gonna have to use your Drown and the Locks on cheap spells instead of countering the big things. Yeah, and
there's the Pyromancer. It is going to get to cycle, but it looks like it's not going to be enough, as the pressure is still going to continue to come right at Tiago MDS.
Yeah, a case of too little, too late, especially with just 2 Ember Cleaves in hand.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. I mean, it's not lethal, but okay. Well, it wasn't lethal before, but a Thorbrand is going to end the game here.
That's going to seal it off right there, and nothing much to do besides block and hope that you have enough, but it just will not be, as they get smacked, taken down to under 0 life, and there goes Jeskai cycling. And so Caught on mono red aggro continues their absolute tear through the TGS Signature Series, going now 5-0 with mono red aggro. And what else can we say? It just felt like that Jeskai cycling deck didn't get what it needed. Had it had any of those cheap cyclers, then maybe that Ironcrag Pyromancer pinged some things down. And as we saw, that second Pyromancer came into hand. Could you imagine a world where you get 2 Pyromancers onto the board, cycle once, and then you're just eliminating everything that mono red aggro wants to do? It just seemed like it was just 1 mana off every time.
Yeah, I did feel like there are certain spots where the cycling deck, Tiago could have made some, not necessarily better, but I'd say like more efficient choices with mana and attacks and blocks. But in the end, they felt forced to play. They were forced to play suboptimally by Skolsky not having access to things like Robber of the Rich, Anax, the Ember Cleave. It's just they're just so good at keeping you off balance and making sure that you can't do anything fun or interesting, because you're trying to deal with giant attackers.
Yeah, it was tough sledding for that cycling. It was No sledding to be had because let's face it, mono red's just burning everything around. You can't sled when everything is just burning everything around. No snow, no nothing.
That's true.
Even
I mean, like you could
Kaldheim
like sail. You
snowlands,
could
all
sail.
melted.
Yeah. It's
They're all
interesting that the best snow deck in the format is just like one that sets fire to everything. Like that's
right.
yeah.
That's what we need to call it because you're using so many snowlands. It's mono red fire and ice. That's what we'll call it on that one. But we will get to see whether or not that cycling deck can continue on and doing some stuff as we will probably head on over to our second match, which is going to be between Dumenstein, which we saw a little bit earlier on Jeskai Cycling, and going up against Z Rafatios, which I believe is Demir Rogues, is what they're going to be on the Luris version of Demir Rogues, which is going to be an interesting spots. Both of those groups in at 4-0. So we'll jump into them in just a second as well. But the thing about I think Rafael Cruz is on Demir Rogues on that one, and that's the Luris version. It's going to be interesting to see kind of how Rogues goes up against cycling. You do see things like Cling to Dust, which is down in there. Obviously, didn't say please to counter some spells if you wanted to. What do you think about this matchup between Jeskai Cycling and Demir Rogues?
Well, so it's also I think that it's pretty even. It's going to come down to how these players are aware, how much they're aware of the matchup and what cards matter. So the way that I can see Rogues winning, for example, is to just get out early with some threats. I think you want to avoid the Ruin Crab plan because it makes the Zenith players like better on their own. But you just need to always be mindful to not tap out and let yourself get Zenith flared because of the way this deck plays out with all of the incidental milling. Usually the first Zenith flare is going to be lethal. So you just need to know that you have to keep up that round in the lock for the Zenith flares.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, on the side of the Jeskai Cycling deck, we can kind of take a look at what we've seen earlier as we saw Dumenstein play this deck as well. And it looks like a lot of the same of just Improbable Alliance, Ironcrag Pyromancers, shuffle things into our deck. I will say, I think the one difference perhaps was the inclusion of Savai Triomes in there, just to give us an extra kind of red, white, and an extra cycler in there is an interesting inclusion, and nothing much different, I don't think, in the sideboards. Your usual red cap melees, glass caskets, soul guide lanterns as well.
I think when the Savai Triome is an extra land, so I think it just may be that Dumenstein is playing one more land than they're either playing one more land or they replaced the planes with the Savai Triome. So I like just having access to an extra cycler.
Yeah, makes absolute sense. And we see the early keep from Dumenstein is they have all the cycling and all of the pieces that they want. Meanwhile, looking over at the side of Dumenstein, they're kind of deciding they've Soaring Thought Thieves into the story, Academ's Awakening. They do hold on to theirs as well. So we're going to jump into this game right now between these two players. And we'll see early on, we have the Rogues deck looking to kind of mill out, but keep Zenith Flares at bay as it tries to pull off a victory over Jeskai Cycling.
Yep. So, I think that Improbable Alliance is going to be like really important to get cycling like through the attackers of the mirror. Like they're not going to be great at blocking Soaring Thought Thieves, which Zrafitos has in hand right now, but you're going to be able to go wide enough that you can eventually get in for lethal, or at least chip them down enough to let your Zenith Flare get in for lethal.
Yep. And so Boon the Wishgiver starts to get cycling. The consistency of Improbable Alliance is going to start generating those tokens. And we're hitting our land drops, which is even, still some of the most important things you can do. And then the flashy things coming from the side of Demir Rogues as we see the first of what could be many Soaring Thought Thieves that come down.
Yep. I mean, right now, the plan is for Dumenstein to get that Ironcrag Pyromancer in play and to start shooting down creatures. So it's going to be up to Zrafitos to formulate a plan to keep up enough mana so that they can't get that first trigger off. So, what you want to do is you want to keep up a removal spell so that if Dumenstein plays Ironcrag Pyromancer and cycles on the same turn, you can respond to the cycling trigger by killing the Ironcrag Pyromancer, and they won't get the 3 damage trigger.
It really is just kind of like a game of who blinks first because of all the flash that Demir Rogues has and all the cycling moves and activated abilities that can have as well. It's going to be very interesting to see, who makes their play and who uses priority first to try and get answers. And it seems like that's really going to be one of the interesting things about this, especially if you have pieces that can answer some of the most powerful stuff that Jeskai Cycling can do.
I'm always looking out for spots where it's good to cast your spells instead of cycling them, and that startling development was basically a blowout because it meant that you either lost your Soaring Thought Thief or Zrafitos had to use a Precious Heartless Act. And now, you know, Doomenstein was able to set it up that the Ironcrag Pyromancer was able to kill one Thought Thief, and it doesn't look like there's a way to stop Doomenstein from killing more creatures with cyclers.
Yeah, it seems like the best move is maybe just using these landfall triggers, trying to beef up some of your other rogues, maybe getting into the story down to a very cheap spot so you can draw into the answers that you will need because Ironcrag Pyromancer can kill just about anything on the rogue side.
Yeah, I mean when you're playing a Lurrus deck, you are vulnerable to having your board mowed down by a Pyromancer. So it's gonna be Zrafito's first priority to draw into a removal spell before developing their board.
So early on, we're going to see just throwing in with this 1/1, see if anything's going to get flashed out on the side of the rogues here. We might see that other Soaring Thought Thief to go up against it, but instead, nope, they hold back. Frostveil Ambush starts to get cycled. We're going to have more tokens, more damage, see what else happens from here.
Yeah, and this is like, again, just the reason to play Ironcrag Pyromancer in your cycling deck. Giving up Lurrus is a steep cost because Lurrus is so good at recycling your creatures that you cycled. But when you have access to this creature that just invalidates so much of the format, I think it's a really acceptable cost to pay, and you're happy to have the O4 in your deck.
And now Thieves Guild Enforcer comes back down. We might see the other Soaring Thought Thief roll its way up, but we don't. Now, Fabled Passage would have been nice with that crab, but as we saw, that Pyromancer, it just kind of laughs at any rogue that's down there. You can see with just the artwork of the Ironcrag Pyromancer, you might as well just put a bunch of rogues on fire around that Ironcrag Pyromancer because that's all it's doing right now.
I mean, the crab was an ideal target to be thrown into the fire, like having a nice little, I don't know, like clam bake.
Oh yeah,
on Eldraine, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the Pyromancer is doing. It's just feeding on some really, really good seafood right now. And now Zenith are up to 10 already in this part of the match. But that's kind of what happens when you mill your opponent. If you run into a cycling deck, you're just basically beefing up all those Zenith flares.
Yep. So the Rogues player is now in a spot where not only do they have to kill the Pyromancer, they need to find a way to deal with these tokens eventually, but they also can't tap out, or else they're going to die to Zenith Flare. It is an unenviable spot.
Very unenviable, that's to be sure. So now Improbable Alliance Pyromancer, that just goes right back up to where it wants to be. Still just going to ping down 2/3s. It's going to hit for more damage. It's one of those spots, as you said, this matchup feels closer than it should be, but you can also see a realm in which you just see cycling just run over the deck, right?
It's really going to come down to the specific points of interaction. Like if Zerafitos had chosen not to attack their Thought Thief into the 1/1 fairy, I think that would have ended up better because like you need to be aware that Startling Development is a card that can be cast instead of cycled. So if you had played the game a little bit slower and kept up your Thought Thief as a blocker, or made it so that you were aware that Startling Development was a possibility, then I think you would have been much more well equipped to deal with the Pyromancer that came down.
Absolutely. And so now we see Valiant Rescuer, Heartless Act, going to try and take out that Pyromancer, but not before it continues just to deal a bunch of damage to the opponent. And finally, the Pyromancer is dealt with by another Heartless Act, but still plenty of tokens, plenty of things going on the side of this Jeskai Cycling deck. And not to mention a big Zenith Flare can also do some damage too.
Yeah, I mean, like part of the reason why it's so difficult to play rogues and why I think you don't see it that much at the top of the metagame share is that it feels like when you lose, you were so close to winning, but you just messed up somehow. I mean, that's how I feel. Like it always feels like there was something I could have done better that would have just led me to win the game, and instead, like I'm just getting buried in fairies and pyromancers and zenith flares.
Buried in Fairies, what it's like to play
Buried
against
in
the deck.
fairies.
Buried in Fairies. That's a new card that we need to add on to cycling. It's one where you just deal 1 damage for every fairy that you have on board.
Yeah. Is it like it should kill something, right? And then like I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a fairy Zenith Flare in its own way, right? As we just see the Zenith Flare come out, burn down the Rogues player, and take game number 1 here. And now we move on to the sideboard plan here. And as you said, Rogues has some things in its grasp that can help out with this. But already you saw just how quick Jeskai was with that sideboard plan. You can tell that they knew that this Dimir Rogues matchup was going to possibly be a common one, so they were ready to go with their sideboard plan.
Yep, and from the Dimir Rogue side, what you can do to make this matchup much better for you post board is you can bring in Soul Guide Lanterns, and then you can kind of try to enact this prison plan where you go like you play Lantern, you keep it up, and then when you're able to play Lurus, you sack the Lantern to draw a card or exile the graveyard and just replay the Lantern. So you can make sure that with enough mana, you will always have a Lantern activation up for when you need it. So you're basically like invalidating your opponent's Zenith Flares.
And now we're going to sit around and still kind of see the Rogues player still trying to like weigh what it is they want to do to keep the Jeskai cycling deck at bay. You see, like they have Heartless Axe, they still have their negates. You see the Mystical Disputes come in as well. I think we dropped out. What did we drop out here? The Ruin Crabs looks like they went away as well. So a good amount of things that help out in this matchup, but it's still going to be they need to navigate the tightrope just right to get themselves out from underneath what can be just some oppressive triggers on the side of the cycling deck.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm kind of interested to see how Skyclave Shade does post board. It's not something that I've thought to bring in, but it might be interesting.
Glass Casket into the hand as well from the sideboard for the cycling deck, and we see the early Scry with the negate is a possibility for the Rogues deck. It looks like they put it down to the bottom and are not going to roll that way. And so the pathways start up, Frostbill Ambush, ways to cycle through and find what you need. The Glass Casket sitting down there, is that just an answer for any and all of these kind of pieces, like a Skyclave Shade or something like that, or is there a specific thing you want to casket?
Well, so you can avoid using your Zenith Flares on creatures. It's good to bring in Casket just to deal with, mainly Lurus, and it's just like a backup for your Ironcrag Pyromancer.
Early spots here.
I think we want to casket the. Well, I guess you have the shredded sails for a flying creature, so I don't mind casketing the Skyclave Shade.
Yeah. So early answers on the side of the Dimir Rogues deck, but not a lot of pressures. So is this something where you're just going to put Lurus into your hand right away? Doesn't look like they're going to do that. It's kind of an awkward hand for the Rogues right here, as the Jeskai Cycler is going to put down Ironcrag Pyromancer and start asking the other side if they have answers for it. And that Heartless Act is going to do the trick and take out the early pressure and the early pain that is the Pyromancer.
Yep, and I still don't hate running out the Pyromancer there. Like, you just have to accept that they're going to have the removal spell some of the time. I mean, I guess you could wait until you can go Pyromancer into cycling, but if your opponent has a Heartless Act in that spot, you're still not going to be able to get the trigger if they time their removal spell correctly.
And so continuing on the pathway climb on the side of the Jeskai cycling deck, but they're going to float 1 mana. They're going to throw out an ambush first to see what else they pull out there. So now they know what color they need to play, and they say, yep, we need to play white so that the Valiant Rescuer can come down and we can cycle to get ourselves a token when we might need it.
Yep, and this is an interesting spot to maybe play a Crippling Fear here, but I mean, if you play the Crippling Fear here, you just ensure that you're not going to be up against any tokens. They are human tokens. Yes, I'm pretty sure they're human tokens.
Yeah, I believe they're soldiers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because you just name like assembly worker or something.
So we're going to see Luris come out from the Dream Den. A 3/2 life linker drops itself down, and now it's just a matter of finding what else they can, what Luris can do for you, which is not much. But Starling Development is going to start generating some soldiers, and another Starling Development is going to help out there, and another Valiant Rescuer. So we could see some going wide shenanigans happen on this side.
Yep, and so I mean, Doomenstein could fire off a Zenith Flare on Lurus here, but I imagine that because Rafitos was on the play, they have access to a negate right now, so definitely would not do that.
Yeah, it makes sense just to continue on putting pressure on, and even Flourishing Fox is good to have as well to continue going wide.
Playing the second Valiant Rescuer is
maybe went a little too wide.
Yep. I mean,
huge.
They do say that discretion is the better part of valor. It would have been, yeah.
That's a big spot. That now the question is how much mana is now open on that side of things, because we might see a Zenith Flare start going to face or take care of some other spots.
I imagine that Rafitos has a negate up for this Zenith Flare.
Shredded Sails, Valiant Rescuer in the hand. They might hold back and keep this thing until they have another cycler to at least activate the Valiant Rescuer.
But I mean, it's not going to get better. I think that you are just going to have to bite the bullet and fire off a Zenith Flare, have it negated.
Instead, we're going to cycle the Shredded Sails, find ourselves some more cyclers, just keep burning through the deck, find the pieces that we need to start answering stuff. Glass Casket now for the Lurus. That's not bad to have right there. Maybe this coaxes out a negate.
I don't know. I don't know if I would have negated that necessarily.
Oh, well, negate on the negate.
Okay,
Yo, dog, I heard you like negates. So I'm going to negate your negate, and then I'm going to negate a negate on that negate.
I don't know that I'm trying to fight over the Lurus when I know that like Zenith Flare could kill me. I don't have anything going on, so I don't know. I think it's fine to fight over the Glass Casket.
That was a big counterspell fight right there. And Shadow's a flusterstorm there with that huge negate fight back and forth on each other. Temple of Deceit, the scry's not bad though.
Yep, we're really looking for an into the story here, more than another counterspell, I think, because you're out of range of a large Zenith Flare.
Flourishing Fox now gonna activate with this Valiant Rescuer. Triumph can be played out just to get some more mana if we need it, but we might hold on to it for the cycling ability, which is what they will do.
All right, cycling land is not bad. I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether keeping the Lurus. Okay, found the disdainful stroke for the Zenith Flare. That's a big game.
Absolutely, but if they find the right pieces they want to do, they could also just cycle away the Triumph. There's a pathway. So no Zenith Flare this turn, but still just generating some good pieces. Flourishing Fox going to continue to do some work as well. Going right into Lurus.
Yeah, that I know that Lurus is just such a powerful card in your deck, but at the point where you're neither attacking nor blocking, I think that you might be better served just throwing it in front of a 3/1, or just attacking and not attacking for sure, but okay.
But still is it possible you're just, you're doing that thing because you're at 23 life. Are you really at that much of a worry about it, because you do have a disdainful stroke in hand for that one card that's in your opponent's hand, which you are pretty much assuming is a Zenith.
Yeah, this was so rough. So I was into blocking the 3/1 with the Lurus, but now, like, the fact that Doomenstein saw that there might be a Heartless Act and cycled an extra card and blocked Lurus with 3 creatures instead of 2, because if if Dumenstein had blocked with only 2 tokens, Rafitos could have killed one of the tokens and survived the lures. But instead, the board is clear, and now there's an improbable alliance in play ready to be activated next turn.
And
Okay.
that is likely to happen. We'll see what comes down right here. And that is a Cling to Dust.
Okay, making the Zenith Flare a little bit less lethal. Okay.
Drain a Stinger into the hand to help with the cycling, help with the token generation. And Zenith Flare now at 15. And a Pyromancer. Still needs some more draw in there, but we're still going to play down that Pyromancer anyway, which I like.
Yeah, we're seeing another just grindy cycling game here. I love it.
Grindy cycling is happening. Zenith Flares are quite powerful and can swing this game over. Now we see another Cling to Dust that's going to come out. Exile a card from a graveyard. Get some card draw, gain some life. The Triumph sits there as well.
Okay.
We're going to drown in the lock now into hand.
Okay, so we have like multiple ways to deal with a Zenith Flare and this Pyromancer. So we really need a way to draw cards specifically into the story to just offset the advantage of this improbable alliance.
And speak of the devil, there's into the story that goes right into hand and comes right out. And look at that. Now drowning the lock, now storing Thought Thief, whole bunch of other resources that we needed right there.
Yeah, so I mean, this is like Rafitos has a new plan here to just be able to apply pressure with the Soaring Thought Thief while you can. Make sure you always have the counter up for the Zenith Flare, and then eventually Crippling Fear all of the fairy tokens away.
Yeah, you still got plenty of time to do it because you're at 26 life. You're not really being pressured right now unless you're really worried about maybe double Zenith Flares coming your way. But your opponent's still only at 6 mana, so it's going to be a bit before you can worry about double Zenith Flares.
Huh.
Now just hanging back, just putting things down. Meanwhile, there's still rogues to be played. There's drowning the locks to be had. There's so many things that you can do on the side of the rogues deck to try and still keep this cycling deck at bay. Soaring Thought Thief now being flashed out. Sit down as it now you have 2/3/3 flyers, and there's some pressure now.
Yeah, we're kind of getting back to the point where Dumenstein's gonna want a Zenith Flare creature, but that's not gonna work out great because of all the counter spells in Rafito's hand. That Into the Story really dug Rafitos out of the hole there.
Yeah, absolutely. Startling Development now sitting there, so still we have some fairy tokens, but still they're just going to be kind of jump blockers. Nothing you can take the 3/3s out with.
Yep, that's the customary graveyard check for how many Zenith Flares are left in the deck.
Look at the amount of answers that the Rogues deck has. Disdainful Stroke, Mystical Dispute, Drown in the Lock. Second Zenith Flare now into the hand, but they need some more stuff. They're at 18 with the Zenith Flares.
I imagine Rafitos has enough mana up to counter both Zenith Flares right now, but I'm not 100% sure.
I would think they probably are. So they're going to choose to do any attacks. They're still holding back the Zeniths. Are they going to wait to see this piece? Or are we going to see some greed on the side of the Rogues with enough mana left over? At least one? Or I guess at least 2 mana is what we need.
I don't know. At this point, I'd have to have so much mana up to be confident enough to make this play.
There's the Cling to Dust. Okay. Still have Drown in the Lock active.
Oh, and another Into the Story is gonna be so good for Rafitos here. It's gonna give them like enough to close out the game if they didn't have enough already.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna see one attack, more mill, beefs those Zenith Flares up to 19. Now they're at 20.
This is the saddest pair of Zenith Flares in the world. I do think that you just have to fire it off on a creature. It's just not going to get better.
It's a bad day when it's a sad pair of Zenith Flare.
Okay.
There's a pathway. We're going to discard that thing down. Boon of the Wishgiver now in the hand.
We drawing 4 cards? Oh, okay. Sad.
Drain of Stinger? Is that going to be enough? I think, are they really just going for the Hail Mary of just get ourselves a Zenith Flare to 25 and go for broke?
I mean, that does look like it's the plan. The backup is to make enough fairies that you can trade with one of the Soaring Thought Thieves, but with just 1,000,000 cards in hand for Rafitos, I don't know how well that's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about, look at all the, I mean, now it didn't say please, so just an embarrassment of counterspells on the side of Dimir Rogues right there. So trying to see where this Jeskai cycling deck can figure out a way to pull off a victory here. Is it just trying to kind of hold back and maybe hope that the Dimir Rogues uses its mana awkwardly enough to give you a chance to get one flare to the face?
Yeah, so it might be something like cycle Zenith Flare untapped, but there are no more Zenith Flares in the deck. So as long as Rafitos has 2 counter spells for the 2 Zenith Flares, I just think that there's just no way to win here for Doomenstein.
Crippling Fear's not going to come down. Everyone's just kind of biding their time, kind of seeing what they want to do, and this is going to continue to cycle, continue to buff things. Now Zenith Flares at 22.
Okay, we're
cycle again. Zenith Flares at 23.
We're spinning our wheels here, but I don't see where we're going exactly.
I think they are trying to get enough mana because they're at 8 mana, so they're going to try and get it to 25. They're going to try and pull off 2 Zenith Flares, and they're going to run into 2 pieces of counter magic. They're basically saying, yeah, we can do Zenith Flare for 25, and then hopefully one of them gets through, but that's just not going to be the case. As long as the Rogues leaves enough mana up to make sure that they can counter both of these pieces, it looks like they will be able to seal this game off.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that Doomenstein suspects that Rafitos will have 2 counters to deal with the 2 Zenith Flares, but I guess that is your best chance, and that is what you're gonna do.
Yeah, they're still going to put land out there. They might even be cycling to find one other counter spell for them. So hopefully they can do Zenith Flare, counter one of the counters, and maybe give themselves a shot to pull this thing out. They still aren't dead on their own end either. So we got Disdainful Strokes, Mystical Disputes, Didn't Say Please, Drown in the Lock, Soaring Thought Thieves Trigger.
We're cycling some more.
Another Glass Casket.
All right.
Activating to draw more.
Maybe get Rafitos to counter a Glass Casket instead of a Zenith Flare.
Another Improbable Alliance.
All right. Nope, we're not casting Glass Casket.
It does. It's one of those things. Wish I could see into the graveyard right now to see how many counter spells have been milled into the graveyard.
I'm interested in seeing how many cards are left in Doomenstein's deck.
Yeah, I mean that's the other things. These Soaring Thought Thieves have been just putting in some work as well. If your Zenith Flare is at 28, how many cards do you have left in your deck? Still holding up what they need. Making sure they have enough pieces. There's a Mystical Dispute now.
Does that, without knowing exactly how much mana is available, this is really exciting.
It's kind of tense of what's going on right now. This is definitely camping. It is intense.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is this the chance we see the Zenith Flare attempt? There's the
This is
first one.
awesome. I mean, I have to believe that Rafitos has enough mana for a third counter
We
spell.
got to think. We like to
Ooh,
keep people on their toes. So is it
okay,
Disdainful Stroke or the other way? It's didn't say please
okay. We're using the expensive one first. Good
to
play.
mill more cards to take more damage from a potential other Zenith Flare. There's Zenith Flare 1. Here comes Zenith Flare 2 for 29. Still another counter.
Do we have enough mana?
Throws a Disdainful Stroke. Here comes a Mystical Dispute. As long as we have 1 mana up to dispute that dispute.
It doesn't look like it, to be honest. Like,
It's all the pieces. Is that it?
oh,
It
we
is.
do. Okay.
We got
All
that
right.
1 more mana up, and we do see all of these counters. I mean, heck of a shot right here, right? Take your shot. That's what they did. So many counter spells lined up, and still, I mean, technically, they aren't dead, but at the same time, they've used up all the resources. They took their shot, and Jeskai Cycling goes down, and now we are evened up at 1-1. What a game number 2 that was on that side of things, and now we can see what else.
Had a plan, and nothing was gonna get in the way of their plan until the end.
So we're still looking on this Rogue side. They're kind of looking at their board. Is there something they want to take out or switch out here? Now knowing that they're going to switch over and see if there's some other piece they might want to get rid of, knowing that they need some other answers. A Heartless Sack goes out. Dead Weight was what they're looking at. No, they keep the Heartless Sack back in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I imagine it's fine to shuffle like 1 or 2 of their removal spells or counters for game 3 if you're on the draw. Like you might want a Mystical Dispute over a Heartless Act, but I'm not sure.
Early spot, decent hand for the cycling spot. Only one
not
land
a great hand
for that Rogue's deck.
Okay, much better.
Much better. Into the Story, maybe? Well, I guess one of the counter spells. Into the Story is what goes down. Into the Story goes into the bottom of the deck. And so now we get ready for cycling. He's going to be on the play here, dropping down spots. Here comes a Flourishing Fox. Oh, it's just a 1-1. Well, it needs to be answered pretty quickly.
This is the ideal start for the cycling deck. The great thing is that if you're on the play and you're able to put that first counter on the Flourishing Fox, like it just dodges Heartless Act. So Rafitus is going to need an eliminate or a drown in the lock to deal with this Fox. I expect that we're just going to go all in into this Fox.
Drain Stinger, not bad. Not you have a second one of those. If you find another cycling, you might. There you go. You might actually. You can do Valiant Rescuer and then cycle the Drain Stinger, so you can have a little go wide strategy as well.
Yeah, and this game now is all about killing this Fox. It's gonna give the Fox is gonna give Doomenstein the opportunity to play out some other threats, and then have Rafitos like deal with that after dealing with the Fox.
Now, if this one come down, we see a Soaring Thought Thief mosey its way and be flashed out into the board. Do we attack with the Fox here?
So I'm trying to think how many cards would be in the graveyard at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seems like you'd be safe from Thieves Guild Enforcer. Because I count 1, 2. I count like 2 cards in the graveyard plus the 2 from the Thieves Guild Enforcer. I guess if you had a double Thieves Guild Enforcer, that would be bad.
And now we're going to see the counters be put on, tokens being generated, Foxes getting larger as this 4/4 is going to start flying its way into the face, and already down to 13 is the Rogues deck, and the clock is ticking.
I mean, crucially, this Fox now is also out of range of Crippling Fear, so we're going to get to the point pretty quickly where we're chumping with the Merfolk Windrobber.
Enough pieces. Second Flourishing Fox now comes down. So now it's the question of, do you want to go, Valiant Rescuer to do some like double cycling shenanigans, which can be had there? This Flourishing Fox looks like it's going to get cycled out.
Okay.
More tokens, more counters, more cyclers. And here's the other thing. Did Duenstein learn their lesson to hold back that second Valiant Rescuer? Looks like they did.
Yep. I mean, the Fox just being so huge is taking a lot of pressure off Dumenstein to try and end the game. But I do just like keeping the second Rescuer in hand, like even just the cycle.
Big moment here in round number 5. Both of these competitors looking to continue on staying undefeated here at the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. As Boone the Wishgiver now gets cycled, Flourishing Fox gets bigger, more soldiers come out, and Starling Development doing some things as well. So continuing to do what it needs to do. This is the consistency we were talking about with the cycling deck, and now an improbable alliance.
So this should be lethal if I guess it's not lethal because no. What can happen is you can Glass Casket the Thought Thief, and then if that gets countered, fight the Thought Thief and the Fox. But okay, we're not going another way here.
Now it's up to see what else the cycling deck wants to do here. Do they go for blood now before we have a declare of blocks?
Well, it is a sorcery, so unless you're gonna cycle it, like you're kind of locked in. That's why I wanted to maybe,
right.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to maybe casket before you attacked.
We can understand. I don't mind this play either. It's still just putting a bunch of 6. Your opponent's still at 6 life. Not much else you can do besides just hanging back. You don't need to commit anything else to the board because your opponent needs to answer this right now.
Yeah, and even with the Thieves Guild Enforcer, all Rafitos has is 2 counter spells in hand, so you can safely fire off the Zenith Flare here and
throw it to the face and call it good. And that's going to do it. And just like that, we go from a huge, long game number 2 into game number 3, where just all of a sudden the cycling deck did what it wanted to do, Nick. It started off with turn 1 into turn 2 into cycle, make some gigantic foxes, do what it wanted to do. And that's how we saw Duenstein now go to 5-0 with just guys cycling over that Dimir Rogues deck.
Yep. When you're trying to play a deck that isn't adventures in this format, I think you're kind of going for a deck that has a lot of free win potential. And going turn 1 Fox into turn 2 double cycle is just one of the easiest ways to get a free win in the format.
Absolutely. I mean, there's kind of we see those kind of free win matches sometimes, and that was just one of those things where things just lined up perfectly for the cycling deck. They still navigated it very, very well, but they were able to get themselves the win and make sure that they were in a place that they needed to be. And now they're sitting, moving, and grooving at 5-0 after round number 5. And I always like to be moving and grooving because I always like to listen to all the music that comes from Monster Cat. And if you haven't heard about Monster Cat Gold, well, now you have. It's a great service for $5 a month where you can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from the top electronic artists. You can use music on your live streams and videos with no fear of DMCA claims or strikes. And they've got tons of additional perks too, including early listening, access to new music, Monster Cat shop discounts, and exclusive community features. You can check it out by checking out Monster Cat Gold. And we are making sure that we're going to continue to check out some great Magic the Gathering competitions as we get ready to move into round number 6 coming up right after this. Welcome back to the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. We are in round number 6. 3 rounds to go. A lot of competitors still in it. $2,000 in prizes on the line, and it's going to be a wonderful finish here to the Swiss before we cut to top 8. And speaking of top 8, there's we kind of now have seen if things have fleshed out a little bit, Nick, of these. There's a group of players that are still undefeated, still 5-0, and a bunch of players that are 4-1 still competing to kind of hit that top 8 as we take a look at the standings of the top 20 and where they stand right now. And the thing that stands out to me, Nick, as we look at that top 8 as it stands right now, a pretty diverse group of different deck archetypes there.
Yep. I mean, we've had like different decks on feature today, and it definitely has not been a case of like cherry picking decks so that we wouldn't, see all mono red. Like what honestly happened was that a bunch of different decks did well. We saw cycling and mono red and Sultai and 4-color just all win games on feature, and I really love the standard format because you can pretty much play anything you want and do well with it if you run into the right matchups and if you just know what your plan is for each matchup.
And of course, we'll get to see some of these pieces maybe a little bit later on as we see stuff like Nia Fury, which will be our second match here for round number 6. There was shenanigans with that Gruul control with that because it's
Is just a Gruul aggro deck.
yeah,
So
but we take a look at the Nia
yeah.
Fury deck right here, sitting on this side, and it's a very very interesting list of those the Nia adventures that we know so much. And a lot of times when you see that Nia build, it's whether or not you build it Toski or build it Fury or build it with Great Henge. This is the Fury lineup, and it's something that we haven't got a chance to see yet, but we'll probably get to see in the second match of this round. And it's a very interesting deck that I'm going to be interested to see how it plays out, especially going up against I believe it's going up against Jeskai Cycling.
Yep, I mean this is right now the least popular of the Naya decks, but I think that it has the ability to just win out of nowhere, like more so than the Squirrel deck and the Great Henge version. So it's, I think, well equipped to beat a cycling deck, which we're seeing again in this round.
Absolutely, that'll be in game number 2. But let's talk about the first game that we're going to be talking about between Bob Molly and PHF, which is going to be Sultai Ultimatum, which we saw a little bit earlier today, piloted by Bob Molly, and we see up here the Yorion Sultai control list with all of those ultimatums up there. So we see the ultimatum, Seagate restorations, a lot of those other cool pieces that are going to be sitting down there. And meanwhile, PHF is going to be sitting on Gruul Adventures, which is a very it's another aggro deck that sits down there, but has its own way of using that, as we talked about, using different engines and putting different pieces that we want to around it. I'm going to be interested to see how this Gruul Adventures deck stacks up against something like Sultai Ultimatum.
Yep, with a format where we have access to all 10 pathways and a bunch of different cool things to do with different colors, I think it can be tempting to, it's definitely tempting to play 3 or more colors in your decks, but sometimes just playing Gruul gets the job done between Embercleave, Great Henge, and the core adventure package without the Brazen Borrower. I think it's still well equipped to deal with the meta.
Something else that I know from PHF's Gruul list as well is, it has, a single copy of Garruk Unleashed. It's got a copy of Vivian, Monsters Advocate as well. Is that something that you think is should be or is a commonplace in this type of Gruul deck, that you need those kinds of planeswalkers to kind of top out your curve, or use things like Vivian's ability to look at the top of your library at any time? Are those important pieces to the Adventures deck, or are those little spicy inclusions that PHF has put in there?
So if you're building your Gruul deck for a ladder or for a tournament, I think you want to consider whether you're trying to make yourself a mid-range deck like the deck splashing a third color, or whether you're trying to prioritize speed. I think that both of those planeswalkers are just good kind of generic options for a Gruul deck, but when you're building your Gruul deck, you should consider how fast you want to be and how grindy you want to be in game 1. You could just leave those planeswalkers in the board, play something more aggressive game 1.
And we see that start off right there with Gruul being able to kind of get that Lovestruck Beast on a decent turn, not one play right there. And meanwhile, Bob Molly with Sultai has a little bit of ramp with that Wolf Willow Haven that's coming down. It's got some good color selection and a Seagate Restoration to save or use as they see fit. Meanwhile, a Triumph is going to come down, fix up some colors, and now we move on to the second turn for this Gruul deck.
Wow, as usual, like I see these Sultai Ultimatum hands, and I just don't feel great about them because you just have like 3 lands and 3 7-drops. But as we've seen, I think the Sultai deck is going to be able to get set up to a point where you're actually going to be able to cast these 7-drops. It's going to take a pretty fast start and or an Embercleave to kill Bob Molly before they can deploy some 7-drops.
Meanwhile, Brushfire Elemental buffing themselves up left and right. Fateful Passage coming down, doing some work start as well. Say that again, Nick.
So this so this is 11 damage, right? So I think there's an argument to keeping up the Fabled Passage in case you want to save your Elemental from an Elspeth Nightmare, but then, I mean, that's just something to think about. I think it's fine to just get in for 11.
Well, you talked about it. Sometimes, I mean, what a start for this Gruul Adventures deck that just all of a sudden is now got Sultai down to 7 life and only 2 lanes out here on turn number 3. They're going to need to, and they have the pathway that they can sit there and drop back down up here, but they're one spot away from playing something like an Extinction Event. They have Elspeth's Nightmare, which is going to put down there as well, but still they're under so much pressure right now.
we can play it because we have the Wolf Willow Haven, so
Of course.
it's gonna I mean, this is like really good for the Sultai deck, but if PHF can draw land here, we're gonna be able to get in with a Questing Beast, but that didn't happen. So yeah, I like just running out the Bone Crusher Giant.
Well, you put out a bunch of questions, and Sultai had the answers, and now Fabled Passage comes down to get some untapped lands. Cultivate going to be able to continue some ramp shenanigans as well. So that's what Sultai needs to do. It needs to find its ramp so it can start doing the big things and start to shift the game over to its side. But in the meantime, it's still going to be under a good amount of pressure.
Yeah, and this is like really going to be the crucial turn because if PHF draws a land here, they'll be able to deal lethal to Bob Molly. But if Bob Molly gets untapped, they're going to be able to fire off the lethal.
There it is.
Well, eventually lethal the Merchant Ultimatum. But yeah, okay, so we got there.
We got there. Questing Beast looks like it's going to drop down, and big wall of text, a big amount of damage going faced, and just like that, Gruul Adventures goes up 1-0 here in round number 6. So PHF feeling good about their first realm, and now we see, look at Sultai just jumping right in, taking out what it doesn't want, knowing exactly what it needs. There's a few other decisions to be made there, and then we look at the side of the Gruul deck, and the Gruul Adventures deck. It's got things like a Crone War, Ox of Lagona, Soulseer, Scorching Dragonfire, Wilt, Shadow Spear, and of course Clothis, God of Destiny. What is it going to try to side in here up against this control-y Sultai deck?
So when you think of Sultai, you kind of think of it as a control deck, but especially post board, you're going to see a lot of chonky creatures. So I actually like bringing in a Crone War here, especially if PHF thinks that Bob Molly might be going with Coma, because a Crone War is just such an excellent answer to Coma, and it's an even better answer to Elder Gargaroth because it makes your opponent's creatures attack into the Gargaroth, and your Gargaroth gets the block, make tokens, draw cards. So I like a Crone War as a kind of all around answer to creatures in this matchup.
And meanwhile, we see some Phoenixes being put in. Both Great Henges now taken out of the deck as well. We look at some Scavenging Oozes. There's a chance we toss those away and then take out and then bring in an Ox that we see there too. So some interesting decisions being made on the side of PHF as we look at what else they want to do going against this Sultai Ultimatum deck.
I mean, when you think about it, Questing Beast is kind of like Toski, right?
Mm-hmm. It's it's a very apt comparison right there. I would never think that I would be that fearful of a squirrel, but I just am.
I mean, when it's like when you mutate the Gem Razor onto it, or when you pump it up with a Felidar Retreat, like it can get pretty scary indeed. Yeah. Also, did you know that Toski has a hook for a paw?
I did know that. I did. I was able to take a look at that art. It has some hooks, and
yeah.
I know this Gruul deck would love to get its hooks into a Sultai deck and get another early quick win to get this victory in round number 6 to continue to stay in that top 8 contention as both these players undefeated. One of them will leave undefeated. The other will go to 5-1. And we look right there. Sultai likes their opening hand. They hold on to it. They got things like Eliminate. They got Heartless Act. They got some they have Omen of the Sea as well. Meanwhile, let's look over to the side of Gruul. It's got the Shatter Skull Smashings. It decides to mulligan to look for something else. Lovestruck Beasts, a turn 1 play, Scavenging Ooze, and that Ox. A little bit awkward on the mana, but it's still something that you can do after 1 mulligan.
Yeah, this hand is a little bit vulnerable to spot removal, but given that PHF is on 6 here, I can't like imagine that they'd throw it back to draw a 5-card hand.
Throwing out the Fabled Passage early is Sultai, so they can fix up all their colors. Find the black mana, and of course there it sits down, and now they're good and set to go with their Eliminates and Heartless Acts.
Yeah, I mean, so a 2-drop was a good draw here because it kind of protects you a little bit more against things like Extinction Event, though not so much against Shadow's Verdict. Yeah, so you can see kind of PHF struggling over the sequencing here because you have the choice of playing a 1/1 with the Lovestruck Beast, or just playing the Fabled Passage so you can deploy the Brushfire Elemental next turn.
What's the move here? Do you want to get that 1/1 to see if you can like bait out some removal to kind of strand the 5/5 a little bit, which looks like is where they're going, and hoping that maybe a little bit later on you can throw out that Brushfire Elemental. That is where they go right there. What's your thought on that move?
I think I'm all right delaying the Fabled Passage a turn longer, because even if you don't draw an untapped red source, you can still fire off the second Heart's Desire, then play the Fabled Passage, and have Brushfire plus land on turn 3.
Early hit right there. Still, we didn't draw into that eventual fourth land, so they might just hang back and do another single mana with another Love-Struck Beast to get a couple 1/1s out there, and then we can roll a Fable Passage here just to fix up our colors a little bit, even though it'll delay us a little bit. We still got something to do on turn number 2, and that's fine.
Yep, I can imagine. I could see Bob Molly firing off a Heartless Act to save some damage, but really I think Omen of the Sea is the play. Try to find the Cultivate and just get the ball rolling on the mana development.
Yep, not bad here with the Omen of the Sea. Going to help us get some card selection. Wolf Willow Haven, another Heartless Act down there, and just going to stack it up.
Both on top.
Keep them both.
Okay,
saying,
that's it.
Yep, I'm good to go. We still have our land drops that we can hit, and we're still fine. And I like it. Just keep holding up some rampant answers.
Yeah, you got to make sure you don't let Auto Tapper mess you up here. You want to do it this way so that you can play both Wolf Willow Haven and hold up a removal spell.
You can see the awkwardness of colors that happen with Gruul Adventures. It hasn't gotten off to that same explosive start that it got to do in game number 1. Now it has to spend time still, making some things, putting some stuff together, but it needs to fix its mana first before it can really try to apply a bunch of pressure. And at that point that you're applying that kind of pressure, it's too late because you can see all the answers on Sultai's side.
Yep. So at this point, you could go for playing the Brushfire Elemental and trying to get in for 3, or you could just kind of stay on curve as much as possible and play a Love-Struck Beast, which looks like is what PHF is going to do here.
Yeah, still just chipping away at what they can, trying to coax out and eliminate, and that's what they do.
Really? Okay. That's an interesting one.
What's the thought process behind dropping and eliminate on a 1-drop? Is there some other piece that they say, oh, there might be something else they want to do here?
I imagine the plan would be to cut PHF off of attacking with Love-Struck Beasts, but then there already are 2 1/1s in play, and with the possibility of Brushfire Elemental in hand, it kind of makes that plan a little bit optimistic. But I don't know. We'll see what. Maybe the binding is being held for the 5/5, and we're just trying to save damage here.
It could be the fact as well. I mean, they had 2 Heartless Acts, they had a bunch of other pieces of removal, and they didn't have a lot of big, huge plays, or at that time, ramp before they drew that second Wolf Willow Haven. So it might have just been the fact of, you know what, let's just start answering stuff now. We're just going to start pinging stuff away now. We're not setting up for anything until a little bit later on when we maybe can play that Seagate Restoration unless we want to play it right now tapped. There's a lot of things they could do. So they might have just said, you know what, let's just start expending our resources now instead of, waiting until it might be too late.
Yep. I mean, the question is whether Bob Molly thought that PHF was going to play a creature end of turn, because in that case, you could have just saved your eliminate for the Love-Struck Beast and then saved this Binding the Old Gods for another threat.
Or like a Planeswalker.
Yep. So, I mean, right now, the way it's panned out, Bob Molly has saved as much creature damage as possible, but that does leave them open to a 5th land and a Vivian next turn.
So now we look at the side of the Gruul Adventures deck. They have, we do make our land drop to get us to 4 mana, which is solid to see. Is this something where we might see them play out? Okay, we're just going to play out the other Love-Struck Beast and just let that go, because now we have a 1 and a 5 that need to be answered.
Yeah, and in that spot, yeah, I don't know. Well, there are a lot of I think PHF and I would have played this game a little bit differently, but given that I'm not much of a Gruul aficionado, I think we can trust that PHF is trying to kind of keep Bob Molly off balance with their plays rather than trying to prioritize using every land every turn.
Now, Heartless Acts being had, we foretell an Epiphany to give ourselves another turn and another Heartless Act in hand. It's resources have been used up a good amount, but there's still things that we can do to kind of restock up and still keep this game over on the side of Sultai. Meanwhile, the Gruul Adventures deck, it's not it's not expending everything it needs to right now. It's just trying to give itself the best opportunities, maybe balance the fact that it's, they're not going to have as much mana as Sultai. So they want Sultai to use up as much as possible so they can start putting pressure on them, pressure in the likes of something like Garruk Unleashed.
Yep, and because we saw the Binding of the Old Gods come down and deal with the creature, when Bob Molly had an abundance of 2 mana of black removal in hand, Bob Molly might have a difficult time, or would have had a difficult time dealing with his Planeswalker if not for the Alrund's Epiphany in hand. So I imagine, we're gonna fire off the Epiphany. Yep.
Get a couple of 1/1s so we can start chipping away at that Planeswalker. Disdainful Stroke now in hand. Yorion Sky Nomad's probably going to come into hand. We could throw it out there and bounce the Omen of the Sea if we wanted to. Still kind of an awkward place for the Sultai deck, though.
Yeah, I would definitely want to keep Disdainful Stroke up only if I had another spell to cast, because the majority of spells PHF could have, aren't covered by the Disdainful Stroke. So if I had the choice between keeping up Disdainful Stroke and just spending 8 mana on a Yorion, I do think that Bob Molly is making the right decision here.
Creature attack's going to go in, chip away at Garruk. Yorion going to bounce back the Omen of the Sea. Couple of Cultivates, don't need those. Now we need our big stuff.
Yeah, Bob Molly deciding they're not the person of culture, and yeah, I mean they're in a great spot here. Like, I think that they sequence things in such a way that they would be able to deal with all the creatures their opponents like that PHF played, and also just have answers to Planeswalkers without needing to keep that Binding the Old Gods in hand.
Now we have some Edgewall Innkeepers down, but we're not really short of any cards that we want to do right now. We can still see what else is going to be played out here. Garrick's going to show up and buff up this 1/1 into being a 4/4.
I mean,
ask Yorion to chump and then throw the Bone Crusher Giant at it.
I'm just not. Yeah, this is a good attack in that. I think it's unlikely Bob Molly would block. So I like attacking when you're behind. The classic Reduke play of attacking when you're behind.
Throwing some pieces out. Edgewall Innkeeper now drops back down. Now we're going to throw out the Bone Crusher Giant, draw a card off it, and just get ourselves a decent board to maybe protect Garrick, but the Flyer's still going to get in there.
We are a person of culture.
That's
the third cultivate.
We're going to be adding some more trees to this spot as well.
Any Shuffler truthers in chat? All right. So Bob Molly has to kind of balance dealing with the opponent's threats while also being able to save on your life total. So I think that you definitely needed to get rid of that Garruk, but that does leave you open to an attack. I mean, you have the Heartless Act, and the Disdainful Stroke is kind of dead unless your opponent runs out the Embercleave or the Vivian here. But we'll see, because PHF could do several different things here.
Yeah, they need to be very careful. I mean, you're still just sitting at 9 life, and if you sequence improperly or make just one misplay, could cost you the game right here. And now here comes the Burstfire Elemental with its haste ability. We're going to see the landfall trigger.
We're going for the Embercleave. Okay.
They believe in the cleave.
I wanted to play that on green because, you could attack, threaten, lethal, force a block, maybe a Heartless Act, and then you could play the Scavenging Ooze and gain life and put a counter on a thing. But then this just kind of leaves you open to the removal spell right now.
Yeah, it was an interesting move. They put it back on there, and now it's going to hold things off as we now swing back in. But we still have that Embercleave ready to do damage. Is this going to be lethal?
So this Disdainful Stroke is going to make it so that PHF is going to be pretty irreversibly behind. Like, these blocks are excellent. Yeah, so you're going to be able to get the Edgewall Innkeeper off the board. You will take 4, but then the Embercleave is just going to get countered.
That's right.
And then you might want to set an upkeep stop to scry with the Omen. Though you could also just cycle a Triome on your turn.
Down goes an Ember Cleave. There goes a bunch of 1/1s. You still have the Giant up at Yorion doing its thing, and even more culture as we see continued cultivation on this side of this spot. And you know what?
I like looking through the deck just to make sure.
It's just did I really draw another cultivate? Did I really draw that? How many basics do I have in this deck? Let's get them all out here. So now the Triumph going to cycle itself away. Now here's the thing: we need to find the big stuff. Vorinclex is big stuff.
That's big stuff. So okay, so now you're as the Sultai player, your main concern is ending the game while also keeping enough back so that you don't just die.
Yeah,
so,
you gotta manage threats. You gotta really manage threats well because you're sitting at 5 life. Again, one small mistake could cost you this game.
So here you could attack with the Bone Crusher, and you're kind of forced to block it with Yorion, and then you could stomp the Yorion, and then you just wouldn't have to deal with the 4/5 threat in the air because now if you play the Vivian and make a reach thing, it only takes one answer to kill the beast and then kill Vivian with the Yorion. So EHF is going to want to think about how they approach this turn for sure.
Yeah, because I mean, you could attack with the 4/3, see if they block with Yorion, and if they do, stomp it and then throw another 4/3 right back out there because you do have the mana for it.
Yep, and that also gives you the option to just play a Scavenging Ooze instead of the Bone Crusher if you tap red.
Looks like that's what's going to happen here. Double block. Worried about the cleave again, I see.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't change anything while also making Bob Molly like more protected against a cleave that would actually be lethal.
Putting those pieces down. Now we throw out the stomp to make sure we can take out Yorion.
Okay, we want to tap double red so we can maybe Scavenging Ooze and gain a life. I don't know how relevant that is, but it's just something that you want to keep up.
Bone Crusher Giant. There's the double red, as you said. Sky Noodle burned to the ground. And now Scavenging Ooze drops back down as well.
Yeah,
and there's the early stop for the Scrying. And just as you had said, Nick, this is why we keep you on the expert panel, right? Top-notch stuff here from my co-commentator.
You say that like you throw this compliment at me, but then I was just about to ask you whether a burned Yorion is one that is too al dente to be eaten or one that is too overcooked.
I would say it's too. It was left on the burner. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a little sooty.
Sooty Yorion.
Yeah, it's not Sultai Yorion, it's sooty Yorion. Meanwhile, we're gonna not be sooty, but Scry. Scry 2, we're gonna fit Kiora Best the Sea God. That's another big spot here, but we do already have a Vorinclex out.
I mean,
what's better than a Vorinclex? Yeah. Do you stack the Heartless Act first? No, you're just gonna get that. You're gonna get that piece out.
Yeah. So imagine that. Yeah, it's just safer. I really want to play the Vorinclex first, just for value, but I understand that it's safer to just play the 8/8 hexproof.
Yep, absolutely. So now you're asking yourself, if you're on the Gruul side, how do I get myself out of this? How do I try and close this game out now that I see an 8/8 hexproof that's in front of me?
Yeah, I'm asking myself, like, what's the fastest way to concede the game in sideboard for the next for the next one? But for real, I think the best shot here is so the Kiora Best Sea God is going to tap down whatever PHF plays, which means playing the Vivian is just a one-way ticket for Vivian to the graveyard. So we might want to play the Bone Crusher Giant here, get attacked for 10, and then see what we draw from there. But then even after that, the Kiora Best Sea God will just steal the Vivian or the Bone Crusher or the Scavenging Ooze, anything really.
Is there something they can draw into that'll help seal this game off?
I don't think so. Because the thing with Kiora Best Sea God, right, is that the 8/8 is just the opening act, right? Like if that doesn't just completely break your opponent's board, you also just tap down everything that they play, and you steal their best thing. So it's just so hard for a deck without sweepers or flyers to deal with that.
3/3 green beast. Drop down there. So a bunch of 3/3s, but still nothing that can help close this out. It just looks like with everything else, there's the Heartless Act that we cried for. Tapped everything down. Vorten collects. Now it probably likely going to be shown off here. Maybe we attack.
So you can. So either way, this is going to be over in 2 turns. So you can just make sure that you kill the Vivian to be safe. Hold up Heartless Act, and leave the 2/2 back. Well, okay. No, I guess you don't need to keep the 2/2 back because your opponent's things are tapped down, and even if they play a Brushfire Elemental, you can just Heartless Act it.
Yep. So we take care of the Vivian. We're left with no cards in hand but a forest, and well, there's the Questing Beast.
Yeah, that perfectly calculated by Bob Molly to keep up the Heartless Act exactly when PHF drew the Questing Beast, which wouldn't even be lethal. So.
Yeah, you see it there. It's like, it's like it's like, oh my god, top deck Questing Beast. Still not enough. And if you don't kill him, that Questing Beast now becomes their Questing Beast.
You need to just read Questing Beast in case it has an additional ability that kills your opponent from 5 instead of 4.
Yep. And there goes the Bone Crusher Giant. Questing Beast sitting down there as well. Can't even phase out because Questing Beast would still kill you even if you're phased out, probably. I'm just joking, of course. But that Heartless Act is sitting there. I mean, you just look at Sultai. It's like they're kind of hanging on by the skin of their teeth. They're out of stuff, but so is the Gruul deck. It's just Sultai was allowed to ramp and do its thing, and now it's just got all the value and ways to close out this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be up to PHF in Game 3 to try and come out with enough force in the early game before Bob Molly can play things like Polukranos and Elder Gargroth and Kiora Best as he got. Because it's definitely within the range of possibility for PHF to pull off a quick win. I mean, we saw that in Game 1.
Absolutely. And there's the swing out. And there's the concede, and we go to game number 3 here in round number 6 of the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. And so, Gruul deck gets back on the play from being on the draw. Sultai still doing its thing, trying to just keep itself alive and outlast their opponents. We're going into game number 3. Gruul on the play is simply just going first and maybe doing a couple of sideboard adjustments. Is that all it needs to try and close this game out really quick?
I mean, that's kind of all it has, right? We saw that Vivian was decent. We saw both Garruk and Vivian. They just didn't match up incredibly well against Yorion and Binding the Old Gods, which didn't even target a Planeswalker and eventually Kiora Best to See God. So I think Gruul's best bet here is to just go fast. But yes, that is my expert analysis. Gruul, go fast.
Gruul, go fast. That's what we're going to talk about this one. They were going to go on a few adventures, but they better do it quickly because their travel plans need to be in and out, back and forth, and hopefully taking out this opponent in game number 3. So Bob Molly sitting on its Sultai, ready to do its thing. One of the most powerful decks that you can play right now. Meanwhile, Gruul sitting there and just enjoying playing some really, really powerful, aggressive creatures. And one of these players is going to get to go 6-0 and continue their quest to be at the top 8 of the TGS Signature Series. You see that the Gruul deck's still sitting down there, still trying to consider were there any adjustments you would make right now?
Yeah, you want to figure out how many top end cards you want to play between Embercleave, Great Henge, and Vivian. I kind of like leaving out Great Henge because you're never gonna outgrind the Sultai deck. So Gruul, go fast, win game.
Sounds fine to me.
I do see an argument for just trying to find space for the third Akroan War because it's post board. Your opponent, like Bob Molly, will have creatures in play at some point, and all of those creatures are very easy. Like not easy, but they are dealt with pretty conveniently by an Akroan War.
Now,
so
let's see what chat thinks as we get ready to start game number 3. Who they think is going to win between Bob Molly and PHF? Let's get some emotes in the chat. Who are we spamming what for? Which player are we rooting for as we go into game number 3 here in the TGS Signature Series? And early on, one lane hand on the side of Sultai. It's a risky keep if they do that. I think they got to toss that thing away. Meanwhile, on the side of Gruul, it's got a couple lands, but a couple of things to do. But that Toppin already showing up. This might be a double mulligan situation.
Yeah, I wonder if Bob Molly is trying to convince themselves to mulligan. I mean, I would be so tempted to keep this hand, even though that I would know that I should throw this back. But on the other hand, I think that PHF's hand is like really is a decision that they have to make. I could see keeping this hand, but you run into the problem of just smashing your Urks and Vivians into bindings and like Kiara as he got gods and Yorion. So I could see throwing it back for something a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's just a little top heavy. So they do, and it's Scatter Skull, Embercleave, Edgewall, couple of Innkeepers and a Love Struck Beast. This is a much better hand right here. And meanwhile, on the side of
I like this hand.
Sultai gets, they do have an MDFC with that Droid Disruption. That's a land that they can play out tapped. They do have a Cultivate to go with an island. If they draw a green source, they're sitting pretty, but that's hopefully you can do that if you do Disruption 1, island into Omen of the Sea, and then hopefully find that green mana for a Cultivate to get you where you need to go. But again, ramping and doing passive things, not the best thing you want to be doing against a Gruul deck that's going first.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those hands, right? That you just like are missing 2 colors. You don't have a third land. You're just like, I hope I get there, because if you do manage to find all of your lands, I think you're in a good spot. But we have a kind of sketchy hand on Bob Marley's side against a really good adventure to start from PHF.
So there's the MDFC that's going to come in tapped. More lands. We have Forest. We have Scatter Skull Smashings down there. We're going to possibly play another Edgewall Innkeeper if we want to.
Oh, okay. I like that we're going for just maximum greed and the value here. Like we're just ignoring the possibility that the opponent could have a Heartless Act and get, because we have 2 Edgewall Innkeepers, so PHF is trying to get as much value from them as possible. We did not draw the black source.
No black source, which is unfortunate, but they're going to have to flash out Omen of the Sea if they need it. There's a nice Edgewall Innkeeper, 2 of them, and look at the start here. Gruul Adventures off to a great place right now. Can they scry and find the land they need? They don't. It's Cultivate. They're going to need to find a land. Otherwise, this is going to be another pretty quick game. They don't get a land right there. They need to draw one off the top. Otherwise, it's big, dangerous times. No black mana on the side of Sultai Ultimatum, and Gruul Adventures is just having a field day right now as Bob Molly and Sultai Ultimatum just can't find the land that they need to stay alive. This could end up being a very quick game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see it, especially since if Bob Molly had drawn the lands that they needed, this would have been a pretty competitive game, I think. But yeah, that is the issue with Sultai sometimes. It just loses to itself. Having 80 cards means you just have a wider range of options and powerful cards, but you also have those more inconsistent starts where you just can't find the cards you need to keep going.
Another Love Struck Beast, drawing even more cards. Putting in Bone Crusher Giant, no land again on the side of Sultai Ultimatum. Bob Molly says, GG, it just wasn't in the cards for me. And PHF and Gruul Adventures goes to 6-0 here at the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. And I got to tell you, Nick, just as you said, sometimes when you play 80-card decks, you play those big control decks as well. They played 2. They put out their 2 lands. They scried 2. They drew again. The land just didn't show up when they needed it to. And even on a single mulligan, you could have seen that that's a keep that they wanted to make. Let's go back all the way to the beginning of that game number 3. You mulligan once, you look at that hand. Do you still keep that hand, or do you think I'm against this Gruul aggro deck that is also mulliganing aggressively? Do you need to mulligan even more aggressively just to find those early answers and not worry about anything else but finding black mana and some of those removal spells?
That's tough. I thought about it a lot, like even during the game, and I do think I would have ended up mulliganing to 5. I think part of that is that I, as a player, I tend to mulligan, I think, more than the average. So I'm more willing to find like a better hand or just fail completely. But I don't fault Bob Molly at all for keeping that 6.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a solid keep. It just didn't pan out the way they wanted to, and now we get to see just how powerful that Gruul Adventures deck can be as well as we continue on. So now we get to look ahead at some other pieces as well. And as we the second match that we will feature here is going to be, if I'm not mistaken on this spot, we just got done. Well, we don't have another match. We're actually wrapped up. That second match already got done. So we are actually wrapped up here in round number 6, and it went quick. These things, there's a lot of aggro going on. It's been fun to see all the gamers do what they need to do, and we all know that we love seeing how active the gaming community can be, which is why we always enjoy TGS Game Plus, which rewards the community for being active. Starting March 11th until April 30th, TGS and Kanto Audio have teamed up for an incredible prize pack. And to enter, all you need to do is check out tgs.gg/TGS Game Plus. And we're really thankful to TGS for putting this game on, for putting this Signature Series event together. And Nick, I don't know about you, but I've had a blast.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I weren't casting this event, I would 100% be playing in it. As a as a competitive Magic player, specifically from the Philippines, where it can be not just now during the pandemic, but it can be hard to fly out to tournaments like the GPs when that was still a thing. I just love that we're getting organizers like the Gaming Stadium who are just stepping up and hosting these events on Arena. We've seen it with other organizers, and I hope that the Gaming Stadium will continue to put up these awesome events. I mean, they're free. Come on. That's awesome. So yeah, thanks so much to TGS for having me.
Absolutely. We can't be more thankful. That's going to do it for us here after round number 6. There's 2 rounds of Swiss to go. But we're going to be changing out casters and bringing in a whole other casting team with 2 fantastic individuals, including Becky and Lady of the Crease, which will be absolutely fantastic. So make sure to stay tuned to the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. I'm Brasky. That's Innistrad. That'll do it for us. But stay tuned for round 7 and 8, and we'll be back right after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And I guess welcome to us. My name is Nicole. I'm better known as Lady of the Crease. I'm joined here today by the French fries to my hamburger, the pineapple on my pizza, the Splinter Twin.
That was a controversy,
right? The Splinter Twin to my Deceiver Exarch. Speaking of controversy,
there we go. Now we're talking.
Right? So good, it shouldn't be legal. The lovely Becky Bear.
Happy to be here. Happy to be here with you, of all people. Happy to be casting this amazing tournament, hitting things on my setup that are in front of me. You know, we're all just here at home, hanging out, playing some Magic, watching some Magic, having a great day. I hope everyone is having a lovely Sunday wherever you might be.
Yes, this is definitely a lovely Sunday for the TGS Signature Series Standard Arena 2K, presented by Daily Hive. I feel like this is a celebration of Standard today. I feel like Standard has been so healthy and so good for so long. There's so many archetypes like hanging out at the top of the leaderboards here. We have 3 different decks at 6-0 at the moment. We have 3 undefeated players at the moment. We have Mama Red Aggro, we have a Jeskai Cycling, and we have Gruul Control. So Gruul Control, I guess that's
cycling?
Like Gruul Adventures, Gruul Control. I don't know. You know,
it does a little bit of everything. That's kind of, I think, why it's adopted the name just Adventures. Like, it's only strong and its biggest strength is the adventure cards from Throne of Eldraine. So a lot of the times it may have a lot of different axes that it attacks from, whether it be a control strategy or an aggro strategy, but it all hinges and revolves around this adventure mechanic that is just like 2-for-1s all over the place, trying to get as much value out of your cards as possible and just take down your opponent.
So maybe our player just wanted to pay attention to the other aspects of Gruul. It'd be like, listen, Gruul's more than just adventures, all right? I do have adventures, but I have other great cards in my deck besides that. But I am ready here to get into round 7 because I have a lot of energy right now because before this, I had a Red Bull. Red Bull, phenomenal
Oh,
sponsor of this awesome event. Red Bull Campus Clutch is an amazing event that they are running. They invite students from more than 50 countries to represent their country and leading to a world final that's later in the year. Canadian qualifiers, there's still 2 left this year. One will take place on April 10th and another one on April 24th. If you would like more info about this event, registration is open at redbull.ca/campus clutch. Go check that out. But now that I've had my Red Bull,
So
I've got my energy.
exciting.
I'm up. I am ready. Let's kick it.
Let's get into it.
All right. Let's take a look here at our next matchup that will be happening. We've got.
Yeah, I imagine that we're going to be looking at one of the 6-0 players shortly.
Yes, we have had the mono red aggro on feature a couple times earlier with our earlier casters, both Innistrad and Brasky. They did a fantastic job.
Very, very fantastic job.
Some big shoes
Little
to fill
scary
there.
to be after them, but
We'll do our best. We'll do our best.
we'll do our best as soon as we're able to get these deck lists up and running for you. In the meantime, what has been your favorite deck to play in? Oh, well, we're going to take a look at my favorite deck to play in Standard right now. So
Really?
we've answered my question.
Me too. This is what I've been
Oh,
playing.
really?
Yeah. We have so much in
What
common.
do you like to what do you like to call it? Because I like to call it Ultimatum.
Oh, that's yes. I also enjoy Soultimatum. I believe you told me Soultimatum, and then I got sold on it. I'm like, that's all I can call it now. It's just Soultimatum.
Yeah, somebody
So-
else had given me the name Ultimatum, and I used it in every single metagame breakdown for VML, and that's just what I've called it ever since. And it's probably it's the greatest name. Every time you just call it like Sultai Ramp or Sultai Control, like all of these are technically true, but the card to watch, the namesake of the deck, is Emergent Ultimatum, and the ability to do these huge explosive things off of that card. So we're getting to see there's a few things different about this deck than I'm personally used to seeing. We're seeing the main board Disdainful Strokes, 4 of Jawari Disruption. That card is a little bit of a force spike and can also be a when you need it to. 4 copies, kind of a lot, but it's also helping you get land drops when you need to make land drops. We're only seeing 2 copies of Alrund's Epiphany. Typically, we're used to seeing a little bit more, and we're seeing something that I feel like we've seen a huge rise in mono red decks, and we're seeing kind of a reaction to that, I imagine, here in the Eliminate and the Heartless Axe, both being 4 ofs. We're going right down into the game. We are watching, I believe this is going to be a Golgari. It looks Golgari right now. We didn't get a chance to look at this deck, but it's looking like. Oh, thank you.
Golgari mid-range.
We are going to be watching Sultai Ultimatum versus Golgari midrange.
Yes, both of these players at 5-1 at the moment. So we'll see. We are on the side of the Sultimatum player here with a couple options.
We can call it control in this matchup, because in this matchup, I imagine that it is going to be playing a heavy control role when there's going to be these creatures coming down, things like the Hateful Eidolon, the Citizen Champion. It's kind of playing an enchantment hinged deck, and I imagine that the Ultimatum player is going to be just kind of like holding back, waiting to do their thing, also to make sure that they don't die to something like the Citizen Champion, hoping that they'll be able to find what 4 eliminates that they're playing, because Citizen Champion will be getting +1/+1 counters, making Heartless Act not so good against it.
Yeah, and it looks like a really good play up here by our Golgari mid-range player, playing around that Jawari Disruption that our Sultimatum player left open last turn. But the Hateful Eidolon that will follow up that Citizen Champion is going to draw out the Jawari's Disruption, and the turn will pass back. But the Citizen Champion is now in play, so that was the important thing. So
it is now in play, but Sultimatum player does have an Elspeth's Nightmare. That Citizen Champion is just a 1/3, no counters on it yet, and will get destroyed by the first chapter of Elspeth's Nightmare, destroying a creature with power 2 or less.
Yes, and now the Sultimatum player also has 6 mana available starting next turn with a Fable Passage and the Ultimatum. So it's going to be rearing its ugly head as we see an Asika's Chariot hit the battlefield on the other side. But doesn't look that great. We'll see a Duress step from this Elvis's Nightmare. Probably taking it's taking the second Chariot. So just a Deadweight and a Force in the hand for Mertcan there on top. And Liltic very happily going to play their 7th land and just windmill this Ultimatum onto the battlefield. Let's see.
Turn using the entire wrist to turn all the lands sideways and say, I know that you don't have anything to say about this, so let me go find some big spells in my library.
That's the one thing when you know that your opponent isn't playing any blue counter or anything. It's just like, well, this isn't tax.
So nice.
You know? No Dragon Magistrates.
It looks like the picks were Alrund's Epiphany, Elder Gargaroth, and Kiora Best the Sea God. Pretty standard picks. The Elder Gargaroth is kind of a newer inclusion in the Sultai Ultimatum lists. Better against some of the lower decks, better against Gruul, better against Red. So good to have that creature in this deck, and is going to hold down the fort against these cats in this Asika's Chariot.
All right, and we'll see an Ephemia, the Cacophony on the side of Mertcan here.
And moving Gigantha.
And put Giganta in the hand. Deadweight going to make Gargaroth. Instead of a 6/6, now it's a 4/4 Trampler. So that does mean something because the cats can double block here. Ephemia also deciding to... Oh, wait, never mind.
They cannot double block.
No kitties. Bad kitties.
And we will also say that those are all frozen. They cannot untap during... during Mertkin's next turn. So we will have 2 turns to just kind of run these creatures through the red zone.
Ooh, and we're gonna see Tybalt, like actual Tybalt, not
Tybalt,
like the Cosmic
not
Imposter. No, they're coming down on the battlefield. Oh, and a Deadweight. Yikes. So much better for Liltic than it was for Mertcan, that Deadweight. So taking care of Ephemia, that's enough. Mertcan says, no more. Let me sideboard. Let's go into game 2 here. We're looking at some negates. Ooh. A couple of Blood Chief's Thirst, Agonizing Remorse, Crippling Fear, Shadow's Verdict, Polukranos, and Coma.
I imagine if we're the Sultai player, we don't need to change a whole lot going into this. Perhaps these Blood Chief's Thirst, maybe Agonizing Remorse, to just make sure that the smaller creatures that are going to come out of this deck don't have a time to get under the Ultimatum deck. When you're playing the Ultimatum deck, a lot of the time you're just trying to live until casting Ultimatum, and then just like having such a big, powerful single turn that you just run your opponent over. So things that are going to take care of these smaller creatures on the side of the Golgari deck is certainly what I imagine the plan is going to be. I'm excited on the Golgari side, though. They have Solrolf, the Realm Eater, in their deck, and I'm very excited about that card. I'm also excited about I can't see his name this small. The Death Touch creature that makes poison, or that puts bounty counters, not poison counters, bounty counters onto creatures. Interesting to see that those are all staying in the deck when it's the Ultimatum deck isn't playing a ton of creatures that are going to be on the battlefield to destroy with the bounty counters. But it will be interesting to see how that plays out, and if that card is able to generate enough card advantage for the Golgari player.
Yes. Looks like we're finishing up a little sideboarding here. But before we get into our next match, I just want to remind everybody that this is the Standard Arena 2K, the TGS Signature Series, presented by Daily Hive. Make sure you check out Daily Hive for all your comings and goings in Vancouver. They've got you covered. Make sure you check them out at dailyhive.com. I am so ready for game 2.
I hate when I feel like I know the name of a creature, but then I don't say it because I'm like too worried that I'm gonna. It's Cheville.
Cheville.
Yeah, Cheville, Bane of Monsters.
It just came into my head, and I'm like, I didn't look.
For some reason, I was like, that doesn't sound right, so I didn't say it. But it is Cheville, Cheville, Bane of Monsters, have
Cheville?
confirmed it. That is the card. It says Death Touch at the beginning of your upkeep. If your opponent controls no permanents with bounty counters on them, put a bounty counter on target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Whenever a permanent an opponent controls with a bounty counter on it dies, you gain 3 life and draw a card. So it's trying to be a little bit of a card advantage engine. I imagine this Toski is also trying to be a card advantage engine. It's kind of really hard if you're playing a mid-range style deck to keep up with these more control style strategies. So I imagine a lot of the things that Mert can put into their deck in sideboarding are to make up for the lack of card advantage that their deck typically can't have.
Yeah, and not a very aggressive start on the Golgari side of Mertcan here. We're just putting Gigantha in the hand on turn 3. Not exactly what we're looking for, because if we give the Sultai deck too much time, I'm afraid of what's going to happen here. We see there's an All-Runs Epiphany, a Coma, a Shadow's Verdict, and an Eliminate in hand. Eliminate to take care of any smaller threats, Shadow's Verdict to kind of clean up the board, and a Coma to finish out the game. So this is a little bit of a dangerous spot, I believe. But here comes Toski. We're going to draw a card off of that Hateful Eidolon and another land. So we got a couple lands on Mercan's hand here. Drawari Disruption, the draw for turn on Liltic's side. What are your thoughts going into turn 5 here?
I think I'm really scared about this Shadow's Verdict, but at least Shadow's Verdict doesn't answer Toski. So that's a bit of a thank goodness. Toski also can't be eliminated, also can't be Heartless acted because it is indestructible. So this Toski might single-handedly pull us through some of the difficult parts in this game, making this seem like a very smart sideboard strategy from Merkin.
Yeah, so once it's on the battlefield, honestly, even before it's on the battlefield, it can't be countered. So it's just a very difficult card to deal with. I know that we have some, Liltic has some extinction events in their deck, but it is an 80 card deck, remember, so
80 cards means nothing.
All right. We'll see the Asika's Chariot on Mercan's side, but then a Shadow's Verdict to clean up those kitty tokens. So nothing to crew the Chariot with at the moment, unless...
But at least this Toski can still come across the battlefield, hit for 1, and allow us to draw cards. Hopefully it will also, be able to give us a little bit more card advantage. This Esca's Chariot's going to be crewed by the Gigantha and do some damage, get some Toski triggers. Sadly, there are no tokens to copy with this Esca's Chariot attack, so that's a little bit of a bummer, but yeah, we got some damage in, we drew some cards, we can't complain too much.
Yeah, so we'll see an All-Runs Epiphany, making a couple of 1/1s, taking an extra turn on Liltic's side here. Draw a Maze Mind Tome, so can't quite cast that Coma yet, but Binding of the Old Gods is a pretty good consolation prize here. We'll see Binding come down, take care of the Gigantha. What are we thinking? A Molecule Rebirth here. And a Drawari Disruption to answer that. So the Binding will take care of Gigantha. And the path is clear for these two 1/1 flyers if they want to get in. They decided they're going to stay back, maybe deny a little card draw on Mercan's side here. We'll draw another Malakir Rebirth for Mercan. We got a couple of Ephemias in hand, a couple of Heartless Acts, 2 pair there, a Binding of the Old Gods of their own, and a Fabled Passage.
I'm kind of amazed at how many cards this Toski has drawn. I mean, it makes sense. Toski, once on the field, is very difficult to get rid of, and there aren't really anything that I saw in Liltic's deck that can exile Toski. So it is going to be difficult to impossible to actually remove Toski. At least it isn't going to be able to ever block, but we do see that Merkin is doing whatever possible, using both Heartless Acts on the 1/1 bird tokens to be able to attack in with this Toski, showing you just how important and value engine this Toski is to Merkin.
And playing an Ephemia with nothing in the graveyard to be able to exile here, Binding will find a land, and down comes Coma. I bet you Mercan wishes they had one more Heartless Act in hand.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Heartless Act would be really nice right about now, but I understand also using it to try and get that little bit of value. At least we've got this Binding of the Old Gods, but Binding of the Old Gods isn't going to also take care of this 3/3 token that is now on the battlefield.
Yes. Unfortunately, Binding of the Gods seems to just say, force opponent to sack target token, and that's about it, unfortunately. As the 3/3 jumps in front of Toski, but Fremia is able to get across, drawing another Binding of the Old Gods. Can we double Binding here?
I don't think that we have the mana. I think that we're one short.
Have
Yeah.
we played a land?
The only
5, 6, 7,
we
8.
have we have not played a land, so we can, if we play this Darkborn pathway on either side, I believe we can.
We can't do that. Sorry, because we probably don't want to do that. I mean, they would sacrifice the token in response and not be able to
it would
play
gain indestructible.
one.
Yeah.
So
you are correct.
Just the one's gonna do, but they're gonna try.
Yeah, you might as well try.
Or just target the 3/3. That's fine too.
If the result's the same either way, you might as well try and get them a little bit.
Yes, but Liltic on top of their game, deciding, hey, you know what? Before you destroy my serpent, I'm going to sack it and make Koma indestructible, just in case. So that is what will happen. So a Temple of Melody will come down. We'll see where this scry ends up. Looks like that is going to the bottom. So no help right now from Merkan and the Golgari deck. Thinking about what to do here. This is definitely a precarious moment. Next turn, Yorian's been waiting in the wings the whole time. Yorian can come down, blink. Oh no. Oh, 5, 6, 7. That's a lot. So
Liltic does have a lot of mana. It feels like the turn where we used both Heartless Axe to get a little extra card draw was maybe just a tad too hasty. We've all been there. We've all wanted to, get in that damage, especially when your creature reads draw a card when this deals damage. But it feels like we maybe should have held on to one of them. And now that this Elder Gargaroth is on the field, it could be slipping out of Merkin's hands.
Yes, Koma not even attacking there, so Liltic probably very comfortable with where this game is going, where they're at, and there's Serolf, the Realm Eater, draw for turn on Merkan's side, and we will see Serolf hitting the battlefield here. So many words.
So many words. The gist of it is when a non-land permanent leaves the battlefield on the opponent's side, Solrolf gets a +1/+1 counter. At the beginning of your upkeep, you can remove all the +1/+1 counters from Solrolf and exile all things with converted mana value, equal to the +1/+1 counters taken off of Solrolf, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's less than or equal to, and it does exile, which would be the important thing here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
would also, to get rid of Koma, it's going to take quite a few things off to come off the battlefield and quite a few +1/+1 counters, and then it will also get rid of our Toski, which is the unfortunate part.
Yes, that is very true, but I am sure Merkan would be more than happy to take that trade at this moment. We'll see another binding come down and take care of Elder Gargaroth, so they can't sneaky reach block Ephemia if they want to attack with it again next turn. Serolf adding a counter, becoming a 4/4 now. So
it's always hard when you feel a game kind of like slipping away from you, and it feels, from our point of view, we can see both players' hands, and it's got to feel like if you're the Golgari player, you're like, I'm so close. My creatures are like plenty big. 9 life isn't that much. I can squeak it out. It's okay. But we see that the things in Liltic's hand are basically going to be answers to pretty, at least a way to like hopefully find answers to anything that could come down on the side of Merkin. Lands certainly aren't it, so those are going straight to the bottom, but we're just finding more ways to dig through our 80 card deck. That's, again, Nicole said it earlier.
Yes.
80 cards should make it harder. Sometimes 80 cards just really doesn't make a difference. The ways that this deck can filter through and find the cards that it needs, and the power level of all the cards in the deck sometimes means it just doesn't matter.
I mean, like, looks like casting another Omen of the Sea just going to make the eventual Yorion better. Maybe if they even count it. Oh my gosh, so many lands though.
Oh my goodness.
And another land is a draw.
All right, well, if there's any way that
That's
Merkin
right.
is going to come back into this game, drawing a bunch of lands is certainly it.
We'll see. Koma building the Serpent Army here. It looks like it's about time for Yorion to join the party, so we'll set up for that next turn. Maze Mind Tome is going to come down on the side of Liltic here, and let's see. We decide to play if Liltic decides to play the land or the Seagate Restoration. It looks like a regular land here, setting up a draw off of Maze Mind Tome, which feels pretty good. And Serolf, we'll go to that. I'm doubting that we want to trigger Serolf here. Probably going to let this one go for now. Oh, looks like Koma going to tap down Ephemia. There goes one of the serpents, but when you have so many serpents, an abundance of serpents over here, there are many slithering things.
Who will win, a wolfy wolf or a snaky snake?
I don't know.
This is quite the okay. I think I understand what we're trying to have happen here. Just trying to like keep as many of the permanents in play that are important to the Sultai Ultimatum player as possible. Doesn't want all the things that could be blinked by Yorion to go away by Solrolf removing counters to get rid of the Omen of the Sea and the Maze Mind Tome, I believe.
It looks like Serolf just gonna do its thing. Looks like another Malakir Rebirth. That's the third one this game. Is the draw on Mercan's side. Mercan is at a healthy 22 life, and if they would like to protect their creatures, it's not a bad card. Looks like we're going to Castle Lockdoing here. Take 3. Another Toski. Not exactly what we were looking for on the side of Mercan. Sika's Chariot going to get in, make a copy of that 2/2 zombie, and we will move to blocks here.
Ooh. This is okay. So as I've been playing a lot of Sultai Ultimatum, I personally have not encountered a ton of times where my Binding of the Old Gods final chapter in all your creatures get death touch to be the most important wording ever. Usually it means little to nothing. It's cool to see a deck that is built around that death touch wording being important. Like this attack means a lot, and the way that we had to make that serpent be sacrificed is important. And it's admirable to see this Golgari deck continue to claw its way back into this game.
For sure.
Ooh. Duress, certainly not a bad pickup off of the Toski trigger.
All right. Duress is going to reveal the Seagate Restoration, which will quickly go to the graveyard, as you can't take Yorion, but you knew that was coming anyway. Ephemia, we're going to go to end step here. Maze Mind Tome will draw a card. A Wolf Willow Haven. Not too much impact here. Koma, gonna make a serpent. Gonna Maze Mind Tome scrying here.
Yeah, we have to scry because
bottom.
We have to find a way to deal with the creatures that are in play. Liltic is dead on board if we do not answer some amount of the creatures that are in play.
Okay. Looks like Liltic going over their options here. The Triome, a Wolfwillow Haven, and a Yorion Sky Nomad all in hand. Gonna get in with the 6/6. It looks like Yorion's most likely coming down this turn, so Blinking Coma is no harm, no foul.
Yeah, we're at 17 life. I don't think that the Sultai Ultimatum deck is gonna do a Banefire for 11, so I think we're safe to go ahead and just take 6 from this Coma.
Yes.
It will be interesting to see how. I imagine that we're going to see a similar play of Koma sacrificing a serpent to take away Solrof's ability and tap it again, which I imagine Solrof will crew Essica's chariot in response. And I imagine that all of these Omen of the Seas are going to be looking for as many removal spells as possible.
Get a lot of looks and a lot of looks at a lot of cards. Keeping the negate is interesting. We see a Wolf Haven, a Seagate Restoration. No interest in either of those. Immersion Ultimatum. A little late here. A little late here.
Not exactly what we would have liked to see, but it's okay.
Yeah. We're going to move over to Mercan's side here. So we've got Toski, Ephemia, a huge Sorrel, 3 zombie tokens, 2 kitty cat tokens, and a Secret Chariot kind of waiting in the back there.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go to Chapter 3 of the Binding of the Old Gods, and everything's got Death Touch once again. So let's see. A temple.
I do believe Merkin has lethal. When I counted it the first time, I was pretty sure it was lethal, and I'm pretty sure it still is. And I don't think that we want to crew the chariot because it would take us away from as many individual creatures that can come in to deal damage as possible. If we do activate this Maze Mind Tome and draw a removal spell, I believe we are still in this game on the side of Liltic.
I believe if they block the 7/7, and 4 of the 2/2s, they take one of the 2/2s,
7?
the 2 and a 1/1. I believe they take 7 and go to 1.
Ooh.
So, but math is for blockers, but I guess that's what we're trying to figure out. So,
okay, yeah, you're right. I was incorrect. It is 7.
Why isn't Toski a 2/1?
Oh, if only.
Big old squirrel. All right, and need to sack those serpents to Koma. Make sure your Koma doesn't die too, but definitely making that Sorolf bigger at the same time. So Sorolf just getting scarier.
Yeah, this is... And I think, honestly, at this point, you just want to keep Sorolf as big as possible. Like, maybe you don't care about the other part of Sorolf.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Yorian and the Serpent token are set up to die, which would trigger it to a 7, which would be enough to exile Koma and kind of wipe everything and start over. But there is an Emergent Ultimatum in Liltic's hand if they're able to get to that point. Looks like Malakir Rebirth on Ephemia here.
It'll be interesting to see, if that gets negated. I wouldn't have done it personally, and we see Liltic also choosing to not really care about Ephemia, the other cacophony? How would that word?
I say cacophony.
Cacophony,
but I don't.
That's correct. It's a strange word.
It is definitely a strange word, and it's definitely a fringe playable standard card, a card that we haven't seen a lot in this format. It's funny, before I was saying this is like a celebration of standard, there's so many archetypes, but like there's a few cards here, like Sorolf never really got their time in the sun. Ephemia,
Sorolf is new. Sorolf got
Sorolf
time.
is pretty new. Sorolf's got time.
Sorolf's from the latest set. Sorolf is new.
Really? Is it that new?
It's from Kaldheim. Kaldheim was the last set to come out. Standard set to come out.
I guess I've done so many drafts and I never opened a Sorolf, so I wouldn't know.
I have opened a Sorolf. Did it do very good for me? Not really.
No?
But I don't think that's Sorolf's fault. Sorolf is a good doggo.
I believe it. All doggos are good doggos.
True.
So
we would know. All right, we're gonna legend rule our first Toski to have an untapped one to make sure that we won't randomly die, as we are at 9 life on the side of Merkin.
Yes, and that actually, let's see. And we played a hateful. Mercan played a hateful Eidolon as well. Looks like we're doing some digging with our Maze Mind Tomes and our Omens.
Yeah, it would not be unheard of to find enough removal spells to clutch this out. Toski, very difficult to remove though, so it doesn't seem like it's very likely that we'll be able to find a way to push through 9 damage. We only have a 6/6 in play.
Pelucranos, though, a really good draw here. A nice setup there. I don't think it would do enough. As you said, we can only attack for 6. So not quite.
Yeah. I mean, with this Emergent Ultimatum, we have to find an Extinction event because it's our only answer to Toski. And just like as many removal spells as possible. But Merkin's just going to say, you can't have Extinction event, I imagine.
Which would also take care of a lot of those tokens, which Shadow's Verdict would also take care of. But it also takes care of the Serpent token. There's only one at the moment, so perhaps not as much to think about.
Yeah, Lil Tick choosing to say, I want Shadow's Verdict, Alrund's Epiphany, and Valky. Valky does say exile. Valky does get rid of Toski, so that's one of the big problems. So it's either take an extra turn or remove all your creatures in play, and we'll see what Merkin decides they don't want to see Lil Tick cast.
I mean, the Tybalt is actually a little scary with Sarulf on 7, because it does exile each other non-land permanent. It's not just creatures, so it gets rid of everything. We'll see.
Very true. Though having an extra turn with an extra creature to attack with, Merkin is at 9, so this could potentially be quite scary. However, Toski does have Indestructible, but I imagine this Tybalt's going to answer Toski. This is getting intense. It's always intense when somebody's at 1 life.
Right? So it looks like we got a minus on the Toski there. Tybalt taking care of the Toski. Perhaps we know about Mercan's hand here with Malakir Rebirth, but that doesn't take care of that.
Rebirth works.
Nope, it's just
exiling.
dies.
Yeah,
it's not when leaves the battlefield, so it doesn't save it from nothing. It could Heartless Act it, I suppose, but so the 6/6 is gonna get in. There is a Hateful Eidolon back there, and a 2/2 token waiting to block. Tybalt on 2 loyalty here. Doing all this at 1 life, by the way. This is a lot. And Pelucranos waiting in the wings, so there is a chance that Pelucranos can come down here and then next turn just fight whatever blockers are left.
We're taking an extra turn after this one, yes?
Yes.
So it doesn't matter. We have more than 10 damage in play. We have 11 damage in play. Well, I guess, yes, playing around the Heartless Act is good. So, but we do have more than enough damage in play. There's only a 2/2. Oh, wait, there's a 2/2 blocker. Sorry, I thought it was tapped as well. So the Pelucranos did in fact need to come into play.
Yeah, and it looks like Koma not even going to bother fighting with a Pelucranos. We're just going to tap down that zombie. We'll see Heartless Act. Thinking about their options here is Mertcan, who had Lil Tick on the ropes all the way down to 1 life. That Coma has been in play for, you wouldn't believe me with the lack of Serpent tokens, but the Coma has been in play for about 4 turns now.
Yeah, so Lil Tick has been extremely aggressive in sacrificing these Serpent tokens, and they must know what to be doing with them because they just took down the game against Merkin.
Yes, Lil Tick takes that down with Ultimatum, moving to 6-1, taking down Mertcan on Golgari mid-range, who will move to 5-2 after 7 rounds. We have 1 round remaining after this.
Only
let's
one.
See if we have
and then it's top 8.
Yes.
I feel like it's both been so long, but also we just got here, so I've got a lot of energy. But
Right?
I imagine it's at this point in the tournament, if you're one of these players and you're trying to get top 8 and you're just like, well, this is like my do or die moment. I've been here all day. And we're all at the edge of our seats getting ready to see who's going to make it into top 8 and who is going to take it down.
Yes, this amazing event that has been put on by TGS, the TGS Signature Series. They are Canada's leader in esports, the gaming stadium. If you are looking for the next big thing in competitive gaming, this is it. The team at the gaming stadium are leaders in online esports tournaments and events. Make sure you check out all the action at tgs.gg. I love it. I like the .gg.
The .gg is really good. And today's tournament is also presented to us by Daily Hive. So thank you so much. And I don't know if we have a backup match, if we're going to move into any of that, or if we're just sitting here and chatting with each other for a little bit.
That was so exciting. I'm so glad we got to start with Ultimatum, honestly.
It's exciting when I get to cast a deck that I've been playing a lot of. And it's also cool when it's against a deck that I haven't really ever seen. I haven't ever seen a Golgari deck that especially one that is doing so well. That deck was 5-1. Like that's nothing to snuff at. That's a very good performance, especially with a deck that I'm certainly not used to seeing. And I was very impressed by it. Even though it lost, like it still put up a great performance against the top deck in the format.
Yeah, because a lot of times you look at the cards that were in that deck, like Hateful Eidolon or Ephemia, and you just like think of just underpowered cards, but when they work so well together, that it was a pleasure to watch. And like I said, I like seeing cards like Seraph. That was really cool. Malakir Rebirth, another card you just never see it. You don't see that played anywhere. So it you know, the graveyard synergies and it's the Tessin champions and all the enchantment synergies and everything you have going on. So that was a really cool build, really cool deck. 5 and 2 still. And it plays Toski. Who doesn't love Toski?
A good little squirrel.
A very good little.
They got a good squirrel and a good doggo. What more could you ask for in a deck, honestly? A good noodle, good serpents. The noodle deck won.
The wet noodle.
All right. It looks like we are going to be taking a little break before we go into our next matches.
All right. Well, welcome back. We are back. I'm so excited.
I'm so excited for this next little backup match that we have to show you, because this used to be my favorite archetype to play when Ikoria came out.
Ooh, I like that. Gonna get a drum roll or some lead in music. You know what?
I don't know. Actually, that might be too loud. Sorry.
But you know what? If we use music anyway, we might get like a DMC claim or strike. Do you hate those things? Well, have you heard about Monster Cat Gold? If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great service. $5 a month. You can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use the music in the live streams and videos. No fear of DMCA claims, no strikes. Don't have to worry about it. It's safe for Twitch. It's great. They've got tons of additional perks too, including early listening access to new music, Monster Cat shop discounts, and exclusive community features. Make sure you go check it out, Monster Cat. By the way, that's like the coolest name for like a company ever.
Oh, wow. Yeah, totally. It really is. Reminds me of Eska's Chariot. All right, are we ready to go into these deck lists?
Yes, I am. We are moving
All right, so this one, I mean, I have played a lot of mono red in my life, but this is not the deck that I was talking about. This is the next one. But we can still take a moment and appreciate this very nice mono red list. It's
a tension buildup.
It's doing a few things a little bit different. Only one Phoenix of Ash, only one Shadow Skull Smashing, but everything else, only 2 copies of Torbrand, Thane of the Red Fell, and that's making it so that we can play less lands. If we have less lands and we have a smaller curve, we can be more aggressive and not draw as many lands. Hopefully, crossing our fingers. I imagine our opponent has had some pretty good luck with that. Our players had some pretty good luck with that today as well, considering that they are currently undefeated, I believe. And should we take a look at their opponent's deck?
Yeah, let's take a look at what we got on the other side. I'll let you just take it away.
I'm so excited. Okay, So this is doing some cooler things than when I first played it, but I definitely did play the Jeskai version specifically for Improbable Alliance. 4 copies of Improbable Alliance feels like a little bit of a lot to me, but it is one of the best ways to get extra value off of your cycling cards and gives you another access to win with this deck that isn't just relying on Zenith Flare, because Zenith Flare sometimes, if it gets countered, if all of the cycling cards get exiled from your graveyard, Zenith Flare can be not the most reliable way to win with the cycling deck, but Improbable Alliance and making a bunch of 1/1s gives you another access to win on. And we're also playing Ironcrag Pyromancer. Ironcrag Pyromancer is whenever you draw your second card each turn, Ironcrag Pyromancer will deal 3 damage. Just so many different ways to win with this Jeskai deck, and I'm ready to watch this matchup. I think that this is going to be one of the coolest matchups ever. Old Reliable in mono red versus the very cool Jeskai cycling deck. Throwing it back to the start of Ikoria. Let's get into it.
Yes, I am super excited. And as we're watching, we've got Skolsky on the mono red aggro. We have actually had them on feature earlier, and Space Cowboy on the Jeskai cycling also. We'll see a mountain starting things off, a snow covered mountain, and a pass of the turn back to the Jeskai side. Playing a land and passing the turn back. We just see a second mountain as our mono red player here, double annex and an Embercleave in hands, a Faceless Haven, snow-covered mountain, probably saying, I don't want any more lands here. So not like the fastest start of a mono red aggro deck, but still not too.
Certainly not the fastest. An interesting decision to keep, though perhaps Skolsky is saying, I maybe don't need to go the fastest because the Jeskai cycling deck isn't known for being particularly aggressive or fast. It needs a few turns to kind of like set up and get going. So probably saying these cards are just good against this matchup. Embercleave especially very good at getting over all of the 1/1s that the Jeskai cycling deck makes. So being able to have that card reliably in hand and be able to have it in play is going to be big game and a good avenue for this mono red deck to take it down.
I love it. And we're watching the cycling deck do what it does best and cycle card after card. Zenith Flare already up to 4 in the hand. And another mountain, the draw on the side of Skolsky here on mono red player. We're going to see Annex getting in. No activation of the Faceless Haven here. We're just going to see a second Annex come down. We're going to make a few extra bodies to put on this battlefield.
Yeah, if we make a bunch of satyrs, then we can definitely have this Embercleave come down. Embercleave gets cheaper the more creatures you have attacking, so perhaps setting up for a big turn where we maybe activate Faceless Haven or swing with all of our creatures and get this Embercleave into play next turn.
Yes, and like there's plenty of bodies for that between and another mountain on the mono red. So I like that annex play, and I like the double annex, seeing the other one come in, making a bunch of tokens, make this Embercleave super cheap. Looks like we want to put it on the annex to maximize the damage. You'd rather those Zenith Flares go into your creatures than to your face. And Space Cowboy down to 4 life. This is a precarious position, and a Zenith Flare for 7 could not possibly stop that. So we're just going to move right along to game number 2 here.
All right, taking a look at what we have here in the sideboards. It's kind of going to be interesting to see if the mono red decides to go more aggressive. I imagine that it will try to slant a bit more aggressive and not let up at all. Gonna try and just add these Rebcat melees to be able to answer some of the creatures. These Frostbites are going to be really good in this matchup. Be able to cheaply answer all of the creatures that are very important in the cycling deck.
All right, and let's take a look. Cycling side, we see a 5 land opener with a Glass Casket and a Startling Development. But the best part about the cycling deck is you don't have to love your opening hand, because it's going to be a lot different in like 3 turns. So
yeah, most of the time, the opening hand could be anything, could be all of these 1-mana cyclers, and you're just happy you're going to throw half the cards into your graveyard to get new cards anyway.
Yes. On the other side, we have a very nice curve from Skolsky here. Fervent Champion on 1. We've got Robber the Rich, followed by Annex and an Embercleave to top it all off, and the mana to cast all that as well. So,
if Skolsky thought the first hand was playable, this hand has got to be a blessing, because it is much better than the Game 1 hand, and we saw how Game 1 went.
Yes, and so we'll see Robber the Rich come down and get across, bringing Space Cowboy down to 16 life. Skolsky still unscathed at 20. And we have an improbable alliance on Space Cowboy's side going right now. So let's see, Glass Casket is the choice here, taking care of that Robber the Rich, leaving that Fervent Champion all by its lonesome again.
Interesting to see Heliod's Intervention as a card that was brought in by the Jeskai cycling deck. Typically, you're not trying to get a ton of lands into play. You're playing a lot of the Triomes because they also cycle, and you want a bunch of ways to cycle as many cards as possible in the cycling deck. So having this Heliod's Intervention as something that is going to need to be cast is an interesting sideboard decision, but it should be able to gain the Jeskai deck a lot of life and hopefully put Space Cowboy out of reach from death and the claws of this mono-red aggro deck.
Yes, and the claws are definitely closing a little bit. Now, obviously, we know about the Embercleave in Skolsky's hand, and Space Cowboy does not, but that is definitely looming, and big ol' Annex looking to do some trampling over here.
Yeah, perhaps this Heliod's Intervention even could maybe destroy Annex and an Embercleave, as it is able to destroy artifacts and enchantments on the other side that isn't the gain life side. But as we see that it is going onto the stack, I imagine it's going to be gaining... Oh, no. Okay, we are seeing it just destroying just Annex.
Yep, it looks like just paying 3 just to destroy Annex here. Make a little 1/1 Satyr token. Definitely not as threatening as the Annex was.
Yeah, I think I like that play. Getting rid of the Annex before it gets big enough to make more Satyr tokens or make Satyr tokens with all the other creatures. Getting it off the field is certainly quite a good place to be for the Jeskai deck. A little sad that we drew this Glass Casket. That would have been a little bit of a cleaner answer to it, but it's okay. I'm gonna cycle one of our Triomes, and Improbable Alliance will trigger and give us a 1/1 fairy token.
Yes, and it looks like another Glass Casket coming down with another one in hand, taking care of that Fervent Champion. Our brave little 1/1's gonna get in here.
1/1s versus 1/1s versus 1/1s.
All right.
But one of the 1/1s is gonna hold a big sword.
Now it's a 2/2. Rah.
It's a 2/2 with double strike and trample.
It
That's
is,
a scary
and
2/2.
trample. It is kind of scary. It's still very scary, and it is a shock if it dies. So at 10 life, Space Cowboy definitely needs to keep that in mind. So
yeah, well, at least exiling is going to take away the shock factor of this Fireblade Charger. But Red Cat Melee is going to say, I want that shock factor.
Like, give me my 2 damage.
Yeah.
And can I get an upstairs in chat, please? That was going to face. We don't care about the 1/1 fairy blocker here. That's totally fine. We've got Empress Shieldbreaker was the draw.
Destroying artifacts. Glass Casket, certainly an artifact. Give me back my Robber the Rich.
Mm-hmm.
Robin Hood is back on my side of the field.
Yes, and let's see. That allows to get in here. Nice hasty Robber of the Rich. Looks like thinking about attacking with one or both. It looks like Satyr's going to stay home just to have something else to pants up, just in case something does happen to Robin Hood here.
Darn, we would have liked that Zenith Flare.
All right, that 1/1 getting in front of Robber of the Rich doesn't do too much, but Space Cowboy is at 3. During another cycling lane, a Frost Ambush.
Yeah, Frostfield Ambush, I believe.
Frostvale
Ambush.
Frostvale. That's Frostvale Ambush.
All of these draft commons are really difficult to remember. Right? You thought the rares with all the legendary names were hard. Try remembering draft commons from 3 sets ago.
I mean, I imagine a lot of times, it's just like, oh, it's the 5 mana, blue cycle card. I you cast it like once a blue moon, I suppose, but normally
even
not.
I've cast it in the cycling deck.
Ooh.
I've frozen my opponent's creatures to attack.
See a Robber of the Rich to follow the other Robber of the Rich. Not quite as big, but looks like Frostvale Ambush.
Yeah. You thought these were for cycling. Turns out freezing my opponent's creatures that are attacking me when I'm at 3 life, also pretty good.
At 1/1, still getting in. So, Baseball Cowboy holding on, down to 2 life, but holding on. Just a red cap melee left in Skolsky's hand. This is game number 2 after our red player had taken down game 1. Improbable Alliance going to trigger. We're going to make a little 1/1 fairy. Not really anything here, but a Shredded Sail is the draw.
Shredded Sails could take care of Embercleave, but I don't know if we're going to be able to destroy all of the blockers.
Yes, I don't think that is enough. Looks like I'm going to put that Embercleave onto the Emberth Shieldbreaker, considering what to do here. And that is the play. We'll see if Skolsky decides to just attack with the Shieldbreaker. No, it's both the Shieldbreaker and the Satyr getting in here.
Yeah, I guess we have the potential to live. The Shredded Sails can... Oh. All right, we needed to get a cheaper cycler than this. I mean, we can still go to 1. The Shredded Sails destroying the Ember Shieldbreaker means we'll go to 1.
Yes.
But we're really hanging on by a thread with these 1/1 fairy tokens.
All right, Shredded Sails targeting that Embercleave. We know there's no real answer on Skolsky's side, just kind of staring at a red cap melee here.
Yeah, I gotta be a little sad, but you gotta not feel too bad. You're still at 20 life. This Jeskai deck has got 1 card in hand. They're not really gaining any card advantage, and you've got to be feeling like you're in an okay position.
Yes, and land for turn, the draw on Space Cowboys side. We'll see if this Triome can find anything good. What's on top of the deck?
Crossing my fingers.
A Valiant Rescuer. I don't think that will be enough. No.
Well, I mean... the writing was on the wall anyway. Activating the Faceless Haven, drawing the Bone Crusher Giant, the Stomp. We're dead a couple, many different ways here. And I guess maybe holding on to see if possibly a Zenith Flare was in hand would be the only possible saving grace. But the mono red deck is going to say, see you later, Space Cowboy.
Yep, and it looks like Skolsky will take that match down 2-0 and continue the winning streak. They've had some good luck on their future matches so far today. So keep on keeping on that straightforward mono red deck. No nonsense. We're not around here, right?
No nonsense, just red zone.
I love it. And for all of you that had joined us in the recent raid, we just want to say thank you. This is the TGS Signature Series. It is a 2K standard event. It's phenomenal, put on by the Daily Hive. So thank you to the Daily Hive for presenting this awesome event. You are wondering what's going on in Vancouver today. The Daily Hive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. But for now, we're just going to take a quick break. So stay right where you are, and we will be back shortly.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back. And welcome to all of you who are just joining us. This is the TGS Signature Series Standard Arena 2K brought to you by Daily Hive. are you wondering what's going on in Vancouver today? The Daily Hive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. My name is Nicole Callahan, better known as Lady of the Crease on Twitter. I am joined here by my partner in crime, my better half, the awesomely amazing Becky Bear on Twitter. How are you doing tonight, Becky?
Goodness, I was muted. That was totally my bad. You're just gonna have to imagine what I said and imagine my energy, but it was there. I'm doing
It was
great.
mind-blowing, actually.
I'm
rethinking my whole life.
I'm very excited to be here with you. I'm very excited to be here with all of our viewers and our top 8 competitors. And let's get into seeing who they are and who we're going to watch take this whole thing home.
I love it. We got our nice little bracket here with
beautiful.
Do you want to start us off with the top of the bracket there?
Yeah, let me move some things around so I can see. Oh, okay.
We have our number
I get
one
to
seed.
say everyone's very cool usernames.
Sure.
I love
Take it
seeing
away.
people's usernames. I love calling people by their usernames. I think there's something beautiful about names that people give themselves. So we have Doomenstein on Jeskai Cycling. I believe they were the Jeskai Cycling player that went undefeated. Swiss Deck playing Teamer Adventures. They're going to be playing against each other at first seed and 8th seed. Bob Molly 2 is playing Sultai Ultimatum. Skolsky Caught, I believe we've said that correctly, is playing Mono Red Aggro. We just watched them beat another Jeskai Cycling deck, but now they're going to have to try and take down Sultai Ultimatum. And then we're going into our next matchup, which is Lou Caparaz. Caparaz? I think we're going to say Caparaz until somebody has proven me otherwise. Lucap. There we go. And Pablo 996 playing Mono Red Aggro versus Teamer Adventures. Man, we got a lot of Mono Red Aggro. We got 2 Mono Red Aggro, 2 Sultai Ultimatums. All right, this is a pretty diverse top 8 actually. But the match that we are going to be watching is PHF playing Gruul Adventures versus Liltic. We've watched both of these players earlier rounds. Nicole and myself cast Liltic playing against a Golgari mid-range deck, and earlier in the day the 2 casters before us cast PHF playing this Gruul Adventures list. I don't recall who they were playing against, but we did get to watch PHF take it down. So we've watched both of these players take down other matchups, and we get to see how they do against each other. And this is going to show us a little bit of standings for the extended list of players that were in this tournament and their respective deck list archetypes.
Yes, and we can see, like we reviewed already, there's 2 Mono Red Aggro lists, 2 Sultai Ultimatum lists, 2 Teamer Obosh Adventures, 1 Gruul, and 1 Jeskai Cycling in the top 8. We can see one of our Teamer Adventures, Obosh, snuck into the top 8 at 6-2 with super awesome breakers. So lots of 6-2s, one of them making the cut here, but a lot of 6-2s just falling short. And looking through here, like you said, a lot of Mono Red Aggro. I see a sprinkling of Jeskai Cycling. Like I said, a standard, very healthy format right here. It's very nice to see a good representation of all different kinds of decks, all different styles of play. So
yeah, very cool. It's really nice
cool.
because we're at that point. You can tell that it's healthy when we get to a point where there was a best deck. Sultai Ultimatum, the moment people figure it out, the things that you could do with Emergent Ultimatum, it very clearly was just the best deck and the thing to be playing. So now we're finally at the point where a lot of other decks have come forward, some old decks that people are just starting to play again in Mono Red and in Teamer Adventures that have kind of been around for a while but are starting to get better with some newer cards, and they're pretty good at combating this Emergent Ultimatum deck. And then we see some like kind of new things in Jeskai Cycling and in other control style strategies that are good at countering Emergent Ultimatum, and things like this Golgari deck that we got to watch. And we're seeing kind of a mixture of old and new things that are brought into the format to beat this best deck. And we'll see, is Sultai Ultimatum the best deck? Is it going to take down this entire tournament? We're here and we're going to find out.
I love it. And I cannot wait. Just so you all know, today's event is put on by Canada's leader in esports, the Gaming Stadium. So TGS, the Gaming Stadium. Ooh. Are you looking for the next big thing in competitive gaming? Well, look no further. The team at the Gaming Stadium are the leaders in online esports tournaments and events. So make sure you check them all out. Get in on the action at tgs.gg. They have a Game Plus rewards program there for the community as well. It's going on right now till April 30th. TGS and Kanto Audio are teamed up for an incredible prize pack. If you'd like to enter for that, check out tgs.gg/TGS Game Plus. So make sure you check that out. It's a little plus sign, not it's the letters, like not PLUS, just the plus sign. Nice and easy, symbolic.
I'm looking at my keyboard trying to figure out where those are. Okay. Clay,
I always hit the wrong
that.
Right? I always hit the wrong button. It's the equal sign or the plus, and whatever one I want, I always get the opposite one. I'm like, no, I have to hit shift if I want it, and I'm like, no, wait, I had to not hit shift for that one. I can never get it. I never get it right, actually. So, but I know you will. tgs.gg/TGS Game Plus.
Very exciting. And thank you to all of our sponsors who have helped make this event possible and hopefully are going to also be here with us when we crown our winner of this tournament. Do we have any last minute things we want to say before we get into our top 8? I know our players are getting set up and getting ready, and hopefully they will be ready for us soon.
This, I just want to remind you, this is a $2,000 prize pool, $1,000 to first place. So we've got a lot on the line here. The TGS Signature Series Standard Arena 2K presented to you by Daily Hive. So a lot on the line. We got a good amount of cash money. You know, 5th through 8th is $50. So there's a big jump. So each one of these matches means something.
Means a lot. Do you want to make some predictions?
Ooh.
While we're waiting here, hanging out?
Ooh.
What deck do you... Okay, what's the deck that you want to win, and what's the deck that you think is going to win?
I think a Teamer Obosh Adventures deck will win.
Okay. Does have a very good win rate in high competitive play over the last few weeks, so that would make sense. Is there a deck that's different than that you want to win?
I don't know. I feel like I'm not that partial to, even though I like Soul Ultimatum, like I enjoy playing it. I'm not sure. Like, you know, Girl's been around for forever, and Jeskai had their chance too. I guess Teamer also has been, but you know, that's
Teamer's been around
neither here nor there.
You could maybe argue that Mono Red has been around the longest, but I think Mono Red is playing so many new cards that it hasn't really been as long as all the Teamer cards have.
See, I feel like Jeskai to me has had the most surprising staying power, because I felt like even when the deck had first hit the scene, like outside of limited, like in standard, when people were playing it, I'm like, is this deck really good enough to be played, or is it just like people that were trying to play like Paw Blade, where it was just like, yeah, this is really cool interaction, but it just doesn't quite get there, you know? And I thought that was what Jeskai was, but I love Paw Blade. I thought it was such a cool idea. It was such a cool deck. It was like, it was amazing. Like, and it seemed to play well, but
well,
I need to know your pick.
I would like a Jeskai cycling deck to win, but I think more realistically, one of the Sultai Ultimatum decks is going to win. It's close between the Gruul Adventures decks and the Sultai Ultimatum decks, though.
All right, so it looks like here we will have a chance to watch one of those Soul Ultimatum decks against our Gruul competitor, PHF, and Lil Tick, who we had the pleasure of covering earlier, will be on Soul Ultimatum. So we see they have kept their 7 and waiting on this Gruul hand. It's a little heavy. 2 lands, both colors though. Just a Bone Crusher Giant, so you can stomp Scavenging Ooze, but Garrett Questing Beast and a Chrome War, gotta kind of draw some lands there to cast any of them.
Yeah.
So
this is kind of an interesting hand, and I really like seeing the restraint from PHF here. A lot of the times, especially on the draw, you see a hand like this and you're like, okay, I've two things I can play. If I draw another land, like at least I can play the other side of this Bone Crusher Giant. And a lot of Magic players would just like snap keep this. But we see PHF is recognizing that this is a match that matters. They've played great throughout this day. They've gotten to this point, and now this isn't a time to slip up, and this is a time to really take a moment, breathe a little bit, figure out exactly what we really want to keep, and if going to a lower amount is okay, or if this 6 is plenty. Okay.
Oh, you know what? There might have been an issue with like play draw rules here. Now our Gruul player is second seed, so there might have been an issue with the coin flip. So that's probably what we were looking at there. Our Gruul player is second seed, our Sultai Ultimatum player on the 7th seed. So there's probably just a simple misclick. These things, they happen in, the no tournament mode days of Arena. But
also, like, we don't have to worry about that 2-land hand anymore. So thank goodness that's gone.
In the meantime, we could listen to some music. Have you heard about Monster Cat Gold? If you haven't tried it yet, it's a phenomenal service. You don't have to worry about getting DMCA claims, no strikes, no nothing like that. It's $5 a month. You get thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. The music is fantastic. You can use it in your live streams and your videos. No stressing, no worries. It's a beautiful thing. Make sure you check them out. They got tons of additional perks, easy early listening access, easy to use, Monster Cat shop discounts, and exclusive community features. Make sure you check out Monster Cat. And it looks like we are back in here. Things have been straightened out. Our Gruul player is going first. All is right in the world. And if anything, it's probably
2-land hand.
But I would say this one's a bit better.
I would say that this one is better as well. We have more 2-land plays than the previous hand, so if anything. But on the other side of the coin, the Sultai Ultimatum deck also, I think, has a better hand. I think that this hand is much stronger than the previous hand. It's a little more low to the ground, and if we draw a lot of lands, it could potentially be a little dirtily, but I think that this hand is a lot stronger of a setup hand than the previous hand that both of these players had. So hopefully this will make for a more interesting match of Magic than we would have possibly been watching.
An Edgewall Innkeeper, the draw here for PHF, but it looks like we're going to go with the Brushfire Elemental, not being able to guarantee that we're going to hit our land drop next turn. So a pass the turn back, and just a land and a go. Jawari Disruption or Omen the Sea, both up for Liltic here. Another Love Struck Bee is going to be the draw. So our 2/1/1s are going to get in. No land, so a little rough.
Yeah, a little bit rough, but I think that between the Fire Prophecy, the Bone Crusher Giant, and the Edgewall Innkeeper, we're able to make at least enough plays to not feel the worst. It's just deciding which one of these plays we think is the best one. And also, I mean, deck lists are open, and I believe Little Tick was one of the players who is playing 4 copies of Jawari Disruption. So if deck lists, I imagine deck lists are open, and knowing and seeing that from your opponent, trying to play around that, as we see PHF is choosing to do by casting the Heart's Desire portion of Lovestruck Beast, will play around that Jawari Disruption, and will make another 1/1.
All right. And now at end of turn, we will see Liltic cast that Omen of the Sea, revealing another Jawari Disruption and a land on top of the deck. Not interested in either one of those, so to the bottom, they will both go. A land and a Seagate Restoration, now the draw for turn. So it looks like a Clearwater Pathway. We've got a Wolf Willow Haven waiting, able to still leave up the Jawari Disruption. Disdainful Stroke, looking a little less interesting when your opponent is missing land drops. And a pass back.
Certainly true, but we imagine that the Gruul deck also wants to get to those higher land drop counts. So with the Extinction event in hand, we aren't super worried about what is currently in play. Currently, this is Extinction event handles everything that is in play. So assuming that we're able to kind of just hang out, have a little bit of a chill moment, we imagine that the Gruul Adventure players is also going to try and eventually resolve some bigger spells. This Disdainful Stroke, I'm sure, will not be too sad in the hand of Lil Tick.
So what are you thinking is the play here for PHF with the 2 Love Strokes on an adventure? Could play Edgewell Innkeeper and hold up Fire Prophecy or Stomp. Or I guess there is also the option of just playing Bone Crusher Giant, but what do you think?
Yeah, we are seeing this Edgewell Innkeeper get hovered. I believe that it is the play that I would like to make. It's safe from things like Extinction Event. It does have the potential to die to any of the black removal spells that the Sultai deck is playing, but we know that wouldn't be able to happen on our end step and would allow us to get some value off of the next turns, but we see PHF is just choosing to play Lovestruck Beast, which will get Jawari disruptioned.
Oh my, an Elder Gargaroth, the draw on Lil Tick's side. Very timely here on turn 4. We see the Elder Gargaroth coming on down. Pretty good blocker, I'd say. Pretty good.
Pretty okay blocker. Okay blocker. It not only blocks like a normal creature, it also does an extra thing when it blocks, making it extremely good at doing both attacking and blocking.
Yes. It looks like whoever bear that was got very upset because they got their face stuck in the little fish pot. So, because of the Elder Gargaroth that came down.
It's so cute.
Yeah.
I'm only a little upset with PHF as they have the Dragon Whelp, and that one upsets me a little bit. It's one of those things where, like, I feel like the only people who play the Dragon Whelp are people who are trying to tilt you with it.
So we will see enough to draw out that Extinction Event so that Elder Gargaroth can attack without the worry of being double blocked here. And then it looks like Lil Tick also deciding to go wide, even still at 11 life, healthy enough life total. The Great Henge, normally a very good draw for PHF. Unfortunately, at this point, can't cast it, so it's not as good this time around.
But we're not that far away from casting it, so this isn't the worst thing to draw, assuming that this Lovestruck Beast is able to stay in play. Certainly not the worst, but the scariest thing that I think we have to worry about currently is this Emergent Ultimatum that is sitting in Lil Tick's hand. This is where the land drops that have been dry on the side of PHF are really starting to become a bit of a pain. It's really scary when you know that your opponent is playing a strategy that wants to ramp, that wants to cast really big spells. It's almost terrifying. I think did we have enough mana to do it?
No, if you cast Seagate as a land, sorry, if you play it as a land, that's 3 blue, but this Bark Channel Pathway makes it possible post combat. So I guess, beggars can't be choosers, so we will have a post combat Emergent Ultimatum here, as poor PHF didn't have their draws line up for them there, couldn't draw a land, Fire Prophecy to try to draw a land, got rid of the Bone Crusher Giant, and just drew Bone Crusher Giant because that's how Thoughtseize bugs work. So let's take a look at our sideboards here. Now on our Gruul side, we have 2 Acrone War, 2 Ox of Agonis, 2 Soulseer, 2 Scorching Dragonfire, 2 Wilt, 2 Phoenix of Ash, 1 Shadow Spear, 1 Cloythus God of Destiny, and 1 Vivian Monsters Advocate. Is there anything there that sticks out to you? I'd imagine, if they want to get a little more aggressive, seeing as giving these decks time is kind of dangerous, maybe a Phoenix of Ash.
Yeah, I think the Phoenix of Ash seems good. It's a little weird. Scavenging Ooze is so strange to me. We see it coming out of the deck, but if you're trying to be aggressive, it feels like having any amount of early creatures is good. So it's interesting to see trying to be aggressive, but also saying Scavenging Ooze, if I can't use the ability, it's just like not even worth it as an aggressive creature. It's interesting to me that these Acrone Wars are staying in. I think it makes a lot of sense, but also feels like it has such a high ceiling, but such a low floor. Like it's either a dead card in your hand or it's taking one of the amazingly strong creatures from the Sultai Ultimatum deck. And even then, you can't take the 8/8 that's made off of Cure Best the Sea Gods. So I think it's smart to be shaving one of those here. And we see, PHF just taking some time, thinking about what they're doing, took out some of the gold span dragons as well, just kind of trying to diversify some of the threats and go a little bit lower to the ground to hopefully run over the Sultai deck before anything too scary happens. Yeah, we see these Scavenging Izzes coming back in. I think slowly PHF is thinking about a lot of the things that I was just saying about what's the best way to get onto the board as fast as possible. And that's just a lot of the time with some really small creatures.
Sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes you just need a bear. Just give me a bear.
Yeah.
I could win this game with a bear.
I mean, I'm a big fan of bears. So
oh yeah. Love bears.
You don't gotta tell me twice. My name isn't Becky Bear for nothing.
That is, you know what? I will bow to you. So that's it.
All right.
Now whose bear is that? Whose bear avatar is that?
I think it's
Honey
Little
Pot.
Ticks.
It's Little
I think
Ticks?
it's Little Ticks.
So,
Because
you
your
know.
bear, your pet
Yours
is
is on
always
the
on the left.
On the left. On the left, yes. It's like,
Yeah. My fluffy dog is always on the left.
oh, fluffy. All right. And a reminder again, we are watching from the side of a Little Tick. That is our Sultai Ultimatum. And then we've got PHF on Gruul on the top. And looks like we're not going to have to worry about lands this time around for PHF as we have a much better starting, hitting our land drops, playing a Brushfire Elemental, being able to actually get in for 2 damage on turn 2, bringing Little Tick down to 18. Just an island and a pass of the turn with the Jawari Disruption up on Little Tick's side. So,
all right. Doing some big attacks, not playing anything for this just Jawari Disruption to catch.
yes,
But
so
we're probably just going to keep it in hand for this turn too. So
it's a good thing that PHF is drawing lands here because they are drawing some of their bigger spells as well with Garruk Unleashed, Questing Beast, and Vivian Monster's Advocate all in hand along with their 5th land. We'll see a second red source hitting the battlefield here. Brushfire Elemental and Edgewall Innkeeper at the ready to attack. Jawari Disruption also, though, waiting in the hand a little tick. And Garruk will come down to draw out that disruption, but still being able to get in for 4 here, bringing Little Tick down. Oh, sorry, excuse me, that was for 6. The fabled passage, it got me. It's those numbers, I can't read them.
They are a little bit difficult to read when they're in the white text on that card. I agree.
So we will see a Little Tick dropping down to 8 here and tapping out to cast a Binding of the Old Gods to take care of that Brushfire Elemental. So just an Edgewall Innkeeper on PHF sides, but we know with Questing Beast, Vivian, and I guess now Edgewall Innkeepers a little bit, but still having some real bangers in hand. So
yeah, it's got to be feeling really good. If you're PHF, you know that your opponent is playing things like Shadow's Verdict, like Extinction Event, and they used one of their copies of the Binding of the Old Gods to take care of one of your creatures. So this Vivian has to feel pretty safe to be playing right now, as there are far fewer answers to Planeswalkers in the Sultai Ultimatum deck than there are creatures. But this Submergent Ultimatum is right around the corner.
yes, that original Ultimatum is due to come down next turn here. So very dangerous. It's going to see whether or not PHF is going to be able to survive this next turn. Playing Questing Beast here. Oh,
we
playing Questing
Vivian.
Beast, minusing on Vivian. So what are we looking for here? Is it the Phoenix, perhaps?
I imagine, yeah.
No,
Phoenix or a Brushfire Elemental.
Brushfire. There you
Some
go.
kind of haste creature.
Have to close it out here before your opponent can untap. And luckily, PHF's got Xaxes. Skillfully, I should say. PHF
Skillfully
has
Xaxes.
Yes, that is a skillful Xaxes there.
PHF skillfully chose to keep in the low-costing creatures, lower the curve, make it so that they can do exactly what they just did. Get onto the battlefield, get some early damage in, then the board can be wiped, and then we'll just finish out the game with some other threats.
No.
After that game, it feels, now that I'm looking at PHF deck, it's very lucky that they were able to draw both Garruk and Vivian in the same game, as there's only one copy of each of them, and they basically were some of the game-winning plays because they were able to stick on the battlefield through those board wipes.
Yes, fish out that Girard disruption and just get in there. And it looks like there will be a couple of changes here while PHF is on the draw. We will see. Now, we didn't go over. Liltic's sideboard had 3 Negates, 3 Pulchrinos Unchained, 2 Agonizing Remorse, 2 Coma, Cosmos Serpent, 2 Bloodchief's Thirst, Crippling Fear, a Shadow's Verdict, and obviously the Yorion Sky Nomad.
The Sky
Taking up
Noodle.
a slot there. Sky Noodle, Wet Noodle.
So yeah, we see PHF is kind of thinking about whether they want to bring in this Oxyvagonus or not. There's obviously a lot of things in the deck of Liltic and the Sultai Ultimatum list that are going to be taking creatures off the board and into the graveyard. But I think Oxyvagonus has got to feel a little bit scary to bring in when a lot of the answers to a lot of their creatures are things like Shadow's Verdict and Extinction Event, things that exile creatures. So it feels a little bit scary to be bringing in this Oxyvagonus when so many of the important things that are getting rid of your small creatures are exile spells, but hopefully it will work out pretty okay. This hand feels scary.
Yikes. Yes. Now we do have a
for Gruul. The Sultai hand looks pretty great. I would be happy with that if I was a Sultai player.
Yeah, any hand with Omen of the Sea and all of your colors, I feel like you should be pretty comfortable keeping from the Sultai side of things. Definitely a really awkward hand on the side of Gruul. It's not that there's not enough land drops, but there's not enough spells if there's enough land drops, and the spells are like, yeah. Like if the Akroan Wars were land, I'd be like, okay, this is fine, and just, have the Shatter Skull and the Mammoth as spells, but it's a little awkward. Love Struck Beast is 2 spells in 1. And it's like, do you mulligan here on the draw, though?
It's gotta feel so bad to do that.
Like, that Fable Passage most likely coming in tapped, but as of right now, no play on 2 anyway. So...
Going back to what I said before we had to restart the game, that was incorrect then, but is correct now. This is an important match. This is obviously game 3, being on the draw. Certainly not ideal for the aggressive deck, and the weight behind this decision is quite important in the span of this tournament. So very nice to see PHF taking a moment, thinking about their decisions, making sure that they make the right call.
All right, and it looks like Bone Crusher Giant will be the draw here after drawing another Shatter Skull Smashing. Now, PHF's life total probably not meaning as much to them as Liltic's life total means to them as they dropped to 19. So
certainly not.
Having a couple of bolt lands here, to take 3 and take 3. If your opponent gets to cast the Immersion Ultimatum, that 3 life probably not going to make too much of a difference. So we will see the Shatter Skull Smashing actually come in as a Shatter Skull pass, the Hammer Pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
So many words. Even in the titles.
The flip ones are so difficult because there are multiple words on each side and they're weirdly close to each other, which somehow makes it harder to remember.
Now we'll see that Omen of the Sea. We now have an Eliminate in hand, which is replacing something that I feel like maybe Liltic didn't have, which was a little more early interaction. So good on that side. Looks like Bone Crusher Giant just going to go face here as Liltic adds Yorion to hand. An Edgewall Innkeeper draw for turn.
Yeah, this is an interesting decision to bring the Yorion to hand. The only thing that can be blinked on turn 5 itself is Omen of the Sea, but perhaps we could just be thinking about Yorion being important to draw a card and be a blocker. Having a blocker, if you're worried about being able to survive for a few turns, is certainly real. Drawing this Valky feels a little bad, as it means that it's not something that you can search for off of Emergent Ultimatum, and possibly is going to be played as a 2-1.
Yeah, I think getting in like kind of trying to break up the Gruul game plan here, seeing that there's a Mammoth or an Edgewall Innkeeper, but also revealing that PHF has 2 Acrone Wars in hand, and now all of a sudden has a target for it. Back-to-back
that's
targets.
gonna feel a little bit awkward. Like, I wouldn't normally play this Valky as a creature, but I will now. Oh, you have 2 Acrone Wars? Awkward.
The third Shatter Skull smashing the draw for PHF here, and definitely some valuable information for Little Tick, though, having added Urians to hand on turn 3, knowing what they have to play around and what they are up against here. So we've got
I mean,
4/3
I'd be
giant.
happy to take control of Valky. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the worst play in the world to me, but also attacking into it first to see if there's possibly a block. I mean, you do this attack because you doubt there will be a block, but on the off chance that there is a block and you get to expedite a little bit and keep these Acrone Wars to take care of a different creature like a Yorion that's going to come down later, it's certainly not the worst.
All right, looks like Bone Crusher Giant going to be eliminated here. So both players at 14 life, but PHF doing that 6 damage to themselves. So, and Little Tick will drop down to 13 after no blocks from that Valky. Fable Passage going to be the play here. Grabbing another forest.
Mm-hmm. Interesting to see the Edgewall Innkeeper Lovestruck Beast combo. I guess we're not worried about Valky being bounced off of Yorion because we don't have any other creatures in hand.
That definitely makes sense. And then they would also just get their, well, they would get their Kazandu Mammoth back and then it would disappear again. So they would be just at parity. Just the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So it probably doesn't feel like the worst thing in the world, but instead of even casting the Yorion and blinking the 2 things on the side of Lil Tick, we are choosing to foretell the Alrund's Epiphany.
That definitely that gives the opportunity for Valky to turn into the Kazandu Mammoth on PHF's turn. But a Acrone War, knowing that that's there, is just very dangerous. Very worried about playing that Yorion Sky Nomad. It's definitely a very delicate dance between staying alive long enough to cast your ultimatum and being able to cast the spells that keep you alive to cast your ultimatum.
Very true. And if we were able to steal the Valky this turn, or even use the Bone Crusher Giant to stop it, which is certainly very tempting with this Edgewall Innkeeper in play, we have 6 damage coming across, going to be not putting Little Tick to 7, as Valky will be blocking this Lovestruck Beast, choosing that this Valky's purpose was to preserve the life total for us, again, as Nicole was just saying, to cast this Emergent Ultimatum. We'll see what the next play is.
This is going to be a big turn coming up for Little Tick, or should I say big 2 turns coming up for Little Tick here, because with Alrund's Epiphany waiting in to be foretold, cast off of Foretell, that will be enough to be able to cast the Emergent Ultimatum on the following extra turn that Little Tick will get.
Yes.
So this is a huge turn for PHF right now. They might not know it, but I'm sure Little Tick does.
You gotta notice it a little bit. Most of these Sultai decks aren't playing any other Foretell cards other than Alrund's Epiphany. So you've got to kind of know, okay, if my opponent has the Alrund's Epiphany and has an Emergent Ultimatum, which they're playing 4 ultimatums, it's not that insane of an idea that they could have an Emergent Ultimatum in hand. You know that perhaps the next 2-3 turns aren't going to belong to you.
Yes. We will see Omen of the Sea scrying to keeping that Elder Gargaroth on top. We'll see if that changes anything here on Lil Tick's side about what to play. And it looks like no.
Taking an extra turn into a 7-mana card is pretty good.
Especially when it's more than just an Explorer, you know what I mean? So,
yeah, exactly. And it's an Explorer and 2 1/1s.
Taking a pause before casting the Ultimatum, kind of sizing up the board here, seeing what we've got going on. Emergent Ultimatum. We see a Shadow's Verdict. We see Extinction Event. That will be one of the choices here. A Kiora, Best the Sea God. And another turn, because why not?
Yeah, so many people just like by default are like, I don't want my opponent to take an extra turn, and so that's just like the default pick for most players. So it makes sense to like the Alrund's Epiphany sometimes is just put in there as a like, I know you want to take this, even though sometimes the sweeper is the correct thing to take.
Yes, and it looks like they are not. They are denying the Cure Abyss of Sea God, and they'd rather just have their board wiped, hoping to be able to steal anything. Like you had said earlier, Chrome War cannot steal that 8/8, so kind of scary.
But it can steal these 1/1 flyers, you know, if push comes to shove.
Some 1/1 little ravens if you want them. So.
Yeah, Yorion not really good at blinking tokens, but Elder Gargaroth can pretend to be like one of those little hippos that has a bunch of birds around it. You know the ones.
Yes. We'll see. PHF has dropped to 8. Liltic at 10 life. Didn't have a follow-up there. No Gargaroth or Yorion or anything. So
yeah, interesting that this Gargaroth didn't get played. Perhaps, I mean, we're still afraid of the Okroan War. So I think that the Gargaroth isn't coming down because we're saying, look, these birds are a 2-turn clock. Answer the birds if you will. And if I need to, I'll play the Gargaroth, but I don't want the Gargaroth to turn against me. So I'm just going to hope that these birds are enough to take care of everything.
Maybe PHF still with the Shatter Skull Smashing in hand as well, if they want to answer a couple of the little birdies.
Yeah, but until then, not be the worst play. Yeah, just the Princess for now. The Phoenix of Ash was also an option or potential for this turn, but we're gonna go ahead and maybe cast one of these Okroan Wars. Maybe yoink a bird. That does. If we yoink a bird, it does take away the 2-turn clock. So that does buy us quite a bit of time.
Yeah, and it looks like that is going to be the play from PHF. Okroan War will come down on their side. They will steal one of those 1/1s. Does not untap, though. And one of the Kazandu Mammoths coming down as a land here. Perhaps plotting for a larger Shatter Skull Smashing if needed, or to be able to double spell in a turn coming up.
It's so interesting to see how PHF has used these Okroan Wars. And like, little does PHF know, those Okroan Wars are holding back so much from Littletik.
Yes.
Like, it was stopping this Yorion and this Elder Gargaroth from coming down. PHF didn't know that.
Well, it looks like Yorion will still come down to kind of bait out that other Okroan War. I guess the less wanted of the two creatures. There's Elder Gargaroth still waiting in hand. So I feel like PHF at this point might be questioning, okay, they know I have the other Okroan War. Why did they choose to play Yorion now?
Yeah, now it's all going to kind of be coming together a little bit.
That's a hard thing to add together, I feel like.
That's certainly true. I mean, you're also trying to put together, okay, how do I win this game? What is my route to victory? I've got all these creatures, but what order of them when is going to equate to me winning?
All right, we see the Princess token attacking into Yorion.
Oh my goodness, did
Block,
PHF
block.
actually... PHF might have actually put together what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
PHF realizing that their Okroan War means a lot if that Yorion came down, and is holding on to the other one, sacrificing the Princess token that obviously would get blocked by the Yorion, and using Shatter Skull Smashing to finish off Yorion. And I'm very impressed.
No, that was a very nice play, very well thought out. PHF still at a very scary 3 life here. Do have a Phoenix of Ash able to block next turn. Yeah, defensive Phoenix of Ash, definitely a funny one, but you got to do what you got to do. But
the 1/1s will die.
Yeah.
So all right.
Here's Elder Gargaroth. That's what we've been waiting for. Each tap creature. Oh, yeah. Bye-bye 1/1s. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, all tapped creatures deal damage to themselves. Gargaroth, unfortunately has vigilance, so that one will most likely never be tapped. So it is pretty good at not getting killed by a Crone War, but at least it will go on to the side of PHF for a time.
This is definitely getting down here. We see a Brushfire Elemental with a draw on PHF side here.
Oh.
And playing the Mammoth as a land to get that extra pump to bring Lil Tick down to 6. Blood Chief Sir's gonna pump that up and kill their own Elder Gargaroth.
Oh my
And,
goodness.
I mean, Lil Tick probably, a hope and a prayer here. Unfortunately, not
The
only
Fabled
PHF
Passage would have won it, but this is okay. You've got to feel pretty good if your Sultai Ultimatum opponent has no cards in hand. It would be disastrous if something like a Shadow's Verdict were top decked. That would make this game go from 0 to 1,000. I mean, we're already at like a 500 out of 1,000, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
But we would go to 1,000 if a sweeper were to be top decked on Lil Tick's side.
Yes, but we see here the
Fabled Passage to thin the deck.
Passage, all right. And then no Phoenix of Ash.
Oh.
That's
yeah,
interesting.
We're holding it back in case we need it.
Well, here, this is a blocker, but
it's a blocker for Lovestruck Beast, but Lil Tick doesn't know that there's a Phoenix of Ash in PHF's hand.
Yes, and
to add
another
insult to injury,
land.
we drew the land for the landfall off of Brushfire Elemental, and I can't believe that PHF was able to pull this game off.
That was an impressive play from both sides, but PHF on the Gruul Adventures deck is going to take it down over Lil Tick and the Sultai Ultimatum deck.
Wow.
2-1, and we'll move on to our top 4. That was pretty phenomenal. That was quite a match of Magic. Very well played from both sides.
That last game that's how you want your matches of Magic to go, win or lose every time. You want them to be that hard fought. You want them to be you want to feel rewarded for the thinking and the time that you spent putting into everything. And I imagine if you're PHF, you feel pretty good about the thinking that just happened and went into that victory.
Yes, definitely vindicated. Definitely very well played. Those Crone Wars were clutch, were key. Like how they were played. I feel like any tiny mistake, that was the game. So it was definitely very impressive. Definitely very, very well played. And
I have to call myself out because I didn't think that the Crone Wars were going to be good. I was happy when we shaved one, and we kept a hand with both the Crone Wars, and PHF made the most of them. PHF was able to deduce what it meant for the way that their opponent played that match and use their Crone Wars to the best of their ability, and it was very impressive.
No, that definitely was very impressive. We're going to take a minute and go recharge. And if you need to recharge, grab yourself a Red Bull. Red Bull, big in the esports gaming community now. If you all didn't know already, Red Bull Campus Clutch invites students from more than 50 countries to represent their country, leading to a world final later on this year. The Canadian qualifiers are taking place. There's one that has passed, but there's still 2 left on April 10th and April 24th. If you would like more info and how to register, check out redbull.ca/campusclutch. Go check that out. Could you imagine going to some cool world final representing your country?
That would have been so cool when I was in school.
Right? I'm going to go back to school.
I'm too old. I've got grandma hands. I can't play any of these games good now. Magic is nice because it doesn't require that my hands be good.
That's just right. I need to go grab myself a Red Bull to get me through this old lady here.
There we go. Yeah. But we've only got about 2 more rounds. We've only got 2 more rounds. We've got a semifinals and a finals to watch.
I'm so excited. I am so stoked. $2,000 on the line here. TGS Signature Series Standard Arena 2K presented by Daily Hive. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the TGS Signature Series Standard Arena 2K presented by Daily Hive. My name is Nicole, better known as Lady of the Crease on Twitter, so you can give me a follow there. I am joined by my partner in crime, the macaroni to my cheese, the R2D2 to my C3PO, the painter servant to my grindstone, the lovely Miss Becky Bell.
You somehow give me all the things that I want to be in each of these situations too.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh, I love it. And I love being here with you. And I love being able to cast such a great event. This was a 2K, but at this point in time, we are just technically an 1800. Our last final 4 players who were in the final 4 have decided to split the remaining 1800. So we are going to be kind of cutting this just a little bit short, and we're just going to be doing one more match for you guys just to kind of wrap it up. We know you all wanted to see a little bit more magic. That's what you were here for. So we're going to give you one more match kind of for show, but the top 8 are splitting the remainder of
Some more action. We're going to give them one more action-packed round of Magic right here, right now. Although I'm just going to pretend that, because I had picked Teamer Adventures to win, so I'm just going to pretend because it's half of the field that it's just that it would have won.
Yeah, and I picked Sultai Ultimatum to win.
That's
My
true.
deck that I wanted to win didn't win. My wish, my hope, my dream as a cycling player, I wanted the Jeskai cycling deck to win. It did not take it down. That's okay. I did say that I was more likely for Sultai Ultimatum to win. Sultai Ultimatum is in the top 4, so technically we get the best of both worlds. We both won.
Yeah,
Both
it's a
of
good
our
thing.
foretellings came true.
Well,
Everybody wins.
That's what it is. And, you know, can't blame these players. Everybody's here. We want to get paid. I get that. So I get,
We've all been there.
Want to split in the top 4. It's a nice prize pool. Very nice event run here by the TGS Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. They are phenomenal. Make sure you are following the Gaming Stadium on Twitter at Gaming Stadium CS. They are Canada's leader in esports. They are phenomenal. If you're looking for the next big thing in competitive gaming, this is it. Don't need to look anywhere else. The team here at the Gaming Stadium are absolute leaders in their field. They are fantastic at online esports tournaments and events. Check out all the action at tgs.gg. They also have a rewards thing going on for the community.
Ooh.
If you're active in the community, it's phenomenal. It's going on right now until April 30th. TGS and Kanto Audio are teamed up for an incredible prize pack. If you'd like to enter for that, all you need to do is check out tgs.gg/TGS Game Plus. But you might as well just check out the whole, the Gaming Stadium website while you're there, because why not? Because they are phenomenal.
Why not? Exactly.
So thank you again to them for putting this on today, and thank you again to the Daily Hive for making this tournament possible and for having us all here. So I am
thank you so
ready
much.
to check out our last round of action.
Yeah, let's get into it. I don't believe we are going to be having deck lists, but I believe PHF is going to grace us with their beautiful Gruul playing again, and we might be playing against the Teamer Adventures deck, I think.
It was like a dance.
We'll see.
It was so lovely. I'd love for them to grace us with it again.
They just played, so like slow and smooth, and it was great to see somebody play a match of Magic where you can really tell that they're thinking and that they know that like each play means something. That's like my favorite type of Magic to watch. It's just like really methodic. I don't like to play methodically. I like to play recklessly.
I'm there sitting there and I'm like, man, I hope the weight at Uno's isn't too bad after we get out today. What is it, round 7? We've got 2 rounds.
Yeah. I'm figuring out where I want to eat after the tournament.
So good on you, PHF, for playing so well. And yes, it looks like PHF will be our player here. We just have the one side for this match, but that's great. We love going in blind. It's kind of like those poker events where it's just like, guess the hand. That's so much fun.
Ooh, not this hand though. We don't want this.
I'm guessing we're gonna put this one back. That's where I'm guessing we're putting this hand. So, and
normally it's sorry.
I was just gonna say our opponent here, Lou Caparos. They are on the Teamer Obosh deck, so we will see how this goes.
We get to find out if the Teamer deck would have won and if you would have been correct.
Well, there would have been one on the other side of the bracket too. So I'm just gonna pretend.
Okay. All right.
Fine.
That's
I could take this one as my horse in the race though. I
There
think
you go. Yeah,
Lou, I'm riding on you. You're my one horse in the race. You could do this. I have faith.
All right.
So
I am now a big PHF fan. I'm starting the fan club. Number
right?
one.
I'm like, I would like to be unbiased.
Yeah. We always try to be unbiased as casters. We all do this. We all also are Magic players, so we watch these games, and there's plays that we would do differently. There's things that we would change, but at the end of the day, usually there's somebody that you're a little bit gunning for. We know that at the start I asked Nicole who she thought was going to win, and she said that she thought a teamer deck was going to win. So it makes sense that you would be picking a teamer deck now. And I think that everyone who plays Magic can understand that. We can all just be civilized, understanding people.
Yes, exactly. I just want to be right, okay?
We can all be civilized. Nicole, I just want to be right.
So we see Edgewell Innkeeper, kind of an awkward keep from PHF. We saw the Great Henge get shipped to the bottom on Mulligan to 6. Both sides did Mulligan to 6 here. Embercleave staying in the hands, I guess, wanting to end this game as quickly as possible. We'll see just skipping the stomp portion of Bonecrusher Giant, going right into the 4/3 creature itself, and the 1/1 getting in.
Yeah, our lands were a little awkward at the start, so we're just going to forego the stomp portion of Bonecrusher Giant, get us a little bit of card advantage off of this Edgewell Innkeeper, and also try to get a body on the field. And that body is going to go off of the field because of Brazen Borrower, but it's not all for naught. We did get a little bit of a stomp anyway.
Yeah, it kind of worked out. Oh, and Stomp will take care of Edgewell Innkeeper.
And more stomping.
But did get some value off of that Bonecrusher cast. Being able to draw that card. It's pretty great. And drawing a Questing Beast here. Questing Beast, quite a beatdown.
Yeah, welcome to the hand, Questing Beast. You will be going onto the field shortly, I imagine, but we're gonna try and get card advantage once more. It worked so well the first time, we might as well Edgewell Innkeeper into Bonecrusher Giant another time.
Now, yes, because you have to love this. We're watching PHF cast an Edgewell Innkeeper and a Bonecrusher Giant, drawing their second card. Granted, the first one was off a different Innkeeper, but being able to draw those two cards after mulliganing and Luke Caparose not being able to really recover from their mulligan as well is definitely something here. All right, Shatter Skull smashing the draw for turn. And now we have some decisions to make.
Yeah, this is a little bit difficult. It's got to be a little bit tempting to now have a land and an ability to play this Vivian Monster's Advocate. Obviously, Planeswalkers are good the longer they're on the battlefield, and a 5-mana Planeswalker is pretty good. And we see that is exactly what PHF think. We're on the same wavelength. Again, I'm #1 fan starting the fan club. Vivian coming down onto the field.
I love it. We'll see Vivian come in, making a 3/3 reach, just in case they feel like getting frisky with that Brazen Borrower. So, speaking of Brazen Borrower.
Petty Theft as a token, that little beast token is just gonna go out into the ether. Not back to the hand. Sadly, tokens cannot go back to the hand. Ooh. All right, a Kazandu Mammoth, the play, and foretelling a card, I believe, is what just happened. A little difficult to tell, but I believe we just foretold a card, and all the other creatures are in the Adventure Zone. So we've got 4 cards in the Adventure Zone, 2 Brazen Borrowers, 2 Bonecrusher Giants, and then a card in the Foretell Zone. The last few years of Magic, they've just made a bunch of different zones, a bunch of different places for things to be in quote-unquote exile that aren't really exile, but they're kind of exile.
It's like sort of exile. You got your Companion Zone, you got your Adventure Zone, you
exactly.
got your Foretell Zone, you know, doing all
these different
sorts of fun
zones.
stuff. And
we see PHF doing the very good think. I wish I did that more.
Good job, PHF. Way to think. I too wish I thought more while I played Magic. One of my great failings. But
We've
that's
all
okay.
been there. Like I woke up to play a tournament yesterday, and I was like, I don't feel like thinking today, and I played some rounds like I was thinking, and I played some other rounds like I definitely wasn't. But
Now we see that Mammoth take the trade with the Bone Crusher Giant, but Luke Apparos dropping down to 9 here with the Questing Beast, a 3/3 token, and then an Embercleave. So that's a yikes.
yeah, this Embercleave is gonna cruise for a bruise here in a sec, if I had to guess. And Embercleave on a Death Touch creature, I don't know if we've all looked at how Trample and Death Touch works recently, but it works pretty nicely.
Yes.
Like some lethal damage nicely. I imagine, though, we do have a card that is in the Foretell Zone. It could be, I wanted to say, didn't say please. Saw it coming. They
saw it coming.
They all have all of the counter spells have cheeky names now.
They are the Seymour Adventures player is playing 2 Saw It Coming, and it's 2 Saw It Coming, 2 Mystical Dispute are their counter spells.
Okay, so that could be the card in. Nope. Okay.
Nope.
Before I could even say that it possibly isn't, the Embercleave is on the field. The beautiful combination of Trample and Death Touch putting in work, as well as the rest of these creatures, to bring Luke Apparos down to -3.
Yes, it looks like the Obosh Seymour Adventures opponent is playing All Runs Epiphany as well. As I look here, that's the other foretold card. So there's 2 copies of that, 2 copies of Mystical Dispute, 2 Saw It Coming.
On ladder, I understand every time I see people playing like a one of Foretell cards, but anytime a tournament is open deck lists and somebody's only playing one Foretell, I say it sounds like I'm making fun of people. I'm not. I've done this lots in open deck list tournaments, played only one Foretell cards, and it's both like it feels a little silly, but also the Foretell cards are just so good. You get to like just make them cheaper. It's amazing. It's wonderful. And you're also just like sometimes getting people with not really noticing that there's another Foretell card. I did that the other day. I thought that my opponent only had one Foretell card in their open deck list, and it turns out they had 2, and I got really bamboozled. That was a time that I wasn't thinking in Magic.
Okay, I've just a quick question since you said that. Is Bamboozled a Magic card? Because if it's not, it should be. Because that's a really good Magic card name.
I don't think that Bamboozled is a
I feel like
Magic card.
That
should be. I agree.
So let's put that out there. All right. If anybody in chat has any cool ideas for Magic card names, I want to hear them.
Copywritten?
I want to hear them. I want to hear really good Magic card name ideas in chat. Bamboozled is definitely top of the list. Is it?
No, but it's copywritten, and I actually didn't know what it was copywritten for, and now I need to stop saying this word.
Oh, no. So anyway, let's take a look at our deck list here. Now, PHF in the sideboard had 2 Chrome Ward, 2 Ox of Agonis, 2 Soulseer, 2 Scorching Dragonfire, 2 Wilt, 2 Phoenix of Ash, a Shadow Spear, a Cloythus, God of Destiny, and a Vivian, Monsters Advocate. On the flip side, our Obosh Seymour Adventures player has 4 Scorching Dragonfire, 3 Ox of Agonis, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Cloythus, God of Destiny of their own, 1 Soulseer, 1 Coma, Cosmos Serpent, 1 Obosh, and 1 Elder Gargaroth. So I'm expecting some of those Scorching Dragonfires at least to be seen here, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really hoping that those are something that, we're going to be able to see. I think that that's the biggest thing. You're just trying to attack with your creatures and not have your opponent's creatures stick onto the field, and that's pretty much the game plan. This hand, this is one of those hands that like feels like it should be so good and passable, but it's very, this is a tough one to decide on. Because like you want Edgewall Innkeeper, because Kazandu Mammoth is a good creature, and you want Embercleave, but do these cards, these 3 cards together with these lands work super well? Not really. Like your best combo currently is Kazandu Mammoth and Fabled Passage, which I guess is like probably why we're keeping this hand.
Yeah, and not playing Edgewall Innkeeper on 1, probably wanting to avoid any sort of timely stomp. A Fire Prophecy, a little more early interaction here, but I mean, I see Kazandu Mammoth and I see Fable Passage, and I'm like, oh, keep. I don't have to play this Mammoth as a land. This is great, you know. That's kind of where my head's at. we'll see Luke Haprose thinking a bit before they decide to Bone Crusher Giant. They're stomping face, so PHF falls down to 18 and a pass back of the turn. 6 cards in hand for Luke Haprose with a Bone Crusher Giant on an adventure. We've got all our colors, red, green, and blue. Fire Prophecy, gonna take care of that Bone Crusher, but not before taking 2. So PHF down to 16, gonna ship one of the Fable Passages just to draw another forest. And a Bone Crusher Giant of their own now, too, though.
PHF didn't play this Edgewall Keeper, has held it. The stomp got played on face. Fan club.
Yeah,
That's all I'm gonna say now. Just good, patient magic.
But PHF
every
has
time
the
I
dragon.
I know, that's true. Okay, we'll start the fan club if we get rid of the dragon whelp. Anything else? That sucks.
Oh, poor Kazandu Mammoth. Scorching Dragonfire.
Rest
will
in
take
peace,
care
Mammoth.
Of that. Now, Edgewall
The Ice
Innkeeper.
Age is over. The flames have started. The Mammoth is never
Where's
mind,
the
Mammoth is
X-Files
back.
theme? like, I thought I killed you. I thought you went into exile, and now here it is. So,
The Mammoth is back. But is it what we play this turn? I think it's time for Edgewall Innkeeper into Bone Crusher Giant. We did it last game. We're gonna Stomp is good too. I like the Stomp. Get rid of the opponent's Edgewall Innkeeper before any of the Teamer Adventures player gets to play any of their adventure cards.
yes,
They are playing more than you, so yeah, get rid of that Edgewall Innkeeper.
both players have.
I'm saying you and we now because this is one-sided, and I feel I can more rightfully say that. But I do realize it gets a little confusing when I'm like, you, we, us.
I mean, both players definitely have been using their resources very aggressively. Although PHF did hold some back in the beginning of the game, Luke Haprose on 3 cards with a Bone Crusher Giant on an adventure, and we've got PHF 2 cards with a Bone Crusher Giant also on an adventure. So we're getting down to it.
We are getting down to it. And now this is where it's starting to get a little bit tricky. And the card advantage side has kind of shifted onto Luke Haprose's side. It's a little awkward that Luke Haprose has missed a few land drops. That feels a little bit bad. This top deck is nuts. It's maybe not nuts. There are certainly way cooler, quote unquote, better cards you could draw. But I'd be pretty happy if I was on 5 lands and drew a Goldspan Dragon.
Yes, Luke Haprose still at 20 life too. If you notice, so really not much damage to the life total until now when PHF able to attack for 9, bringing Luke Haprose down to 11. And now we've got a handful of gas. Luke Haprose has missed land drops here, so whatever they got, it's big. So.
Yeah, or the thing that I'm scared of, or that PHF should be scared of, is that it's a lot of big things. It's things like Alvrin's Epiphany. It's things like awkward adventure creatures that maybe just aren't doing the correct things right now. Oh, and Scorching Dragonfires are not big, but certainly scary. The Ice Age, okay, now it's gone again. Both of the Kazandu Mammoths have died by fire.
That they have both
a Scorching Dragon fire to be exact.
Yeah, I'm thinking, Elder Gargaroth, maybe. I suppose that Obosh was no longer the companion zone, so brought in some of those even numbered things.
Yeah, Scorching Dragonfire to get into the deck. Obosh needs to not be a companion. Companion zone, not a problem in this game anymore.
And thinking about it, gotta slam it.
Thinking about it.
Gotta windmill slam this Embercleave here, right?
Yeah, now it's time. Now I wish we would have attacked with this 1/1, because if the 1/1 just got to make it through, it would have been a little cheeky, but it could have been possible. Worst case scenario, you put the Embercleave on the 1/1 and it trades with Bone Crusher Giant.
I am all about the princess tokens getting in there. Especially...
I'm all about princess tokens holding swords.
All right, Luke Haprose down to 1. Bone Crusher Giant on the battlefield, not going to be enough to do it. So it looks like PHF will take this match down 2-0. So Gruul Adventures successful over the Teamer Adventures deck pretty sweet match.
Gruul would have never been the deck that, like, if you were just giving me like a list of the decks that I thought were gonna win, and Gruul Adventures was on that list, I'd be like, it's an old deck. It's an old deck that like was cool for a little bit, but isn't like very exciting to me personally. And I would have just like kind of overlooked it. But watching PHF play this deck has been golf clap. Very nice.
Yes,
I've
very
been
nice.
pleasantly surprised watching them play. They got to this point in the tournament for a reason, as did all of our other players who split in top 4. And we're coming to a close of Magic to watch for the day.
Yes. So congratulations to our top 4, PHF, Lou Caparos, who we both had the pleasure of watching there, Swiss Stack, and Bob Molly. Y'all are great. Congratulations on your top 4 finish. I'd like to take a second to thank all of our sponsors. I would like to start with Red Bull. Make sure you check out their Campus Clutch. They invite students from 50 countries representing their country. World Finder later in the year. If you want to check out the Canadian one, April 10th, April 24th. More information and registration information at redbull.ca/campusclutch. We'd also like to thank Monster Cat Gold. If you haven't tried it, it's fantastic. $5 a month. Don't have to worry about DMCA claims, strikes, things like that. Use the music in your live streams, videos, podcasts, all that awesome stuff. Tons of additional perks, early listening access to new music, Monster Cat shop discounts, exclusive community features. Check out Monster Cat. And obviously a huge thank you for the sponsor of the TGS Signature Series, Daily Hive. Daily Hive, if you're ever wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, the Daily Hive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. And the team behind all this awesome stuff, Canada's leader in esports, the Gaming Stadium. Make sure you are following them on Twitter. They are phenomenal. They put on the best esports tournaments and events. Check out all the action, tgs.gg. Make sure you check out TGS Game Plus rewards. Starting, actually, it's going on right now until April 30th. TGS and Kanto Audio are teamed up giving away a prize pack. So to enter for that, go to tgs.gg/TGS Game Plus. Once again, my name is Nicole, better known as Lady of the Crease on the Twitter, so you can follow me there. And I am joined by the lovely Becky Bell. It has been an honor and a pleasure doing this, covering this fantastic tournament with you, for all of you. So have a wonderful evening, everybody.
Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good evening.